Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Naruto influenced by Mikoto and married her? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support, and follow the That Green Machine for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Kanahigaku no Sato. Home to many powerful legends. For starters, the Shodaime Hokage was known to be the only shinobi to ever use Mokuton, wood, element jutsus. This ability was even able to subdue the Bijou. Second is the Shodaime's most powerful enemy and founder of the Uchiha clan and the wielders of one of the world 3 Dijutsu, technique, the Sharingan. And this man's name was Uchiha Madara and was the only Uchiha to ever possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes had the ability to control the Bijou. Third is the Nidaime, second, Hokage, the Shodaime's younger brother, and he, like his brother, also had a special ability. He was able to hone his Suiton, water, element jutsus to the highest possible level. He was able to cast the Suiton jutsu with just the water molecules in the air. Something no one has been able to do. Fourth is the 3 legendary Sannin, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. There has only been one shinobi that has been able to beat them 3-on-1. A man by the name of Hanzo the Salamander, and funnily enough it was this man that gave them the title Sannin. After he beat them, of course. Fifth is the Yondaime. Fourth, Hokage, also known as Kiroi Senko, Yellow Flash, and he was the inventor of the famous Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, and the equally famous Rasengan. Of course, who could forget that he was a seal master? After all, he would have to be one and able to use one of the most powerful seals known to the world, Shiki Fyun. Last is Uzumaki Kushina, Minato's wife, the Red Death, prankster queen, ramen freak, and pregnant. Konoha village location, Konoha Hospital. Uzumaki Kushina was pregnant but bored. Her water broke 30 hours ago. So you could imagine how bored the hyperactive ramen freak actually was. Sure, she was bored, but she was angry too. Angry because her husband, Minato Namikaze, hadn't come to visit her yet. Being Hokage and all, he was stuck at his desk dealing with the all-important bane of every Kage's existence. Yep, paperwork. She was also angry at the fact that Tsunade, Sannin, had just informed her that the characters in Jiraiya's latest ICHA book were in fact based of her and her, Kushina, and Minato. Add to that, the scenes in said book were also based of her and Minato as well, and that brings us to, what? Wait. Tsunade, how do you know that? Kushina asked. Well, why, you know Jiraiya's MIT teammate, and I have to support him with our reading his books. Tsunade replied with really noticeable sweat pouring down her face. As if Tsunade. I think you enjoy reading how Minato-kun and I have. Now, even though I'm sure my pervert husband wouldn't mind the fact that you do, I have to tell you that I think it's really hot that you like reading about my hot sweaty body on top of Minato's, with my breed dash. Before she could continue, Jiraiya himself came through the window. What he saw though was something he didn't really expect coming from these two women's silence. Tsunade had a tomato-sized blush on her face, with a small nosebleed. Kushina, on the other hand, was shaking, trying to suppress the urge to laugh. Ladies, what's going on? He asked them. At that question, Tsunade and Kushina both looked at each other for a moment. That was until Tsunade thought about what Kushina was going to say, and then she went flying backward with a massive shot of blood coming from her nose, and all Kushina could do was roar with laughter. Jiraiya just stood there shocked until he noticed that her right had popped out of her kimono. So, with a perverted giggle, he pulled out his research notepad and started writing down some notes, with a highly amused Kushina looking on. I wouldn't do that too, Tsunade. Hein, if I were you, Ero-sennin. Remember the hot springs? Minato asked as he too came through the window. Both Minato and Kushina couldn't help but giggle when Jiraiya had anime-style tears streaming down his face, muttering something about disrespectful brats, big-head teammates, and pregnant tomatoes. Now, even though she was pregnant, Kushina could still move pretty fast. That was proven by the fact that she punched Jiraiya straight out of the window both men came in from. With Jiraiya, unfortunately or fortunately for him, he landed in the women's side of the hot springs. Some men may consider that heaven. Those men always seem to forget the fact that the group of soaking wet women might get extremely pissed off at the fact that a man was on the women's side. Such is the case for the well-known, self-proclaimed super pervert. Before he could even bring out his notebook, he could feel the killing intent, Ki, leaking off of the women. The poor man's girlish screams could be heard all over Konoha. Before he lost consciousness, his last thought was, who wouldn't want to be this close to group of wet women of heaven? Back at the hospital, while Minato and Kushina were chatting away discussing names for their soon-to-be newborn son, they heard Tsunade groan as she was coming to. "Welcome back, Haim," said Minato with perverted smile as he saw Tsunade's was still out. However, the only thing Tsunade could do with her still perverted thoughts was to take one look at Kushina and blush, then take one look at Minato for a moment, and then pass out with another nosebleed. Kushina just giggled perversely, although she did feel a little guilty with her friend's current predicament. Minato, well, he too let out a perverted giggle because he saw Tsunade's. He then took out his own notebook and started taking down notes. After all, how else could Jiraiya get information about their life? That lasted until he saw that Tsunade's other had popped out of her kimono when she had landed. The man couldn't help but fly backward with a nosebleed. Subsequently, though, he flew straight out the window, and he too landed in the women's side of the hot springs. However, this time, when the women saw who it was, they glomped him and kept him in the water. With a big perverted grin, he winked at the now recovered and currently crying Sannin. The next day, Konoha village location, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the now retired Sandaime, 3rd Hokage, was in the office of the Yondaime, waiting for said person to arrive. He wasn't just sitting there. OHNO, he was reading the latest edition of ICHA Ika Paradise, Tomato. Because he was so absorbed in the book, he didn't even notice that the man he was waiting for jumped through the window, sat down, and pulled out his own copy. 30 minutes later, the Sandaime looked up from his book, and the only thing he could do was yelp in surprise when he saw Minato sitting in his chair reading. "What the hell?" he screamed. "How long have you been sitting there?" he asked, still trying to recover from the almost heart attack. About half an hour," Minato replied with a smile. Cough. "Anyway, how's Kushina-chan doing?" asked Hiruzen. "She's doing well, even though she's currently bored and suffering from the lack of Ichiraku's best," Minato said with an amused look. "That's good," said a chuckling Hiruzen before he pulled out his pipe, filled it and lit it with an E-ranked Katon fire jutsu. With a serious, yet not so much look, he said, "Good work on gaining that peace treaty with Suna-san, Minato-kun. Thanks, Gigi, but you know as well as I do it wasn't that hard to gain. They still haven't fully recovered from the war, so it's not they really had much choice in the matter." Have you and Kushina worked out a name for your son yet?" the god of shinobi asked with a change of topic. "No, not yet. May I suggest a name then?" Jiraiya asked as he came through the window and face planted, all thanks to a well-placed chair from Hiruzen that he tripped over still in mid-air. "Why not Sensei?" Minato shrugged. "How about you name him Naruto? You mean like that character from your first and only non-perverted book?" asked Tsunade as she came through the door like a normal person. However, everyone noticed that when looked at Minato, she couldn't hide the blush on her face. Hiruzen was the only one, though, who didn't know what was going on, so he came to the only logical, to him, conclusion: something perverted happened. Jiraiya just smiled knowingly. Minato, however, winked at her, and she couldn't help but turn a deeper shade of red. However, it was at that moment that both Jiraiya and Minato both remembered seeing Tsunade's S, and they too sported blushes. When Tsunade saw them blush, she remembered that her S had popped out at the hospital, so she decided to punch Jiraiya through the wall he was leaning on. When she turned on Minato, she took one look at him and blushed. "Don't worry, Yondaime-sama," she said seductively as she arched her back, only to cause Minato blush as her S jiggled a little. "I won't do the same thing to you. That is if you come drinking with me tonight," she said with a smirk as she saw the blush. "Okay, Haim," was his intelligent reply as he was still staring at her chest. "Hey, how come he can call you Haim, but every time I do you punch me?" asked the miraculously recovered Jiraiya. The next morning, October 10th, a day to be remembered for 4 particular reasons, Minato woke up with a half Tsunade cuddling up to him. Jiraiya managed to get a few pictures and some research notes on the sensually and newly done striptease that Tsunade had performed for Minato the night before. Naruto was finally going to be born. Knock knock. "Yondaime-sama, please come to your office. It's an emergency." In the office 10 minutes later. "How sure are you about this information, Tenza-san?" Minato asked, holding his head, feeling the effects of the hangover. "Very sure, Hokage-sama. I even went to the location to confirm it. The QB no Yoko is on its way here. And it will get here tonight." Right at that moment, despite the serious situation, he couldn't help but smile as he remembered what happened the night before, which caused the entire room to look at him like he had just grown a second head. Meanwhile, Jiraiya just looked at him with a knowing smile and giggled, causing everyone to take a step away from the two men and think what the "Tell all civilians to evacuate through the cave hidden behind the Hokage monument," with QB. The night before. I got bored today, hey HEY. As if, what is this? She thought with a horror-struck expression on her face as she looked around her den and saw what was her worst nightmare. Her kits and her mate were all dead. That's when she saw a couple of dead snakes next to her mate. "So, you finally show up," said a voice that belonged to a man. She whirled around and the first thing she saw was a pair of red eyes with 3 black circles that were connected by a black ring and 3 bars on the outside of the ring itself in between the circles. She tried to attack him but found that her body wasn't moving. "I see you've discovered that you can't control your body. I'm afraid that that's my fault," the man said with a small chuckle. "Who are you?" Kyubi growled. "HN," the man said. "I am Uchiha Madara and I control you now. It's all thanks to my eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Now come with me, Fox, we have a village to destroy." Back in the village /October 10th. "He's beautiful, Kushina-chan," Minato said. "Yeah, he is, too bad he got your looks instead of mine," said Kushina with a smile as she looked at Naruto. He's probably going to have your personality, but," he said with an amused look. "Yandame-sama, the Kyubi is here," panted an Anbu who just sunshined into the room. "It's time for you both to go," Kushina said while she started crying. Minato ate her on the forehead and said with tears of his own, "I guess this is it, love. I'm going to miss you, Minakuin. Tell Hiruzen I'm going to be waiting here for him here," Kushina said. With that, Minato ate her for the final time on the lips, walked toward the door. As he was walking out, he turned his head to the side and said, "Goodbye." While he was walking down the corridor, he failed to notice a man who smelled strangely of snakes, wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it, walking toward the room. Konoha Village Location, Battlefield. "Minato Namikaze, it's a pleasure to finally meet you," Madara said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Madara Yukihand here, I thought you were powerful, but here you are letting a demon do all the work," Minato replied. "HN," was the only response Madara gave. Roar. "I'm sorry, human, he's controlling my body. There's nothing I can do," Kyubi roared. "He won't be for much longer than Kyubi-san," Minato told her. "Ha ha ha, what are you planning to do, Namikaze, as if you could beat me?" laughed Madara. "I don't plan on beating you, Uchiha, I plan on beating the Kyubi," responded Minato. "How could you possibly defeat the Kyubi? Many people have tried, including me. It's impossible," asked Madara with a curious look. "With this Madara, Shiki fu yain," cried Minato. Next second there was a blinding flash of light, and before them stood Shinigami himself. "Who summons me?" asked the death god. "I did," answered Minato. "You have invoked Shiki fu yain. So I assume you're willing to sacrifice your soul to seal the Kyubi into that boy at your feet?" "That's right, Shinigami-sama. Very well, let's begin." "Wait!" screamed Minato. He then went down to his knees and looked at Naruto, and as he felt his soul leaving his body, he said, "Naruto, listen to your motormouth mother." He told his son, not knowing that she had just been killed. But what happened was definitely something that not even the death god could have expected. Instead of only sealing Kyubi inside of Naruto, he sealed both Kyubi and Madara, who was still riding onto of Kyubi, into Naruto as well. "Oh man, Kami-chan is going to have my ass for this damn paperwork." With a second blinding flash of light, Shinigami left the now crying Naruto to his own devices. When Hiruzen finally made it to the battlefield, all he saw was a flash of light and Naruto just lying there next to his father's lifeless body, crying. There, Naruto-chan, I'll take you to your mother," he said as he picked the boy up. Konoha Village Location, Konoha Hospital. "What? What do you mean she's dead?" screamed Hiruzen. "Unfortunately, Sarutobi-sama," said the scared ***+ doctor. "After the birth she started hemorrhaging. When I came in the room to check up her, it was already too late. There was nothing I could do to stop the bleeding." "Very well, thank you, doctor, you are dismissed. Before I leave, I should tell you that Tsunade-sama has apparently disappeared. The nurses tell me that she just walked out of the hospital." And with that the doctor left, leaving behind a shocked Hiruzen. The man shook his head, disappointed in his student. Although he couldn't really blame her for leaving, it was the fact that she left Naruto here by himself. Although she probably didn't know that Kushina died, she probably would have left if she knew anyway, he mused. "It looks like you're going to be living in an orphanage from now on, little Naruto," he said. "I don't envy the poor man who has to deal with all paperwork," he said to himself with a smile. Imagine the look on his when he found out he had to do it. Council meeting the next day. "That's absurd, Hokage-sama. The demon should be dead, not living in the orphanage where it will kill the children," screeched a civilian council member, with many on the civilian side agreeing, while a number on the shinobi side narrowed their eyes, but said nothing. "And oh," screamed Hiruzen, "the boy will not be executed. Anyone found attempting to do so will be given to Ibiki, and the fact that he is a Jinchuriki will not be told to the public, As if was the thought of many people on the civilian side of the room. That was what people in the village center could hear. It was October 10th, one of the most significant dates in Konoha history. The majority of Konoha was enjoying the annual Kyubi. No, it's not some cult thing, they're celebrating the day that the Yondaime saved the village. There it is! Shouted a woman. It ran into that alleyway. Haha, for a demon it's pretty dumb, that's a dead end! Shouted a man. Many cheers went up as they all knew they would finally be able to kill it. So there he was, 4-year-old Uzumaki Naruto, back against the wall, crying, nowhere to go, no one coming to save Heimer, so he thinks. Any last words, demon? Asked an Uchiha with his Sharingan flaring. Why? Asked Naruto through his tears. Because you killed my brother! Someone yelled. And my wife? Someone shouted. You killed a lot of people 4 years ago, demon. Someone shouted from the back of the mob. Killed? He asked with obvious confusion. It wasn't me. How could it have been me? You can't fool us, demon. You may be in the body of a 4-year-old child, but we know it's you, said the same Uchiha from before. Before Naruto could respond, that's when it began. Kicking, punching, stabbing, and a couple of katan jutsus thrown in for good measure. The last thing he remembers before everything went black was seeing pink hair. Drip, drip, drip. Naruto woke up. No pain, nothing. He saw dripping pipes and water on the ground that came up to his ankles. As he continued to look around, seeing pretty much the same thing. Am I dead? He asked no one. You are not dead, little one, was the low grumbling answer he didn't expect. Come to me, the voice said. Follow my voice so you can find me. With that, he started walking down the corridor, turning corners as he saw more pipes. He pasted closed doors he couldn't open, no matter how hard he tried, until finally he came into a room, where the first thing he saw was a rather large cage with a piece of paper on it. He couldn't read what the piece of paper said because he couldn't read, no one had taught how to. However, what he didn't expect was the large animal behind the cage staring at him with curiosity with a hint of sadness. Hold on a second, Kit, it said. I have to do something. Know that you're here, even though you weren't supposed to be here for a few more years, but anyway. A minute later there were 2 bright flashes of light. And 2 men appeared next to him. One had blonde hair, the other had black. What? Where am I? The blonde man asked. I could ask the same thing, said the other man. The 2 men looked around the room, noticing the little blonde boy, the large cage with what appeared to be a giant fox behind it. And then each other. Recognition instantly dawned on them as they yelled Namikaze/Uchiha at the same time. Ahem, as amusing as this is, we do have visitor, the fox said as looked toward Naruto. Both men looked at it with curiosity, and they looked at the little blonde kid, who suddenly found the water on the ground rather interesting. Who's she? Both men asked. Jinx, said the blonde one with an amused smile on his face. HN, the other replied. Who are you guys? Asked Naruto with a scared yet fascinated look on his face. Oh, said the fox a little embarrassed, not that anyone could tell. I am the great Kyubi no Kitsune, the queen of all foxes and master of all 9 bijou. Blink, blink, blink. You're a female? Both blondes asked, while the black-haired man just smirked. With a sweat drop, the animal known as Kyubi said, Of course I'm a female. How could you not notice that? And then something interesting happened. Both blondes had the same sheepish smile on their faces as they both rubbed the back of their heads with their right hands. Sorry, they both said. They then looked at each other and yelled, Copycat/copycat! HN. I am Madara Uchiha, was what the black-haired one said. HN. Was Naruto's only reply. And I'm Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, the blonde man said with a smile. Wait, what Yondaime, but you're dead, aren't you? And you killed her, didn't you? Naruto asked as he pointed toward the fox. Am I dead? He asked again. No, you're not dead, Kit, remember I've told you that already, Kyubi said. Nor will you be if the 3 of us have anything to do about it. What do you mean by that, Kyubi, and who are little 1-inch? Minato asked Naruto. Heh, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future ninja and future Hokage, believe it? Naruto replied with a goofy grin. Kyubi chuckled as Madara raised an eyebrow, and Minato, well, he fainted, a minute later when Minato finally recovered. Uzumaki? He screamed. Yes, so what, are you going to attack me too? Naruto asked, looking depressed. What? Why would anyone attack you, boy? Asked Madara, surprised by such a question. Because I'm a demon, Naruto replied. Kit, listen to me, you are not a demon, I am the demon. You are just a 4-year-old boy with a demon sealed inside your mind, which is where we are now. Realization dawned on Minato as he said, So the sealing worked then? Inquired Minato. Yes, it did, replied Kyubi. If the sealing worked then, how come Minato and I are here? Asked Madara. The sealing worked a little too well. The two of you somehow ended up sealed inside of him as well, Kyubi said. What sealing? What's going on? Asked Naruto, who had absolutely no idea what was going on. When the Kyubi attacked Konoha, the only way I was able to beat her was with a seal I had created. However, the seal would only work if I planted the seal on a newborn baby. However, I couldn't just ask any parent to sacrifice their own baby to a life of a sad life, so I had no choice but to seal the Kyubi insidio of Myansin. He quickly spurted out. It took a while for Naruto to understand what Minato had said, but when he did the only thing someone could do in that situation. He fainted. When he woke up, he saw the man known as his father looking at him with a sad look on his face. I'm so sorry, my son. I wish I hadn't had to do it, but there was no other way. What happened to my mother? Naruto asked him. I don't understand. Hiruzen was supposed to bring you back to where she was back at the hospital after I had done the sealing. She's probably dead, said Madara. What do you mean dead? Minato asked as he glared at Madara. Before the sealing, I was the leader of a criminal organization known as Akatsuki. As you know, Minato, I was behind the attack. I had Orochimaru attack Kyubi's den and then head to Konoha. When you came out to face me and Kyubi like I knew you would, I ordered Orochimaru to kill your wife and son in case you succeeded in beating Kyubi. What I didn't know is that you planned on sealing the fox inside of your son, he said. Naruto stood there stunned while Minato stood there gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Tiyuya-san! Naruto screamed, surprising everyone, as he ran up and hugged Minato by the legs. When Minato got over the shock, he turned around and crouched down on his knees so he could look at Naruto in the eyes. I'm sorry, my son, I didn't know that would happen. It's okay, Dad, Naruto said with tears coming down his face. I'm here now, Minato said. Yes, that's good and all, but we do have a mob to deal with. Now I believe that you, Naruto, can actually use Madara's Sharingan to deal with them, Kyubi said. I suppose it's the only way. I mean, if he were to die, we would too, right? So go ahead and use it, Madara said. Yeah, but when you've done that, you need to run. You can't let anyone know you used the Sharingan, Minato said, still astounded by the fact that he forgot that there was a bigger issue at hand. Getting out of there shouldn't be a problem. He just used my Sharingan's other ability, the time-space transportation jutsu. Being a 4-year-old, you can't go too far as this jutsu uses chakra, so you will have to go somewhere very close by. All you have to do is think of that place, and you will transport yourself there, Madara said sagely. Okay, was all Naruto could say as he disappeared. The real world. Everyone was shocked when they suddenly felt the sickening ki coming from Naruto. The civilians crumpled over, struggling to breathe, while the shinobi were faring a little better. But they too fell to the ground as the burnt and bloodied form of Naruto rose up and stood there and stared at them all with Madara's Sharingan started spinning fast. Now say Amaterasu, Madara said inside of Naruto's mind. Amaterasu, he said. That's when black flames suddenly appeared and attached themselves to wherever he looked, mainly the mob in front of him. That's enough, son. Now get out of there. Thinking about where he wanted to go, he disappeared in a swirl. He reappeared a second later. About 200 meters away, he could hear the screams coming from the mob. Thinking about what he had just done, he suddenly realized that it could not have been a good thing. Before he could think more on it, Kyubi said, You can think on it later, Kit. Right now you just need to get away from here. Just go to your apartment and everything will be okay. 10 minutes later, he finally arrived at a rundown apartment building. He opened his door and stepped inside only for Madara to say, This is where you live, Kami. Hey, it's not that bad, he replied as he saw a cockroach run past him. The next morning, Naruto woke up thinking about what he was told the night before. Flashback. Hey Naruto, come in here for a minute. We need to talk to you, said Minato. Okay, how do I do that? He asked. Just close your eyes and think about us, and you will be here, Kyubi responded. A few seconds later, Naruto appeared in his mind in front of the cage. Listen, Naruto, we wanted to talk to about what happened earlier, Minato said with a sad smile. Before he or the others could say anything else, Naruto asked, I killed them, didn't I? Seeing them all nod, he said while tears started coming down his face. Then I really am I demon then? No/no/no, they all shouted. You're not a demon, Naruto. You are my son and you did what you had to do to survive, Minato stated. He's right, boy. Look, you said you wanted to be a shinobi, correct? Seeing Naruto nod, Madara continued. Well, one of hard facts of a shinobi's life is the fact that as a shinobi, in order to protect and save all the people that are precious to you, you will need to kill your enemies in order to keep them safe. Do you get used to it? Will I end up enjoying it? Naruto asked. It does eventually get a little easier as time goes on. And I really hope the day does not come when you enjoy killing Sun. Because if you do, it is then that you will become a demon. Minato stated. Naruto just stood there with determination flashing through his eyes. They kind of looks like Guy's eyes whenever he starts to talk about the flames of youth. Minato thought as a shiver ran down his spine. Oblivious to the man's thoughts, Madara started to talk. Now boy, onto the Sharingan. Now as you can see, the Sharingan grants an Uchiha with certain powers, like the Amaterasu and the time-space transportation jutsu. You're going to have to let me talk to you about those later though. Anyway, there are 3 types of Sharingan out there. 1 is the normal Sharingan that appears in every Uchiha. They get what appear to be commas in their eyes. They get a maximum of 3 commas in each eye. When that happens, it means the Sharingan is fully developed. With this type of Sharingan, you will be able to see your opponent's moves before they come at you. You will also have the ability to copy any jutsu apart from the Kekkei Genkai or Bloodline Jutsu. 2nd is the Manjikyu Sharingan that an Uchiha can only get if they kill their best friend. Naruto was absolutely shocked at that. Why would someone kill their best friend? He asked. Power. Madara said with a depressed yet nostalgic look on his face. In order to use Amaterasu like you did, an Uchiha needs the Manjikyu Sharingan. Why you killed your best friend? Naruto asked. The next type of Sharingan is... Madara went on, seemingly ignoring Naruto. The truth is, he just didn't want to talk about it. The Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. This particular Sharingan is only obtainable by taking your brother's eyes. He paused, letting the information sink in. Before you start, let me say that, and no, I did not kill my brother. The truth is he was dying and he discovered that the only way to save me from dying because of the Manjikyu Sharingan was to give me his eyes. So, before he died he did just that. Now know this, boy, we will not give you the Manjikyu or the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan until all 3 of us think you are ready for them. Naruto stood there taking all the information in. As long as I don't have to kill my best friend to use them, I don't care. Seeing everyone smile, Minato said, The other reason we wanted to talk to you is about your shinobi training. Seeing Naruto instantly perk up and smile, he continued, We will start your training tomorrow. For starters, I'm going to teach you the academy basics. Henge, Kawarimi and Bunshin. Now I want to get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, but before that, just one question. Do you know what happened to Tsunade and Jiraiya by any chance? Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion and asked. Who? Sigh. Never mind, just go get some sleep. Flashback end. Okay Naruto, now that you're awake, eat some breakfast because we're going to start training you, Kyuubi said. With that, Naruto devoured his instant ramen and ran out of his apartment toward a training ground that his father said was close by. But when he got there, he saw a black-haired man sitting on a rock watching a boy who also had black hair doing what looked like training. When the man sitting on the rock noticed Naruto standing there, he said, Oh hey, little boy, what are you doing over there? Embarrassed, Naruto replied, Oh hey, I was just about to start training when I got here. Who are you? He asked. With a raised eyebrow, the man said, I'm Uchiha Itachi and the boy over there training is my little brother Sasuke. An Uchiha, huh? Interesting, Madara said. What do you mean by that? He thought. It's a long story, I'll tell you about it later maybe. Shaking his head, Naruto asked Itachi, Hey, could you maybe help me train? I mean, I'm just starting to, but I don't really know where to begin. But I was hoping that you could teach how to do a henge. Itachi, although showing no emotions on his face, was looking at him quizzically, thinking about it for a moment before he said, Very well, was all he said. The seals are dog, boar, and ram. Do those seals while applying chakra and you should transform into whomever you chose. Naruto made a mental note of the hand seals and went to work dog, boar, ram. While applying chakra, he did the seals, and instantly inside a puff of smoke was exact copy of Itachi before he transformed back into Naruto. Meanwhile, Itachi was sitting there with his eyebrows raised. Wow, I never thought that he'd get it on the first go. I wonder if it's got anything to do with the fox. He thought. Good work. Now why don't you go practice that and come back tomorrow? When you do, I will teach you the Kawarimi, assuming that you don't know that already know it. Seeing Naruto shaking his head meaning no, he just nodded and turned back to watching Sasuke train. Time skip. Over the next few months, Naruto learned the Kawarimi, Henge, and he even learned the Kage Bunshin. Not to mention a couple of other things. Flashback. Bunshin. When Naruto looked to his right, he saw a deformed version of himself lying half dead on the ground. Again, he whined. You may not be able to do this jutsu because it requires smaller reserves. With you though, since you have rather large reserves thanks to the three of us, you need better control. Kyuubi said. There is a way around that though, Naruto. It's a jutsu called Kage Bunshin. Minato said. Normally a 4-year-old would never be able to do this jutsu as it requires a lot of chakra. But with you, you should be able to learn it with no problem. If you do learn it, we'll even teach you the secret behind this technique. Continued Madara. This jutsu only needs one seal, the tiger seal. Go ahead and try it. Minato went on. Naruto placed his hands in the way of the tiger and shouted, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. This time when Naruto looked to his right, he saw a perfect copy of himself standing there smiling. And flashback. Naruto was standing in a field taking a short break from training. But that doesn't mean there isn't at least 100 shadow clones still training. And all of them were trying to learn the final step of the Rasengan. YTA, one clone yelled. I did it, well done son, his father said. Hee awesome, Naruto said. Someone's coming to spell your clones, Madara said. Hi, was all Naruto said as he dispelled his clones. When he turned around, he saw Itachi and Sasuke walking toward him. Hello Naruto-san, said Itachi. Hello Itachi-Nizan, Sasuke-kun. What are you two doing here? Naruto asked them. We're here to invite you to dinner, Sasuke said with a smile. Time skip. Later that night, Naruto arrived outside the Uchiha compound with the guards not letting him in. No demons allowed, one of the guards said. Before Naruto could respond, a man with black hair and brown eyes walked up to the group and asked, What's going on here? The demon is trying to get inside the compound, Fugaku-sama. We can deal with it, one of the guards said. That's quite alright, you two. In fact, I've been expecting him. You see, my sons invited him over for dinner, so let him in. Good old Fugaku, he's not a real Uchiha, is he? Asked Madara. No, he's not, but his wife Mikoto is. I was friends with the both of them. In fact, I was the one who introduced Fugaku to Mikoto. And I should mention that they both knew that Kushina was pregnant, so they should probably know who are. When they walked in the door, they could hear what sounded like a woman humming. When they walked toward the humming, it turned out to be a woman cooking in the kitchen. Naruto say, Hello, this is my wife Mikoto, Fugaku said. Hello Uchiha-sama Urialiprity, he blurted out. I'm sorry dear, what was that? Mikoto asked. I said that you're really pretty, he said, suddenly finding the floor really interesting. Ha ha ha, I reckon you're going to be a ladies' man when you grow up, kid, laughed Fugaku. Later on during dinner, so Uzumaki-san, Itachi tells me that you've started training. What have you learned so far? Asked Fugaku. Well, I've learned Kawarimi, Henge and Kage Bunshin so far, Naruto said with a huge smile on his face. Kage Bunshin? Asked Itachi, while he was thumping his chest trying to clear his airway as he nearly choked on his food. Hai, Naruto said. Are you sure you don't just mean Bunshin, dear? Mikoto asked. No, I can't do a normal Bunshin, so I learned the Kage Bunshin instead. Kage Bunshin is a Jounin level jutsu. How do you know about your only 4? Asked Fugaku. Well, I saw a Jounin use it while he was training once and I thought it was cool, Naruto lied. Fugaku said. Can you use it properly? Hi, Naruto replied. And you don't faint from chakra exhaustion? Nope, Naruto said. It may have something to do with the Kyuubi, Mikoto thought. How many Kage Bunshins can you do, Naruto? She asked. About 100 of them, I think, he said. Yep, definitely, the Kyuubi, Mikoto thought. That's really interesting, Uzumaki-san. We will have to talk about something later, Fugaku said. Okay, was all Naruto said before stuffing his face with rice. Dad, Sasuke said. Can I learn the Kage Bunshin jutsu? And oh, everyone shouted except for Naruto, who was still busy stuffing his face. If you try and learn that now, it could kill you, Fugaku said. You don't have enough chakra to learn it right now, Otuto, but you will when you're older, Itachi said. Then how come Naruto can learn it now? Sasuke asked, obviously curious as to why Naruto's not dead. Mikoto said. That's because he's special, dear. The amount of chakra he has, well, it comes from his clan, dear. His clan? Itachi asked. Maybe it wasn't the Kyuubi like I thought it. Wash thought. The Uzumaki clan, Mikoto responded. They were well known for incredibly high chakra levels. Were? Naruto asked. I'm afraid so, dear. They were all killed during the Third Shinobi War. She told him with a frown. Now Naruto knew that the part about them all dying was a lie, but he didn't know about them dying. Sasuke, dear, said Mikoto. If you're finished, go take a bath and brush your teeth. Okay, Mum, Sasuke said as he stood up and walked up the stairs. How long have you known about the Kyuubi Uzumaki? Fugaku, damn, Minato, said inside Naruto's mind. You a couple of months, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his while smiling. You sure are an interesting one, Uzumaki, Fugaku said. So have you learned anything else, Naruto? Itachi asked. Well, don't tell them anything, Naruto. No, not yet, but I will. Come on, Naruto, it's getting late. It's time for you to go home, dear. I'll escort you out, Mikoto said. 20 minutes later, Naruto's apartment. Hey, Kyuubi-chan, Naruto said as he entered his mindscape. What do you want, kid? And it better be interesting, or I'm going to sleep, she said. Is there a way I can control all 9 of your tails? Naruto asked. Kyuubi just stared at him. I did not expect that, she thought. Minato was looking at Naruto with wide eyes while his jaw was touching the ground, and Madara was just smirking. Why do you want to know that, kid? Kyuubi asked, definitely curious now. Well, I remember Dad telling me that there are other Jinchuriki out there, and let's say I can't control any of your tails and we get attacked by any of them. I wouldn't stand a chance and we could die. And since you're the 9 tails, we can't let that happen, can we? He said. I guess we can't. It would be embarrassing if you lost to the others. Very. Well, there is only one way you can control all my power. You have to beat me in a little competition, Kyuubi said. Competition? Naruto asked. You're not telling me everything, are you? You're right, I'm not, she said. Hey Madara, can I use the Manjikyu Sharingan for a minute? Naruto asked him. Sure thing, kid, and you better win or we're all screwed, he said. Okay, was all he could before the cage disappeared, or more like. The bars of the cage transformed themselves into chains that wrapped themselves around both the Kyuubi and Naruto. Ha ha ha, all you have to do to beat me is overpower me with your chakra, and remember, if you lose you die and I'm free. Get ready, kid, because here we go. And immediately all Naruto could feel was intense anger and hatred and strangely love and happiness. Is it her or me that are having these feelings, Naruto thought. That's when strange images started appearing in Naruto's mind. Kyuubi with a male fox and 3 baby foxes, Madara with Kyuubi and Madara with Minato, and Naruto with, well, that's me as a baby, but who is that lady? I know her from somewhere. That's when the lady looked down at baby Naruto and said, Please forgive us someday, Naruto-chan. Just know I love you and I always will, my little maelstrom. Could it called it Bakasan? When Naruto snapped out of it, he looked at his hands, and he saw that they started to turn into claws and his teeth were getting longer and sharper. Naruto! What are you doing? You need to fight back, Minato screamed. Naruto started to focus on what was going on. He then started to pour his chakra through the chains. I love you too, Kasan. Her chains started to shake violently, and the light coming from his chakra was getting brighter and brighter to the point where no one could see what was happening. What's going on? Naruto yelled. I don't know, Naruto. Just keep pouring your chakra, boy, Madara said. So he did. That's when the chains stopped shaking and the light started to die down. The next thing anyone knew, the chains surrounding Naruto broke apart and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the chains surrounding Kyuubi stayed where they were. It looks like you win, Kit. Really? Naruto said, a little sleepy. Yada, he said before he fainted. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office, that chakra. It felt like. Oh no, Naruto, he said, standing up and shining out of the room. When the Sandaime arrived at Naruto's apartment, all he saw was Naruto on the floor. Let's get you to the hospital, he said to the unconscious Naruto. The next morning, Naruto woke up to a bright white ceiling. Where am I? He asked nobody. Suddenly the door opened and a woman entered. Oh good, Naruto-kun, you're awake, she said. Oh hey, Okagome-chan, Naruto said. What happened? The Hokage found you unconscious in your apartment, she said. How are you feeling now? I'm fine, he said as the door opened and in came the Hokage, followed by 2 men and a woman. The first man had black hair and a mask on his face that looked like a weasel. He was wearing a gray ANBU vest with a black shirt underneath it, black shinobi pants and black shinobi sandals. The second man was wearing the same thing except he had silver hair and his mask looked like a dog. The female was also wearing the same thing except she had long purple hair that was tied up in a ponytail. And her mask looked like a cat. "Ohio Nico-chan, Inu-san, Itachi-san, Gigi," Naruto said. "Ohio Naruto-kun," they all said. "Here Naruto, I bought you this teddy bear," said Nico. "Arigato Nico-chan," Naruto said, taking the bear. "Naruto-kun, do you mind telling us what happened last night?" asked Hiruzen. Well, I kind of I can control all 9 tails of the Kyuubi," he said. Everyone stood there completely shocked. Not that you could tell considering 3 of them were wearing masks. What do you mean you can control all 9 tails?" Inu said. "That would mean you control the Kyuubi." "Hi," Naruto said cheerfully. "What happened last night, Naruto?" asked Hiruzen. So for the next couple of minutes Naruto explained to them what happened. "I can't believe it," Itachi said. "Incredible," Nico said. "Are you going to tell the council, Hokage-sama?" asked Inu. "I probably should, but it would be better if they didn't know," Hiruzen replied. "I suppose it wouldn't, Hokage-sama. With your permission, I would like to train Naruto." "You don't need to, Inu-san," Naruto said. And why is that, Naruto-kun?" he asked. "Because I've been training myself. Look," Naruto said. He placed his hands in the tiger seal position and said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." And with a puff of smoke a second Naruto appeared. "Wow, you're just full of surprises today, aren't you, Naruto-kun?" "Well done," said Nico-chan. Sorry to interrupt, but Naruto-kun can go home now," Kagome said. "Alright then, thank you, Nurse-san. Naruto, why don't you come to my office so we can talk a bit more about this?" "Okay, Gigi," Naruto said. "Goodbye, Itachi-san, Inu-san," he said. "Thanks for the bear, Nico-chan," he said to her as he went up and hugged her. "We should get going to guys," Inu said. "Ja-any Naruto-kun," he said with a wave. With that, everyone shined out of the room. "Come on then, Naruto-kun." A few minutes later in the Hokage's office, Naruto was explaining to Hiruzen all about his training and where he learned Kage Bunshin. All the while leaving out Minato and Madara, of course. "Yeah, I saw a shinobi practicing it, so I thought I'd try it." That's very interesting, Naruto," Hiruzen said with a smile. "Now, how long have you known about the Kyuubi?" he asked. Naruto was about to answer when there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Hiruzen said. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Hokage-sama," a woman said as she opened the door. "But a woman called Mei Terumi is here to see you." "Ah, yes. Send her and thank you." "Stay here, Naruto, I want to keep talking to you." "Hi-Gigi. Ms. Terumi, it's nice to meet you," Hiruzen said with a smile as a woman entered the room accompanied by 2 men. "Likewise, Hokage-sama," she replied. When Naruto looked at the woman, he couldn't help but think she was, in his words, pretty. Her eyes were light green and she had long brown hair that went down to her ankles. She was wearing a dark blue dress that showed some her sizable bust. Underneath that she was wearing a mesh shirt. She was also wearing a dark blue skirt with mesh leggings underneath. On her feet she was wearing high-heeled sandals and she was wearing knee-high shin guards. "So what can I do for today, Mei?" asked Hiruzen. "Well, I'm sure you are aware of the civil war we are having right now in Kirigakure," Mei said. "Yes, I'm well aware of it, actually," Hiruzen said with curiosity. "Yes, well, we've come to ask you for your help," she replied. "Have you now?" Hiruzen asked. "Forgive me, but the last I heard the Kekkei Genkai side you're leading was losing this war. So why should Konoha help you?" "Because if you don't, that damn Jinchuriki Yagura will win," she said angrily. Jinchuriki, Naruto thought. "I'm sorry, Mei, but Konoha will not help you." "Humph, very well, we will leave," Mei said as she turned around. "I wish I could help you," Naruto said. "Oh, and why is that, little one?" Mei said as she turned back around and faced Naruto. "Well, just because this Yagura man is a Jinchuriki, that doesn't give him the right to try and kill those with Kekkei Genkai," Naruto said with a smile. Mei couldn't help but smile at this. "Do you really think that?" Mei asked. "Hi, I do." Mei smiled even wider as she asked. "What's your name, kid?" "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the next Hokage," he replied with a smile. "You want to become Hokage, huh?" she asked, amused. "Hai, and I'll be the best Hokage ever, believe it," he said. "You sure are a cute one, Naruto-kun," she said with a giggle. "And you're really pretty, Mei-chan," Naruto said with a grin. "You really think so, huh?" she asked. "Hi," Naruto replied. "Well, thank you, Naruto-kun," she said right before bent down and gave him a on the cheek. As Naruto sat there a little stunned over what just happened, Mei turned to the smiling Hokage and said, "Thank you for your time, Hokage-sama, but if you're not going to help us then we should be leaving." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Very well, and for what it's worth I hope your side wins." "Thank you, we will try our best, Hokage-sama." She then turned to Naruto and said, "Goodbye, Naruto-kun," as she gave him another on the cheek. And with that she and the two men accompanying her walked out of the office. As they were leaving, one of the men said, "That kid sure was interesting." "He certainly was. He was also a little too young to know about Kekkei Genkai and Jinchuriki," she said. "I wonder who he is." Back inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen said, "Naruto, I just remembered I'm supposed to go to Sanagekyo tomorrow to discuss the Chunin exams that are being held there with the Kazekage. Do you want to come with me?" "Hi Gigi, I will come with you," Naruto replied. "Excellent, then I will ask Nico-chan and Inakuen to come with us," Hiruzen said. "Really?" "Yada," Naruto shouted excitedly. "So what do you think of Suna, little one?" asked the Kazekage. "I like it, it's awesome," Naruto said. "Haha, I'm glad to hear it," the Kazekage said just as the door to his office, "Ohio Ota-san," a boy Naruto's age said as he came through the door. When Naruto looked at the boy, it looked that he had been crying. He had red hair and green eyes. He was wearing a long-sleeved green/gray turtleneck shirt and black pants and black sandals. "Ohio Gaara, what are you doing here?" the Kazekage asked. The villagers are throwing rocks at me again," Gaara said. "I smell Shikaku all over this little one," Kyubi said in Naruto's mind. "Shikaku?" Naruto asked her. "The bijou kit. The Ichibi no Shikaku to be exact. You see those dark rings around the boy's eyes? Those are signs of insomnia. Even though Shikaku is the weakest bijou, he's a bit, well, crazy. I bet every time that boy tries to sleep he has nightmares, so he stays awake at night." "Were they?" the Kazekage said as Naruto snapped back into reality. "Yes," Gaara said before he started to cry. "Why were they throwing rocks at you?" Naruto asks. Because they think I am a DD demon." "That's enough, Gaara," screamed the Kazekage. "Don't talk about that right now in front of my guests." Sorry Tusan," Gaara said. Interesting, I smell the Kyubi on that kid. Ha 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 ha, it looks like the mighty has fallen just like the rest of us. Musuko, be careful of the blonde one, he's dangerous. You should stay away from him, Shikaku said inside Gaara's mind. Ka-san says I should stay away from you, Gaara says as he looks at Naruto. Ka-san? Everyone except the Kazekage thought, thinking the same thing. Shikaku's crazy, remember, he's probably pretending to be this kid's mother, Kyubi told Naruto. Why should you stay away from him, Gaara? The Kazekage asked, now curious. Tell him I don't like blondes, Shikaku said. Because Ka-san says she doesn't like blondes, Gaara said. Hey! It's not my fault I'm blonde, you know, Naruto said while pouting. Seeing him pout, the woman known as Nico had to suppress the urge to glomp him and scream kawaii, because she thought that was the cutest thing she had seen him do ever since she was ordered by the Hokage to watch over him. He's so cute, she thought. Cough went the Hokage as he saw they were getting off track. I never really liked sand, I just want to get this over with, but not too quickly, I hope. Damn paperwork, Hiruzen thought. Yes, well, let's get down to business, shall we, Kazekage-dano? Hiruzen said. Yes. Gaara, why don't you go and play with your siblings? Okay, too-san. As Gaara turned around and started walking toward the door, he turned around and looked at Naruto and said, It was nice meeting you. It was nice meeting you too, Gaara. Naruto responded with a huge smile on his while he was bouncing up and down on his feet. Kawaii, Nico thought again. With that, Gaara turned and walked out the door. Nico-san, Inu-san, Hiruzen said. Why don't you show Naruto around Suna while the Kazekage and I talk? Hi, Hokage-sama, they replied in unison. Come on, Naruto-kun, let's go, Nico said while taking Naruto's hand in hers. And, like Gaara, they too walked out the door. Later that night, while everyone was sleeping, Naruto was sitting on the roof of the hotel that he and everyone else was staying in. I wonder if all Jinchuriki are treated the same way like Gaara and I. From what I can remember, they are the ones I'm not too sure about are the Hachibi Jinchuriki, since he was the son of the Reikage, and Yagura the Sanbai Jinchuriki and the current Mizukage of Kirigakure. Speaking of Kiri, I really wish I could help them, Naruto said, or rather thought. Me too, but you're too young to do anything about it. I mean, you're only 4 years old, Minato said. A 4-year-old Jinchuriki who can control the power of the Jinchuriki, Not to mention if need be he can use my eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Madara reminded him. Yeah, he's the most powerful 4-year-old in the world. Not to mention the fact that he's not even a shinobi yet. Kyuubi told them. And I still think I should go to Kiri and stop that Yagura guy. Naruto told them. I know you do, but I still say you're too young. Minato said. I say we put it to a vote. Madara said with a smirk. All those in favor of going to Kiri say aye. I/I/I. All but Minato said. Sorry, Blondie, but it looks like we're going to Kiri. Kyuubi said. Then go pack your stuff, we're leaving tonight then. Minato said, a little disappointed. Wait, someone's coming. Kyuubi said. That's when Naruto heard footsteps. When Naruto turned around to see who it was, it turned out to be the ANBU Nico, still wearing full ANBU gear. Naruto-kun, what are you doing up here? It's late. She asked him. I couldn't sleep, so I came up here. Okay, what's on your mind? Do you want to talk about it? Naruto thought for a second. Do you think she would come with us to Kiri? I don't know. It wouldn't hurt to find out though. Madara said. I'd definitely feel a lot better if she did, Minato said. I was thinking about that boy, Gaara from earlier. He said to Nico. You mean the Kazekage's son? She asked as Naruto nodded in response. What about him? Well, did you know that he's a Jinchuriki like me? He asked her. Yeah, I kind of figured that out when he said that they were calling him a demon. She said as remembered what happened earlier that day. Well, thinking of Gaara, he reminded me of another Jinchuriki called Yagura. He said. Wait, do you mean Yagura as in the current Nezukichi? Nico asked, now curious. Naruto just nodded in response. Naruto, how do you know that he's a Jinchuriki? I was in the Hokage's office when the leader of the Kekkai Genkai side of the war came to see Gigi. And she told us. Oh, alright then. Nico said. This is why I'm going to Kiri. He continued. Wait, what do you mean you're going to Kiri? You can't do that. She said, completely shocked. I mean, I'm going to Kiri to stop Yagura and I want you to come with me. What, Naruto? We can't just to go Kiri like that. We need permission from the Hokage, and besides you're too young. Madara, Naruto thought. Yeah, kid, what is it? Sharingano, Naruto ordered, and Madara complied. Naruto looked down and closed his eyes as he said. If you're not coming with me, then I guess I'll just leave now then. He then looked up at Nico and opened his eyes, revealing the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The woman known as Nico was now thoroughly confused and completely shocked. Dijutsu doesn't have a Dijutsu, does he? Were just some of the thoughts that were currently going through her head right now. Now Naruto W what? Was all she could get out. Goodbye Nico-chan, I really wish you would come with me, but I'll be back. He said as started to disappear in a swirl of black. All Nico could do was stand as she started freaking out. What the hell is going on here? Sighed, damn it. Naruto. I have to follow him. Hokage-sama will kill if I don't, she thought as she got out a scroll and brushed to write a note to the Hokage. With that done, she shined to where she hoped Naruto would still be. When Naruto appeared again, he was standing just outside the entrance to the village. Well, this should be fun. Minato said, still disappointed that Naruto was going alone. Yeah, Naruto thought as he started walking. Hey, you can train me along the way. I don't know, I've taught you mostly everything I know apart from Genjutsu, which I'm not very good at, Fuinjutsu, Elemental Manipulation, and the Hiraishin no Jutsu O and the Shunshin. I could teach him Genjutsu, and since he can use the Sharingan, I can teach him a couple of jutsus he will be able to use. Really? That's awesome. Hey Naruto, wait up, huh? He said as turned toward the voice, only to find Nico running toward him. When she reaches him, Naruto asks her. What are you doing here, Nico? With obvious confusion on his face. I'm coming with you, she said. How come? Naruto asks. Because there is no way I could face the Hokage if I let you go alone. Yada! Naruto screamed as he hugged her. Alright Naruto-kun, she said, hugging him back slightly. Let's go, shall we? She said. I'm just going to have to lie to the Hokage. At least this way I can get some answers, she thought. Okay, he said with a big smile on his face as he let go of her and started walking again. He said as he just realized something. What is it, Naruto-kun? Nico asked him as she turned her head to look at him. Well, it's just odd. How do we actually get to Kiri? He asks. Everyone face faults while Kyuubi just chuckles. You mean to tell me you were going to go to Kiri without even knowing the way? She asks. Yep, he said. But now that you're here, you can show me way, he said with a goofy smile on his face. The next morning, back in Suna, Hiruzen and the man known as Inu woke up to find both Naruto and Nico gone. They were currently reading the note that Nico left. Hokage-sama, when you find this note, no doubt you'll find that both I and Naruto-kun are gone. The reason being is that, last night, while you and Inu-san were sleeping, Naruto was talking to me about Jinchuriki and how he wanted to do something about the civil war in Kiri and the Sanbai Jinchuriki, Yagura the Mizukage. He told me he was going there, and before I could stop him, well, I guess he shined. I'll have to explain later. It was then I decided to at least go with him. I did try to convince him not to go, but he wouldn't listen. So we may be gone for a while, Nico-san. Damn it, Naruto, Hiruzen thought. What is he thinking? He's only 4. I mean, sure, he can control all the power of the Kyuubi, but Yagura is a Kage-level shinobi. Inu said. I know, Inu-san, but since they're gone, we can only hope that Nico-san can convince him to come back, or at least keep from doing anything stupid. Hiruzen said sigh. Hopefully she can convince him to come back. If not, then I pray to Kami that she keeps him safe. Hiruzen thought. Time skip. 2 days later, as they were traveling to Kiri, the woman known as Nico decided that because it's just starting to get dark, it would be a good idea if they stopped at the river they came across. Currently Nico was trying to catch some fish, but failing miserably. Damn it! She screamed. Stupid fish, she shouted as she to try again. This is so funny to watch, he thought as he watched her try again. And she definitely looks good with most of her clothes off and covered in water. What do you mean? Naruto asks him. Ahem, Minato interrupts before Madara can answer. Naruto, why don't you go practice your water walking and taijutsu? Confused, he agreed and took off his clothes until he was wearing nothing but his boxers. As he started walking on the water, Nico decided it was time to take a break. When she went to look at Naruto, she saw him standing on the water. Wait, water what? Naruto-kun, how long have you been able to water walk? She asked in surprise. No 4-year-old should be able to do that. For a couple of months now, I guess. He answered, shrugging. Who taught you how to do that? She asked. She never saw anyone training him. In fact, she had never seen him train. What have I been doing while I've been watching him? She asked herself before bringing her attention back to Naruto. No one, I saw this shinobi practicing it once, so I thought I'd try it. He lied. But as far Nico knew, he was telling the truth. Hey Nico-chan, have you caught any fish yet? Naruto asked, deciding to change the subject. No, not yet, stupid fish, she said, looking at the river. As she looked back at Naruto, she looked down and noticed that she could actually see his ribs. Oh my god, even for a 4-year-old, no kid should look like that. He is definitely malnourished. He really needs to eat. She thought. Sigh breaks over, I guess. With that, she went back into the water. Later that night, after Nico had finally managed to catch some fish, they were waiting for them to be cooked. When Naruto finally decided to ask, Hey Nico-chan, can I ask you something? Ask away, Naruto-kun, she said as she turned to look at him. Well, I was just wondering, what's your real name? He asked. Well, I don't really think I can tell you that, she said. Oh, okay, he said, looking down, obviously a little upset that she wouldn't tell him. When Nico saw him get upset, she frowned. What the hell, I suppose I can tell him, she thought. Naruto-kun, my real name is Yuga Yuzuki, she said as Naruto looked up at her and smiled. But please remember that once we are in Kiri and then when we are back in Konoha, when I'm wearing my mask, that you call me Nico. Okay, Yugao-chan, I will remember, he said, still smiling. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she said as she smiled back. Oh, it looks like the fish is ready. She noticed as turned to check on them. She handed one to Naruto and they both started eating, falling into a comfortable silence. While they were eating, a question suddenly popped up in Naruto's head. Hey Yugao-chan, where do babies come from? He asked. Where did that come from? He wondered as he asked. What? Minato screamed as both Madara and Kyuubi both burst out laughing. Ha ha, that's too funny, ha ha. Meanwhile, Yugao was trying to recover from almost choking on her food. Cough cough, what cough, where did that come from, Naruto? She asked. Hee, the Kyuubi told me to ask. He lied. Ahem, well, you're too young to know, sorry, Naruto-kun. Come on, please. If you tell me, I'll tell you a couple of secrets that not even Gigi knows. Well, I would like to know about that digits. I think he hastened. The other hand, I really don't want to mentally scar the kid. But the answers I could get would probably be worth it. Okay, Naruto, but if I tell you, you have to answer the questions I've got for you, okay? She said. Hi, Naruto said. A/N. I'm not going to explain how babies are made. If you don't know how they are made and you want to know, either go ask your parents or try Google. Several excruciating minutes later, and one horrified Naruto. Yugao finally finished explaining how babies are made. Why did I even ask that? He asked. No one in particular. Ha ha ha, I don't know, but that was funny. Okay, Naruto, now that thankfully I'm done, it's time for you to answer my questions, she said. Okay, Naruto replied. Alright, firstly, what was it you did? When you disappeared off the roof of the hotel, should I just tell her everything? He asked. It's up to you. You did promise her you would, even though I wish you hadn't done. But if you do, make sure she promises not to tell anyone, okay? Okay, he replied. Before I tell you, can you promise me something? Depends on what it is I have to promise. She responded. You have to promise me that, with what I tell you, you can't tell anyone else. Seems reasonable. I guess must be something big if he doesn't want anyone to know. She figured. Okay, I promise not tell anyone. Arigato. Well, first off, what do you know about the Kyuubi attack? He asked. Not much, just that it attacked and to stop it the yondaime sealed it inside of you. This could take a while. Naruto said. Okay, well that part is true. But what you don't know is why the Kyuubi attacked Konoha in the first place. You see, the Kyuubi didn't actually want to attack. She was forced to. What do you mean by forced? She interrupted. She was being controlled by someone. Controlled by who? How is that possible? She interrupted again. She was being controlled by Madara Uchiha. And as to the how, he went on before she interrupted. Again. He used one of the powers of his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. BBB, but that's not possible. The Shodaime killed him 80 years ago at the Valley of the End. Everyone knows that. She said. That's what Madara wanted you to think. You see, just after the Shodaime tried to kill him, Madara used his space/time jutsu and placed a dead corpse clone of himself in his place. So it only looked like the Shodaime killed him. He stopped for a few moments to let it all sink in, as Yugao was just sitting there too shocked to say anything. Anyways, back to the story. When the yondaime went to face the Kyuubi, he discovered that Madara was behind it all as he was riding on top of the Kyuubi, and because he told the yondaime he was behind the attack. And when the yondaime went to seal the Kyuubi inside of me, something went wrong. Wrong? You see, the Kyuubi isn't the only one sealed inside of me? What? Yugao screamed. Like I said, something went wrong. And both Madara and the yondaime ended up being sealed inside me along with Kyuubi. Is this a joke, Naruto? Do you really expect me to believe all this? She asked, extremely skeptical. Madara, eyes please. He thought. Sure, kid. What I'm saying is the truth, Yugao-chan. And if you want proof, here it is, he said as Madara activated his Sharingan. Whoa, so wait, that's Madara's Sharingan. Naruto nodded in response. What can you do with it? Definitely curious. Well, there's the space/time jutsu. That's actually what I used on the roof of the hotel. I can use Amaterasu. Seeing the look on her face, he decided to explain. It causes black flames to appear on anything I'm looking at, and they cannot be put out by anything. And there's a few other jutsu that Madara wants to teach me. But I don't know what yet. So he's been training you then? She said, looking at him accusingly. Yeah, he said while rubbing the back of his head, looking sheepish. Kawaii Nico thought, do the best to restrain herself from glomping him. Well, they all have. That's how I learned water walking and everything. Really, what else have they been teaching you? She asked. In response, Naruto raised his right palm facing up and poured chakra into it, causing a bright green sphere to appear in the palm of his hand. Are Rasengan? She gasped. Yep, he said with a smile. How long have you known that for? A couple of months, he responded. Yugao didn't say anything as she looked up at the moon. Amazing. He could easily become the most powerful shinobi in all the nations. That's when an idea struck. Hey Naruto-kun, she said, turning back to him. How would you like me to teach you kenjutsu? Really? She nodded. That's awesome, Yugao-chan. Thank you, he said as he hugged her. All right, Naruto-kun. Now that we finished eating, I think it's time to go to sleep, she said as she stood up and started walking over to her sleeping bag she had previously set up. Hey Naruto, ask her if she has any elemental affinity paper. Minato told him. Okay. Hey Yugao-chan, do you happen to have any elemental affinity paper on you by any chance? He asked. Elemental affinity. Man, those three either want to make extremely strong or they want to kill him. She thought, I suppose I should just say no. But this is getting interesting. I don't know, Naruto-kun, let me check my pack. A minute later she returned. Here you go, Naruto-kun, you're lucky that's the only one I have on me right now, she said, handing the piece of paper to him. Just be careful, okay? Elemental affinity training is a high chunin/jounin level training. I don't even really think you should trying this out until you're older. Hi, arigato Yugao-chan, he said, thanking her. Okay, so now what do I do? He asked. All you have to do is channel your chakra through the paper and it will show you what your elemental affinity is. If the paper slices, that means you have a wind affinity like I did, he said with a smile. If it burns, that means you have a fire affinity, which is common for shinobi in the Leaf Village. If it dampens, that means you have a water affinity. If it crumbles, then you have an earth affinity. and if it crinkles up then that means you have a lightning element. So Naruto did what he was told and channeled chakra through the paper. As soon as he did though, something happened that no one expected. At first the paper sliced itself into 4 squares. The first square crinkled up, and then all 4 squares started burn until Naruto had to drop the square he was still holding. Yugao, who was watching him, was shocked for what felt like the 100th time tonight. TT3 elements. Kami-sama, he's only 4 years old. Who is this kid? She wondered. So I guess I have 3 elements then, Naruto said. It's not really surprising though, is it, not to mention a very powerful fire element, although that probably has something to do with both myself and Kyubi being inside you. Your primary element though is wind. Since that's the one that showed up first, so I think you should start your training with that. What do you think, Minato? Madara said in Naruto's mindscape as he turned toward Minato only to see that the man had fainted. Madara took one last look at Minato before shaking his head and shrugging. I suppose we could start with fire, let's see how that goes. I suggest that when Yugao goes to sleep I'll teach you some jutsu then. Hey, what about me? I need to sleep sometime too, you know. No you don't, kid, at least not really. In case you've forgotten, I have healing abilities, so healing you of your lack of sleep shouldn't be a problem. Really? That's awesome, Naruto replied. Unbelievable, Yugao said, snapping Naruto back to reality. 3 elements. Only highly skilled jounin have 3 elements, and some still only have 2. As she looked at Naruto, still shocked beyond relief. Yawn. We'll talk more tomorrow, Naruto-kun, she said as she stood up and walked to her sleeping bag. As she was getting into it, she said, Good night, Naruto-kun. Go to sleep soon, okay? Okay, good night, Yugao-chan, he said. However, due to wanting to learn a fire jutsu, he didn't want to go to sleep. So instead he stood up and went to go find a quieter place to train, so as not to wake Yugao up. A couple of minutes later Naruto was still walking along the river. Here should be good enough. Now listen closely as I'm not going to repeat myself. He paused to make sure Naruto was paying attention. The jutsu I'm going to teach you is a C-rank jutsu called Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu or Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Now the hand seals are horse, tiger, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Now what I want you to do is fill your lungs with chakra, do the hand seals and then place a ring around your mouth with your index finger. You remember which one that is, don't you? He asked, only to receive a nod from Naruto. Good. So after you've made the ring around your mouth, that is when I want you to exhale. Okay, try it out now. YOSH. He then filled his lungs with chakra. Horse, tiger, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, he thought as he did the hand signs. He made a ring around his mouth and shouted Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Almost immediately he saw a small ball of fire come out his mouth before it turned into smoke and it disappeared. That was pretty good, boy, at least you got some fire. I remember when I first tried it I only got smoke and I was 8 years old at the time. Keep practicing that and I'll try to wake your father up, Madara said, only to roll his eyes when he looked at the still unconscious form of Minato. Yash. My throat is burning a little though, Naruto said. Don't worry about that for now, kid, I'm already healing it, Kyubi said in response. Thanks, Q-chan, Naruto replied with a smile, before he started building up chakra in his lungs. Time skip. 3 days later, Mei Terumi and her 2 bodyguards Ao and Chojuro. Ao was wearing a talisman in each ear with the kanji for a humble form of to hear written on them twice on each side. He was wearing a striped shirt and pants with seemingly the same pattern, with a green robe over them. His blue hair was short at the back and long and spiked up the front. Chojuro was wearing square, black-rimmed glasses connected to what appeared to be headphones, a blue pinstriped shirt and camouflage pattern pants. Also, instead of being on his head, his forehead protector on the front of his holster, which he uses to carry his double-handed sword Hiramakerii. The sword itself is wrapped in bandages, leaving only the double hilt visible. He also has shuriken holsters strapped onto each of his legs. They were walking through the forest just outside of Kiri. They were about to meet with a trusted informant who supposedly had some important regarding Yugura. Are you still sure we can trust this guy, Terumi-sama? Chojuro said. I believe so, Chojuro-kun, she responded with a smile. Well, what if we are wrong? This guy could have brought an ambush along, Chojuro said. What, are you scared, kid? The man known as Ao said, causing said man to glare and the woman to snicker. We're almost there. Even though I trust this man, it wouldn't hurt to keep a lookout and your guard. As the 3 of them walked into a clearing, there was a man already waiting. Upon seeing him, Chojuro asked, Is that him, Mei? It certainly is, Chojuro, she replied. Ohio Eiji-san. Mei said. Ohio Mei-san. The man known as Eiji said. So what's this information you've got from me, Eiji-san? That's when a small smirk graced the man's lips. This didn't go unnoticed by the others. Unfortunately, I've got nothing for you except for this. At that very moment, about 50 shinobi jumped into the clearing and surrounded them. They were all standing there snickering. When one of them shouted, "We have our orders, men, kill them!" Mei was the first to react. She immediately did some hand seals and shouted, "Yotan, Yogen Girobu 1." She opened her mouth and several globs of lava came out of her mouth headed straight for the enemy shinobi, instantly killing 5 of the unlucky ones who didn't even try to get out of the way, as the rest of them dodged out of the way. She took a quick look at Ao and Chojuro and saw that they were holding their own. As she was about to go through more seals, a couple of enemy shinobi came up to, and just as they were about to stab her with their kunai, she pulled out her own and managed to block both before stabbing one, instantly killing him. The other one swung low and tried to get her in the stomach, but luckily she saw it coming and managed to block it with her kunai, and then punched the shinobi in the face. Before he could recover, she stabbed him in the heart. When he fell to the ground, she quickly went through some hand seals and shouted, "Yotan, Yogen Kanketsu-san 2." Instantly, as the name suggests, a geyser made from lava erupted from the ground and advanced into the ground, instantly killing about 10 shinobi. Meanwhile, Ao and Chojuro, although skilled, were struggling to keep so many shinobi from doing them any harm. As more and more shinobi kept trying to stab, kick, or punch them, Chojuro, even though he was highly skilled in kenjutsu, was the first to realize they didn't stand a chance. No matter how talented the 3 of them were, they were most likely going to die. "Masama, we need to get out of here now," was all he could say, as suddenly an ungodly amount of killing intent, ki, washed over the clearing. All the men started to shake and fall onto the hands and knees. Many couldn't take it as they passed out from the pressure. All the others that managed to stay conscious soon started having visions of them dying. What is this? This killing intent, it's so strong it couldn't possibly be human, could it? Mei thought as she trying to pull herself together. That's when she started to hear the screaming. When she looked up, she saw something she didn't think was possible. A little blonde kid with that red chakra, she thought as she witnessed the kid punching one of the shinobi, who went flying backwards and ended up smashing his skull into a tree. He looks like a fox. That's when she noticed a purple-haired woman wearing a mask was quickly killing shinobi left and right. And who's that woman? Whoever she is, I'm thankful they're both here. When the ki died down, Mei noticed that the red chakra that was surrounding the little boy was receding back into his body. When Ao and Chojuro recovered, they quickly ran over to Mei and asked her if she was okay. She responded by saying, "I'm fine, Ao, Chojuro," while grabbing Chojuro's hand and pulling herself up. "That's good. What the hell was that?" Ao asked as he looked over at the blonde kid and the woman. "Whatever it was," she said, shaking head. "I'm sure we are about to find out." "Hey, are you 3 all right?" said the purple-haired woman. "Hi. We are fine," Mei responded, still highly alert. "I wonder if they're friendly or are they a new foe?" "Who are you 2? Mei asked as she looked at the blonde kid. "He looks familiar. I wonder where I've seen him before," she mused. "We are from Konoha," said the purple-haired woman. "Konoha? Why are you all the way out here?" Mei asked. "We've come to help you," said the blonde kid, who was bouncing up and down on his toes. "I hope she remembers me," he thought. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And this," he said, pointing toward the purple-haired woman, "is my friend. You can call her Nico-san." "Nico-san? By the look of her, she's definitely a member of Konoha Anbu. And Naruto Uzumaki. I've heard that name before." Wait, Mei thought, taking another look at the blonde kid, particularly his whisker marks. "I remember now. Naruto Uzumaki, I remember you. You were that kid who wanted to become Hokage," she said with a smile as the blonde kid, now known to her as Naruto, smiled at her and nodded. "Hi, I'm glad you remembered, Mei-chan," he said with a smile. "Hi, now do you 2 mind explaining to us what you're doing here?" "We were told Konoha wasn't going to help us," Mei said as she eyed them suspiciously. "Konoha isn't going to help. Terumi-san," Biko said. "We're not even supposed to be here, but," she said as she looked at Naruto. She pointed at Naruto, "ran off because he wanted to help you, and I didn't really have any other choice but to follow him." "Naruto-kun," Mei said as she looked at him. "Why did you come here? You're only 4 years old. You have no place in a war," Mei said. "That's where you're wrong, Terumi-san. Even if Konoha won't help you, Naruto-kun is all that you will need to win this war. All you have to do is trust us. You'll be amazed at what Naruto-kun can do," Nico said. "You see, he may be only 4 years old, but he's actually rather talented, not to mention powerful," Nico said. Ha ha ha, you're joking, right? This little snot-nosed brat powerful, ha 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 ha. Hey! Naruto shouted. I happen to be a Jinchuriki. Instantly shutting the man up. Well, that explains the chakra and the killing intent, Mei thought. After a few more seconds of awkward silence, and glaring done by Ao and Chojuro, Yugao decided to speak up. Turning her attention to Naruto, she said, Naruto, did you tell them that? Because Nico-chan, I wanted them to know that I came here to beat the Sanbai Jinchuriki. Easily. He finished in his head, TCH. You're just a kid. Yugura has plenty of experience over you and full control of the Sanbai's power. Chojuro said. Ano, who says that I don't have full control of the Kyuubi's power? Naruto asked him. You couldn't possibly have full control of the Kyuubi's power. You're way too young for that. That's where you're wrong, Chojuro-san. I do have full control of Q-chan's power, and I also have a Kekkai Genkai. Even thought he lied about that kind of. They didn't need to know that. This information definitely surprised the three Kiri shinobi. Why you have a Kekkai Genkai? Ao asked. However, it was who answered first. That's not really surprising. Konoha does pride itself on their Kekkai Genkai. Hi, but I don't just have any Kekkai Genkai, I have the Sharingan, he said. Madara, getting the hint, activated the Sharingan, revealing to everyone a fully evolved Sharingan with 3 tomo in each eye. So that's Konoha's famous Sharingan, mused Mei. Okay, so you have a Kekkai Genkai, Chojuro said. That still doesn't prove to us that you have full control of Kyuubi's power. Well, there is only one way to prove to you that I have full control, but I can't do it unless you want to see a 50 feet 9-tailed demon fox running around, Naruto said with a smile. No, I don't, Chojuro responded, his left eye twitching slightly. Is there a place, a little more private, that we could talk? Yugao asked. Of course, Nico-san, was it? Mei asked, only to get a nod in response. Come with us, she said as she turned around and started walking away. A few minutes later they were walking through the forest, and Naruto was having a conversation. I really wish you hadn't told about the Sharingan, Naruto. You know I've told you that a shinobi never reveals all of his secrets, Minato said. I actually think it was a good idea when he showed them that he had a Kekkai Genkai. It showed them that they could trust him at least a little, Madara said. Yeah, I guess you're right, but if Konoha ever found out, we'd be in trouble. And I'm still not sure if I trust Yugao enough not to tell anyone what she knows about us, Minato said. But what if I can get Mei-chan to promise not tell anyone too? Naruto asked. Give it a shot, Naruto, but it probably won't be easy. And remember, she may seem friendly, but you can never trust a shinobi, even if they are your friends, Naruto, Minato said with some degree of seriousness in his voice. Terumi-san! They heard a voice shout. Yugao instantly pulling her katana out and going on guard, when 2 jumped out of 2 of trees surrounding them. Oh hey, Ogura-san, Ichiro-san, did you meet the informant? The man named Ichiro asked. Yes, we did, but it seems he was working for Yugura since it turned out to be an ambush, Mei said. What? Screamed both of the men. Like I said, it was an ambush, and we probably would have died if it weren't for these 2, said, pointing at Naruto and Yugao. They saved our lives, she finished. How did they do that? The man named Gora asked, eyeing Naruto. I don't know, Mei said. But I'll find out when we get back to headquarters. Oh, here we are, she said as she stopped walking when she saw what appeared to be a cave. This cave, Mei explained, is actually a tunnel that leads directly to the rebel headquarters HQ. I will ask that you keep this a secret since no one on Yugura's side knows about this, she said, looking at Yugao and Naruto only to receive a nod from both of them. About 10 minutes later they appeared in a building that had several people walking around, looking at papers. But most of them were training. This is our rebel HQ. Now if you 2 don't mind, she said, looking at Yugao and Naruto, we can go to my office and talk privately. Okay, was all Yugao said as she was still looking around, taking it all in. Meanwhile, Naruto watching those who were training in Kenjutsu. That's what Kenjutsu looks like, Naruto. Watch their movements and their stances, because that's what you will learn one day, Minato said. Naruto gave him a mental nod and focused on their movements before Yugao grabs his hand and says, Come on, Naruto-kun. This way, as she led him into an office and have him in one of the chairs. So, please explain everything from the beginning, Mei said with a smile. What do you want to know first? Naruto asked her. Let's start with you being a Jinchuriki, she said, smiling. Hi. Well, as I told you before, I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, he said as she nodded. The Yondaime Hokage was the one who sealed it inside of me, in order to save the village. He paused. Seeing her nod, he took that as a sign to continue. When I was 4, I was being attacked by some villagers when I met the Kyubi. A few months later, in order to protect myself from the villagers, I asked Kyubi-chan if there was a way for me to control all of power. She told me that there was only one way for me to do it, and I did it. He explained. Mei seemed deep in thought as replayed what she heard in her mind. Attacked by villagers and he was 4 disgusting. He seems to be telling the truth. And like he said earlier, if he were to prove to me that he could control the power of the Kyubi, we'd see a 50 feet 9-tailed fox running around. Okay, Naruto, I believe that you're telling the truth. Naruto smiled in response and started to rub the back of head. KWIABITH women thought, Naruto-chan, Mei said. Do you mind telling me about the Sharingan? Knowing that people with Kekkai Genkai don't really like giving away information on it, even if he is 4 years old. Mei-chan, Naruto said with a frown. I wish I could tell you everything, but all I'm going to tell you is that it's fully evolved. I thought as much, Mei thought. Okay. Naruto, but even if you have all these abilities, do you really think you stand a chance? I mean, Yagura may only be the Sanbai Jinchuriki, but he is the Mizukage. He has not only the power of the Sanbai, but all of the jutsu he knows as well. Mei said. I know, Mei-chan, Naruto said with a smile. I'm counting on it. I'll be able to use my Sharingan to help me out with that. And I know that I may not stand a very good chance against him, but I hope I won't be alone and you will be there with me. And the same goes for you, Nico-san. Of course I'll be there, Naruto-kun, Yugao said. Same goes for me. I wouldn't miss this for the world, Mei said. But before we get to that, have you been training? Mei asked. She really didn't want him to get involved, considering the fact that he's so young. But she could utilize the power of the little Jinchuriki and end the war. Well, she will do whatever it takes to do so. Hi, I have been training for the last couple of months. And I have only just started my elemental training a couple of days ago, he said, sounding excited. Elemental training, huh? What elements do you have? Mei asked. I have 3, wind, fire and lightning, Naruto said. 3? How is that possible? The majority of all jounins don't have 3 elements. For Kami's sake, you're only 4 years old, Mei said, a little exasperated. This kid is like some kind of chibi god or something. Who the hell has been training him? Shaking her head of her thoughts, she asked. So what element are you currently training in? Fire, Naruto responded. Since I've only started training in it about 3 days ago, I've only been able to learn the Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, he said, smiling. But Yugao was a little confused. I've never seen him train, she thought. Then it suddenly clicked. Unless, Naruto, Yugao asked. When we're training I haven't seen you do it. Haha, well, you know how I was always awake before on our way here? He asked, only for Yugao to nod in response. Well, the thing is, I never actually slept. While you were sleeping I was training. Just as I thought. Yugao thought. What else do you know, Naruto? Mei asked. Naruto considered the question for a moment. He had been told that he couldn't reveal everything about him. But to get Mei to trust him, he just had to show off his power just like anything other kid would. As Mei was waiting patiently for him to answer, Naruto just raised his right palm, facing upwards, focused chakra into it. And a split second later there was perfectly formed green sphere in his hand. This is called the Rasengan, Naruto said. It's an A-rank jutsu created by the Yondaime Hokage himself. A little pride evident in his voice. The Rasengan. Interesting. With all I know about him, being a Jinchuriki, having the Sharingan, and now having the very jutsu that the Kiroi Senko used to wipe out half of Iwa's army. If only he was a few years older. Shaking her head of those thoughts, she was about to ask another question. Knocking was heard coming from the door. Enter, Mei said. The door opened to reveal Ao. Sorry to interrupt, Terumi-san, but some of our scouts have returned with information you really need to hear, he said, with a sense urgency added to it. All right, she said as she stood. You too, please come with us. Since you're going to be a part this war, you will need to hear this, Mei said. As they walked out of the office, they noticed that everyone had stopped what they were doing and were all standing there looking at the scouts. As Mei, Naruto, and Yugao walked past everyone, they all noticed that everyone was staring at Naruto and Yugao with curiosity and confusion evident on their faces. All right, everyone, before we hear what the scouts have to say, I would like to introduce you to Naruto Uzumaki, she said, pointing to Naruto, and one of Konohagakura's ANBU members, Nico-san, she said, pointing to Yugao. They are here to help us with the war. The entire room was silent for a few moments before a man decided to ask, "What the hell? He's just a kid, how could he possibly help us?" And suddenly it was like dam broke. Every shouting random questions, accusing Konoha of being ing bastards and stuff like that. It all continued for at least a minute or so before Naruto unleashed his ki that flooded the room, instantly causing everyone to freeze. A few of them even fell to their knees. Naruto continued unleashing his ki for a few moments before Minato told him stop. He instantly stopped, and everyone took deep breaths. Mei was the first to speak. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she told him with a smile, before looking at everyone in the room. "As you can all clearly see," she said, "he is no ordinary child. He is in fact the Kyuubi Jinchuriki." She paused to that piece of information sink in as everyone paled at the news, and she went on. "He also happens to have Konoha's famous Sharingan." When everyone heard that, they were a little relieved. They knew that because he had Kekkei Genkai he was definitely on their side. Although some still had their doubts, seeing as he was a Jinchuriki because Yagura was one as well. One such person decided to voice her thoughts. "How do we know we can trust him? I mean, he may have a Kekkei Genkai, but he's a Jinchuriki just like Yagura," the woman said, many nodding in agreement with her. "I am not," Naruto said with a childlike defiance plastered all over his face. "I'm totally different," he said, waving his arms around in a comical fashion. "I will never be like him. I could never be like him," he said with emphasis on the words could and never. "I may be like him, but I do not like what he is doing, and I will put an end to it," he said. When he finished speaking, everyone had the same thought running through their heads. Such maturity and conviction does not belong to a 4-year-old. "Now then, let's listen to what the scouts have to say, shall we?" Mei said. And then a woman stepped up. Yes, well, as per our assignment, we met up with our informant in the north-west sector of the city. He told us something rather interesting. He told us that when Yagura sent his own scouts to the area where Terumi-sama, Ao, and Chojuro were supposed to be ambushed, he found out that all 50 of his men were completely wiped out. The woman said. Everyone in the room gasped at the news, but everyone remained silent. "You can thank these two for that," Mei said, pointing at Naruto and Yugao. "Our informant also told us that Yagura is gathering all of his shinobi and he plans to attack us in 2 days' time from the southwest," she finished. As Mei looked around the room, no one said anything. They knew that in 2 days' time the war would end. They knew that in 2 days' time they would either live or die. "We should run then," a man at the back yelled out, so everyone could hear him. Everyone in the room gasped and turned toward his direction. Naruto was the first to speak. "No!" Everyone turned back to him. "You should not run. This war needs to end, and as everyone now knows, it will in 2 days' time. If you run now, all of what you have done in the past will have been for nothing," he said. Meanwhile, Yugao was staring at him, while a small blush appeared on her cheeks as a single thought ran through her head. Yoname-sama, if you run, all of your friends and loved ones will die for nothing. In 2 days' time we fight for the survival of not just ourselves but for the survival Kirigakure. In 2 days' time Nico-san and I, from Konoha, will fight alongside all of you. We aren't even supposed to be, but instead of staying with our loved ones, we came here to help our fellow shinobi in their time of need," he said, pausing to take a breather. "In 2 days' time I am willing to sacrifice my very short life and willingly fight alongside Mei-chan in order to bring an end to my fellow Jinchuriki's tyranny. In 2 days' time we will win this war. Believe it," he said, holding a V sign with his fingers and having a goofy smile on his face. For a few moments everyone stayed silent, while they were all thinking the same. Is this kid seriously 4 years old? However, what no one knew was that Minato had been telling him what to say. "Yes, that was a fine speech if I do say so myself," Minato said sheepishly. Yeah, it was, but the staring is starting to annoy me," Naruto told him. As everyone digested everything Naruto had said, they instantly started clapping and cheering. Mei, however, knelt down in front of Naruto and gave him a on his left cheek. This made Naruto go bright red and scratch his cheek with his left index finger, and turn his away in pure embarrassment. This made Mei scream out, "Kawaii," before hugging him. Without realizing it, she had placed Naruto's head right between her D-cups. And thanks to all of the perverted talkings and images of Kyuubi and Madara, that made Naruto's cheeks go from pink to dark red in an instant. Before his world went black. When Naruto woke up a few minutes later, he found himself on a bed. He blinked for a few moments before he remembered why he was there. The heavy blush suddenly returning. "I'll be remembering that moment for a long time," he said to no one in particular, only to get a response. Ha, I think you will. Arghh. Naruto jumped as he looked to see Yugao sitting in a chair looking at him through her mask. The two of you made a lot of men jealous with what you did in there. Including me. No bad Yugao hentai. Bad. Shaking her head of those thoughts, she went on. That was a rather impressive speech you made, Naruto-kun. You actually reminded me of the yandames saying some of the things you did. Really? He said, rubbing the back of his head and smiling sheepishly. Yeah, I guess I did. I mean, my father was the one who was telling me what to say. Immediately realizing what he said, he put his hand over his mouth, as if to stop himself from saying anything else. Damn it, he thought. As all three of them in his mind could only nod in agreement. Why, your father. What do you mean, your father? Yugao said, still trying to process the information Naruto let slip. Why am I so surprised? They do look the same. Realizing he had no other choice, Naruto said. Hi Yugao-chan, my full name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Although if you add the fact that I can use the Sharingan, I'd be Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha. Hi, but technically you're not an Uchiha, so it's just Uzumaki Namikaze. Yugao said. Well, we'll talk about your father later. Right now Mei wants to talk to you. Come on, Naruto-chan, she said, standing up. Naruto blinked for a few moments before realization dawned on his face. She just called me Naruto-chan, he thought, instantly pouting at Yugao. Yugao-chan, he whined as he too stood up. Yugao just laughed as they walked out of the room. A minute later they walked inside of Mei's office, Yugao entering first. Ohio Nico-san, is Naruto-kun awake yet? Mei said as she saw Yugao walk in. Hi, here he is, Yugao said, pointing to Naruto as he walked in. Ohio Naruto-kun, she said with a smile. When Naruto was about to respond, he took one look at her before he remembered what happened and blushed before stuttering. Ohio Mei-chan, causing said woman giggle at his reaction. Now, Mei said, turning serious, when she saw she had them at attention. Tomorrow, we will be heading out to the southwest sector of the village to meet Yagura and his forces. The two of you will be coming with me to meet Yagura, considering you want to fight him as well, Naruto-kun. We leave tomorrow morning. Seeing them nod, she turned to Naruto and spoke. So Naruto-kun, did you like what happened to you earlier? Only for Naruto's face to turn red like a tomato, and Yugao to face fault. Of course I did, Mei-chan. I mean, after all, you are drop-dead gorgeous, he said while inwardly thinking thanks for that one, Madara, only to receive a HN and a mental thumbs up. Now it was Mei's turn to turn beet red. If only he was older, she thought, fighting down her blush. Changing the subject, she said. Now I believe that until tomorrow morning we should all do some training. Seeing them both nod, she said. Naruto-kun, I want you to train with me so that at the very least we can come up with a plan to take out Yagura. I'm sorry, Mei-chan, but I don't really want you getting involved with my fight against Yagura. What? You can't be serious, Naruto, Mei shouted. Why the hell not? She asked. And there better be a good reason. It's simple really, Mei-chan. I think it would be easier to fight with the power of Kyuubi from the start, he said. Even if he is the Mizukage, he can't be as powerful as the Sanbai, so if I use 4 or 5 tails of the Kyuubi, it should be over pretty quickly. And besides, I don't want you or Nico-chan getting hurt when I use my demonic powers, he finished. Both women couldn't help but smile at that. Naruto-kun, we are trained shinobi, we can take care of ourselves, you know. Trained or not, I don't think the two of you should get in the middle of a demonic fight, Naruto said with conviction. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to train my Sharingan, he said as he turned around and walked out the door, leaving two very perplexed women behind. As Naruto made his way back to his room, Madara decided to speak up. Alright boy, since you want me to teach you about the Sharingan, let's start with what my Sharingan can actually do. Now, as you know, there are a few things that my Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, EMS, is capable of doing. For example, you already know the space/time jutsu and Amaterasu. Now there are 2 other things my Sharingan can do. First is a jutsu Tsukuyomi. This jutsu is the most powerful genjutsu in existence. Tsukuyomi requires eye contact to be performed. When executed, the technique traps the target in an illusion that is completely controlled by the user. When you use the technique, you can torture the person all the while changing the perception of time, making the torture last for days when in fact it only lasts a few seconds. Madara pauses to let it sink in. Second is a jutsu called Kamui. By focusing the Manjiki Sharingan on any particular point, you can force that point to collapse in on itself, ultimately sending it into another dimension, he finished. As Madara finished speaking, Naruto had made his way into his room and was currently sitting on his bed, processing all the information that Madara had just told him. Okay, am I going to learn any of them? Naruto asked, getting excited. You're going to learn Kamui. First of all, what we are going to is obviously activate the Sharingan. A few moments later. Okay, done. Now what I want you to do is look at one of the legs on the chair over there and focus on it. When Naruto found the chair with his Sharingan active, he did what he was told and focused on one of the legs. Now what do I do? He asked, still focusing on the chair. Now say Kamui. Madara told him. Kamui, he said. And instantly everything in his vision except the chair suddenly became blurry. As Naruto was focusing on the leg of the chair, a black spot started to appear in his vision, and he saw that everything surrounding the black spot started to merge with the spot in S swirling pattern. That's when Naruto's Sharingan started spinning. When the jutsu ended, Naruto immediately saw that the chair was no longer there. That was Kamui, Madara said cheerfully. Awesome! He shouted out loud. But then something clicked. Hey, where did the chair go? He asked them. I think Mei's hug affected you more than I thought, Madara said, shaking his head. Remember what Madara said, son. When you focus on one point, it and everything within the vicinity will disappear with it. Minato said. Oh yeah, Naruto told them, causing everyone to sweat drop. Knock knock. As Naruto turned toward the door, he heard a woman's voice. Naruto-kun, it's Mei, can I come in? Hi Mei-chan, come on in, Naruto said, walking over to the bed. When Mei came into the room, she noticed that something was out of place. That's interesting, she thought. I could have sworn there was a chair in this room. Shaking her head of these thoughts, she looked at Naruto, who was trying his best to fight down the blush that was creeping its way onto his face. Kawaii, Mei thought. I take it he liked the hug. Shaking her head of those thoughts. Naruto, it's time we do some training, okay? Mei said. Okay Mei-chan, where's Nico-chan? Naruto asked. Oh, she's already doing some kenjutsu training now, Mei said as she walked over to the bed Naruto was sitting on, and sat down beside. For starters, Naruto-kun, can you please give a complete list of all jutsu you know, so I can know what to expect in the fight? Naruto, remember what I've told you, deception is a shinobi's greatest ally, don't tell her everything you know, okay? Minato said. Okay Mei-chan, you already know about the Kyubi, the Rasengan and Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Naruto said. The only other jutsu I know is Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I suppose he is only 4 years old, so he hasn't been training for that long, and besides with the Kyubi, he probably doesn't need to learn much anyway. Well that's good, she said. When something clicked inside her head. How many Kage Bunshin can you do? She asked. Naruto thought for a moment. About 200 of them, he said with a smile. Wow, 200, and that number is only going to grow as he gets older and stronger, Mei thought. Hey, have you tried doing the Rasengan with all those clones at once? 200 clones doing a Rasengan each. Wow, now that I would love to see when we get back to Konoha, Minato said with a goofy grin on his face. Yeah, that would be so cool, Naruto said. No, I haven't done that yet, but that would be awesome, he yelled, throwing his fists into the air. Mei couldn't help but giggle. He may be the strongest kid in all 5 nations, but still a kid, she thought. Okay, let's go do some training like everyone else, okay? Mei said. Hi Mei-chan, Naruto said, getting of the bed. 2 days later. Mizukage-sama. Our scouts tell us that the rebel faction is overpowering us, a man yelled. They don't matter, we will win this, he growled to the man, before turning to another. Any sign of Terumi yet? He asked. Hi Mizukage-sama, she's actually the reason we're being overpowered, along with what seems to be a Konoha shinobi in him. The man trailed off. And a what? Yugura asked impatiently. Well, it seems that there's a 4-year-old boy with them, and he seems to being rather well, You know, for a 4-year-old, hee. The man laughed nervously. A 4-year-old? He asked, disbelieving. Well, if he's on their side, he must have a Kekkei Genkai, but Terumi isn't stupid, is she? Why would she put a child, a 4-year-old no less, on the front lines of a war? I was going to face her anyway, might as well check him out too, and the Konoha shinobi as well. They will make this even harder, he thought to himself. Alright, I'm going out there, he said to his shinobi. You're mine, Terumi. Ha ha ha, he cackled to himself, whilst in his head you can see a chibi version of himself dancing over a dead Mei. Bloodline War frontlines. A few minutes later. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Naruto shouted as a massive ball of fire came out of his mouth, heading directly towards an already wounded Kiri shinobi, instantly killing him. Yotan, Yogen Kenketsusen, Mei said, as a geyser of lava came out of the ground, instantly killing a group of unlucky Kiri shinobi. Terumi-sama, we are overpowering them, but there is still too many of them, Ao shouted to her, as he was defending himself. Ha, we just need to hold them off until Yagura comes, Mei said. Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto shouted, 100 clones popping into existence. YOSH! Guys, let's try this, Naruto told his clones. YOSH! Was the general response, before they all held up their right palms and activated the Rasengan. Everyone in the vicinity, except for Mei, was a little perplexed by the fact that a 4-year-old just summoned 100 clones of himself. But when they saw each and every one of them had a glowing green ball in their hands, well, most of them started to freak out, while the other more battle-experienced ones were just curious. YOSH! I kick you! Naruto yelled as he started running toward the surprised Kirinin, his clones close behind. Rasengan, he yelled as he hit a number of shinobi.I in the leg, completely destroying them. Being 4 years old, he couldn't really hit them high enough to effectively kill them. But that didn't matter, they couldn't move and they would slowly die of blood loss. That's all of them in this area, Mei-sama, Chojuro said. Hi Chojuro-kun, now all we need to do is just need to find Yagura, so we can finally finish this, Mei said. You will die today, Yagura, she thought to herself before she glanced at Naruto, and if I don't kill you he will. Terumi-sama, what do we do now? Ao asked, as everyone was catching a breather. Well, obviously, we need to look for Yagura, Ao-kun, Mei replied. That won't be necessary, Terumi-san, a voice was heard. Everyone in the group turned around to see Yagura standing there with 2 bodyguards. You bloodline freaks have stood in my way for far too long, and today that ends, Yagura said with a cocky smirk. Without even thinking about it, Mei leapt into action, going through a set of hand seals and shouting, Yotan, Yogen Girobu, and several globs of lava came out of her mouth. Yagura saw them coming and immediately jumped out of the way and started going through hand seals of his own. But before he had the chance, Mei came at him with surprising speed and a kunai in her right hand. Before she could strike, Yagura pulled out a kunai of his own in his left hand and defended the strike that was aiming toward his heart, and threw a punch aiming for her face. Before it connected, Mei blocked it with her free hand and swiped at him the kunai that was still in her right hand. Yagura managed to block it with his kunai. He then thrust his right leg up and managed to kick Mei in the chest, causing her to go backwards. Using the momentum gained from the kick, Mei flipped backwards, and when she saw Yagura going through hand seals, she threw her kunai to interrupt the sequence, causing Yagura to deflect it with a kunai he had hidden up his sleeve. With her speed, she jumped back into battle, throwing a punch with her right hand, causing Yagura to block with his right hand and throw a punch with his left, aiming for her jaw. He missed completely though, as Mei crouched down and delivered a spinning kick, causing Yagura to jump and flip backwards. Mei didn't give him any time recover as she jumped toward him, thrusting her right leg out attempting to kick him. She missed however as he managed to duck down in the nick of time, and then jump up, catching her with an uppercut with his left hand, and then gave her a right hook. Using the momentum she gained from the hook, she spun around and tried to deliver a spinning kick to his chest, only for her foot to meet his arms as he put then in an X position to block the kick. But due to the force behind the kick, he ended up being forced backwards. Before he came to a stop, Mei came at him with a kick to his midsection. Yagura managed to knock the kick away and was about to deliver a punch, only for his arm to meet the sharp end of a kunai that ended up cutting him from the wrist to the elbow. After the cut, Mei gave him a punch to the nose, instantly breaking it, causing Yagura to stumble backwards. With his watery eyes and slightly blurred vision, he couldn't react in time to Mei capitalizing on his current state and giving him a hard punch to the jaw. Yagura fell to the ground, spitting out blood and a couple of teeth. Damn it, how is she beating Mei? He thought to himself, starting to think about a way he could beat her. Meanwhile, Mei was standing over him with a smirk on her face as she started to catch her breath. I can't believe this, I am actually beating him at taijutsu at least, and luckily there's no water around so he can't use ninjutsu, so until he uses it I'm fine, she thought to herself with a smile. The smile faltered however as Ki washed over her and she saw Yagura start to transform. Well shit. Use me, Yagura. Use my power to kill this bitch. Use me now! Sanbai screamed. Yagura could only agree with Sanbai. I guess it's the only way, he thought. I will win, Terumi! He screamed as he activated Sanbai's chakra. Oh shit, Mei thought. And Naruto, you're you up? Mei told him, a little shaken up. Oh, okay, Naruto said as he started to freak out. It's alright son, you can do this. Just activate Kyuubi's chakra and you will be fine, Minato said. 4 tails should be enough to beat this fool, Kit, Kyuubi said, doing its best to encourage him. HN. Go boy, show him your power, Madara said. A sense of impending doom came over the now demonic Yagura as Naruto activated Kyuubi's chakra. Damn it! Sanbai screamed to Yagura. I can believe I actually forgot that. What the hell, Sanbai? He's a Jinchuriki, isn't he? Yugura said, only to receive a mental nod from Sanbai. Which one does he hold? Yugura asked, not liking the odds. Kyubi, was the response he got. Nanny! Yugura screamed. And you forgot to mention this, why? You started fighting that Terumi woman. Sanbai answered sheepishly. Well, what the hell do I do now? Yugura growled out. Look, Yugura, the chances are that, since he's so young, the boy is only able to use one tail, like he is now. Sanbai explained. Yugura was slightly happy about that statement. He could definitely handle one tail. That happiness, however, turned to fear as he, along with everyone else, saw the blonde disappear behind a dome of dark red chakra. What everyone saw next shook them to their very core. In the sky was an image of the Kyubi's face, its blood red, slitted eyes looking down at them with pure malice. After a few moments, the fox head shot back down, creating a crater on impact to the ground. When the dome of chakra dissipated, what everyone saw made their skin crawl. Sitting in the crater was a miniature Kyubi with 4 tails violently thrashing through the air. Ha ha ha, that's it, kid. Show that 3-tailed fool who's in charge now. This feels really weird. Naruto said. You'll get used to it, kid. Kyubi told him. If you say so, but what do I do now? Well, right now, even though you don't need to use them, you have a serious amount of speed and power. And as you're doing right now, you can also control your tails, she said with a small growl. Heh, Naruto chuckled. Meanwhile, Yugura was conversing with Sanbai. He's young, you said. He'll only have control over one tail, you said. Yugura said with his left eyebrow twitching comically. Shut it, Wimp, it's impressive, though not really surprising. I guess Kyubi-sama didn't want a weak container, but for one so young to have so much power, there is definitely something special about him. Sanbai mused. I don't really care about that. What the hell do we do now? The Mizukage screamed. Ha ha, what do you mean, what do we do now? We can't do anything, team. The kid is far more powerful than we are. You're on your own with this one, you're as good as dead. Can't say it was nice knowing you. Sanbai said amusedly. And we aren't you helping me? And what do you mean I'm as good as dead? If I die you die and all that crap, right? Right? Yugura asked, confused. Wrong! Sanbai exclaimed. I just said that to make you feel better about your life. Ha ha ha, when you die I will be reborn a few years later. Ha ha ha, Sanbai went on cheerfully. TCH. I need to think of something soon or I'm as good as dead, Yugura thought to himself. If I stay and fight the blonde kid I will die. If I don't use Sanbai's chakra and fight Terumi, there's a 50% chance that I could win, and if I do, then there's still the blonde kid. And if I stay and fight there's no way I can get away, so the only thing I can think of is running, he mused to himself. Before he could even think about taking a step, one of Naruto's tails reached out and grabbed him around the throat, holding him in place. Yugura thought as the tail lifted his demonic form into the air and then slammed him into the ground. After a couple more times, the tail let him go, only for 2 tails to wrap around his ankles and lift him into the air, only to slam him back down. Son of a bitch, Yugura thought as he was repeatedly slammed onto the ground. When he was lifted into air, he expected to be slammed back down, only for a demonic fist to connect to his demonic jaw, instantly breaking it. Naruto threw another punch, hitting him in the chest at the same time him let go of Yugura's ankles, causing said person to fly backwards. When he hit the ground, the momentum caused his body to bounce and roll along the ground for a few meters, until he came to a stop in front of a nearby building. While Yugura was slowly recovering, thanks to Sanbai, everyone had different thoughts going through their minds. While Yugura is taking one hell of a beating, although it looks like the Kyubi is affecting Naruchan's lust for blood, May thought. So this is what it's like to see Jinchuriki fight each other. Can't really say it's entertaining. Of course the Kyubi Jinchuriki will win him. Still, a part of me wishes that this was entertaining to watch. I mean, back in my day, were the thoughts going through Ao's mind, while at the same time May felt a shiver go up her spine when she had the sudden urge to melt Ao's balls off. Kami, I hope Naruto-kun is alright after this basically torturing Yugura. I hope the Kyubi isn't affecting him, no telling what this could be doing to him. Yugao thought. Okay Naruto, it's time to use Baijidama. Kyubi instructed the blonde. Yosage, Naruto exclaimed. Just tell me how to use it. Remember what I told you. Hold your paws out in front of you in an O formation and gather the required positive and negative chakra. No, we don't need too much, you only need to take out one guy, not half of the village. Kyubi explained. When Naruto did as instructed, a small ball of black chakra formed in between his hands. Good work, boy, now go ahead and swallow it. Kyubi went on. UGH, it feels like it's burning my stomach, Naruto said as he swallowed it. Suck it up, kid. It will only last for a few moments. When it stops, you'll feel it come back up. When it does, make sure you're aiming for Yugura or we will have to do this again, although next time it will be on a moving target. When it was time, Naruto could feel the chakra coming up his throat. When it entered his mouth, he felt his cheeks bulge. So he did the only thing he could and opened his mouth. Everyone watched as a Rasengan-sized ball of chakra shot out of his mouth and flew towards the still downed and healing Yugura. The Sanbai Jinchuriki could only watch in horror as the ball came towards him and hit him dead on. The ball didn't stop after it hit Yugura. It continued until it hit the building behind him and completely destroying it. Ha ha, well done, child, that was Baijidama. Even when it's that small, it's still very destructive. Kyubi praised. Yeah, the destruction is awesome. That's why I based the Rasengan after it. Minato said, smiling. And that is one of the reasons why I tried to use Kyubi to destroy the Leaf Village. Madara said with a smirk. Right, well, I'm pretty sure you transform back now, Kit. Even though he was in his three-tailed form, he took a hit from a four-tailed Bijudama, so he's dead, no doubt about it. Kyubi said. That W is awesome. Naruto said out loud as he started turning back to normal. Naruto-kun! Yugao yelled as she ran forward and gave him a bone-crushing hug, placing his head firmly between her sizable bust. You did great, Naruto, she whispered in his ear. Nicely done, kid, Ao said, with Chojuro nodding his head in agreement, not that Naruto could actually see him. I can't believe Yugura is actually dead, Mei said with an ear-to-ear smile on her face. That means the war is finally over. She went on as Yugao finally let go of Naruto so that he could breathe. And I can't believe we actually won, Ao said with a smirk on his face as he saw Mei give Naruto a bone-crushing hug of her own. Yeah, and I can't believe we had to rely on four-year kid from Konoha, a jealous Chojuro said as he saw where Naruto's head was. Well, now we have to go spread the word that it's finally over. There's definitely still fighting going on, Mei said with a small blush as she let go of Naruto. A week of celebration went by and it was time for Naruto and Yugao to go back to Konoha. As the two Leaf Nin were standing at the gates of Kiri surrounded by Mei, Ao and Chojuro, but they weren't looking at them, they were staring wide-eyed at the hundreds of people who had come to say goodbye to them. It's to be expected, Naruto-kun, you helped end the war, they probably think of you as a hero, Minato said. Not bad for a brat, Madara said appraisingly. Naru-chan, Mei said, making Naruto turn his attention to her. I have a gift for you, she said, reaching into her Kage robes. Close your eyes, she instructed. A little confused, Naruto did as he was told. The next moment, as he was wondering what was going on and what the gift was, he suddenly felt something soft press against his forehead and something lightly bouncing off his stomach. He opened his eyes and saw something he did not expect. He was looking right at Mei's impressive cleavage. Damn, that's a nice view, Madara said with a perverse giggle, with Minato nodding in agreement. Naruto, who didn't understand, just filed it away for later. As Mei pulled back, Naruto looked down at the object that was now dangling in front of his stomach. He took hold of it and looked at it inquisitively. It was a small silver, rectangular object that had 4 wavy lines on it. Naruto noticed that it was the same 4 lines that all the shinobi had around the foreheads. It was attached to a silver chain. That's a necklace, Naru-chan, Mei said as she saw the curious look on his face. The next moment, though, she caught slightly off guard as Naruto rushed forward and hugged her. She, however, smiled as she hugged him back. I take it you like the necklace? She questioned as he let her go. He nodded in response before he looked down to take another look at it. I hope to see you again, Naru-chan, Mei said with a sad smile. You will, Mei-chan, believe it, he exclaimed, although it was slightly muffled as his head was suddenly placed in her cleavage. I know how Jinchuriki are treated, Naruto, she whispered in his ear. If you ever want to leave Konoha, you will always be welcome here. You would do well to remember that, boy, just in case, Madara said. Agreeing with Madara, Naruto said. Arigato, Mei-chan, I'll definitely remember that, he said with a smile. It's time to go, Naruto-kun, Yugao said impatiently as she had her arms crossed and was tapping her right foot. Hi, Nico-chan, he said, walking towards her and activating his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan EMS. Ja-eni Mina, Yugao said as she placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, right before they disappeared in a swirl. It only took 2 days for the two of them to get back to Konoha as Naruto continually used his space/time jutsu. Although right now they were wishing it had taken a little longer, because right now they were standing in front of a very pissed-off god of shinobi. What the hell were you two thinking? Screamed a fuming Hokage as he unleashed some ki, making everyone cringe. Strange, the old man thought when he saw that Naruto was unaffected by the ki. What do I say? He asked the 3 residing in his mind who were currently appraising Naruto for not reacting to the ki. Just say what I tell you to say, Madara told him. I just wanted to test my capabilities, old man, Naruto said, making a certain black-haired ANBU member wearing a weasel mask raise his eyebrow. Anger forgotten for the moment, the elderly man had to ask. What do you mean by that, Naruto-kun? The Yonde Mizukage was the Sanbai Jinchurikian now because of me. He's dead. So you killed him? Hiruzen asked, even though it was more of a statement than a question. Hi, was all Naruto said. How do you feel about that? The old man asked. He knew a little about Naruto's training. He didn't know who was training him and he hoped it wasn't the Kyuubi. But if it was, he hoped that the Kyuubi wasn't affecting Naruto too much. How am I supposed to feel, Ann? It's not like he was my first kill, he stated rather bluntly, making everyone in the room flinch. Well, do you feel happy that you killed him? The Sandaime asked. Yes, Naruto replied, making the old man go wide-eyed with shock. I'm happy I killed him, because he had to die. So that all of those people in Kiri who had bloodlines didn't have to suffer anymore. And besides that, I couldn't just let a Jinchuriki get away with what he was doing. I may be 4 years old, but even I know that what was happening had to end. Sigh. Naruto. What you did was wrong, and if you were a shinobi you would be punished accordingly, Hiruzen said. But since I'm not a shinobi, what are you going to do? Naruto asked. I'm not going to do anything, Naruto. I may be angry with you, but I'm proud of you, Hiruzen said with a proud smile on his face. And I'm sure your father would be proud of you too, he thought to himself. If only he knew. Man, because I'm still angry with you, I'm not going to buy you any ramen from Ichiraku's for a month, he said seriously, making everyone in the room sweat drop and Naruto to stare horrified at his surrogate grandfather. Now, as for you, he said, turning to Yugao. Why is it that you didn't drag Naruto-kun back here kicking and screaming? He asked seriously, while inwardly smirking. Oh, how he loved to make his ANBU sweat. WL.IYUSCH Hokage-sama. She stuttered out nervously before Naruto saved her. Heiichi couldn't even if she wanted to, he said, smiling, causing the old man to look at him with a raised eyebrow. Oh, and why is that, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked. Well, if she struggled to catch a couple of fish in a river, how well do you think she would have done trying to catch me in a forest full of Kage-bunshin? Naruto said cheerfully, making everyone snicker slightly and making Yugao flush with embarrassment. Stupid fish, she thought. A week later. For the 7th straight night, Naruto was woken up in the middle of the night because of a nightmare, filled with burning, torture, and killing. Needless to say, Naruto was scared. Calm down, Naruto-kun, it's alright, Minato said. Ha ha ha, no, it won't, ha 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 ha. Kyuubi laughed. Why are you doing this to him? I would have thought he impressed you by now, Minato questioned. He did impress me, and it's simple really, I am bored, Kyuubi stated bluntly. And besides that, do you really think I like being sealed in the miniature you? Kyuubi asked rhetorically. Probably not. But still, Kyuubi, he is only 4, these nightmares will probably scar him for life. Madara paused when he looked at Kyuubi, staring at him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. But I guess you already knew that, he finished with a sweat drop. Ha 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 ha, was Madara's only response. Naruto, Minato said, trying to get the scared and shaking blonde's attention. When he succeeded, he went on. Can you look at the clock for me and tell me what time it is? He inquired. 5:30. The blonde responded as he did so. Okay. Since there's no point in going back to sleep. Ignoring the mumbled. Couldn't even if I wanted to. From Naruto, he went on. Why don't you get changed and we can continue with your katan manipulation? Why not futon? Why, Naruto, seeming to forget about the nightmare and perking up at the idea of learning new jutsu. Futon it is then, Minato said, happy that Naruto seemed to get his attention away from the nightmare. Make sure you actually cut the leaf this time, boy. It's boring, you know, watching you try to do it. Madara mused, making Naruto puff out his cheeks in embarrassment as he was changing. Several minutes later, when Naruto arrived at the training field, he was about to summon his clones when he heard something that Minato a bit scared. Why-oh-sage, who is this most youthful person up at this hour? The voice said, making Naruto wince and cover his ears. When Naruto turned around to see who it was, he didn't expect to see this. It was a man wearing a green and orange outfit. In Naruto's opinion, he also had the biggest eyebrows he had ever seen. Quite frankly, it scared him just as much as his nightmares. I am Naruto. Naruto stuttered. Why-oh-sage Naruto Kyun, I'm glad to see your flames of youth are burning brightly. The strange man said. Well screamed. Thanks, I guess. Naruto stammered, slightly scared. Why-oh-sage, it was an honor meeting such a youthful child. I hope to see you again tomorrow. The man exclaimed before running off. Naruto stared blankly at the spot where the man had been before he asked out loud. Who was that? To no one in particular. Only to receive a response that made him jump out of his skin because he didn't expect one. That was Mato Guy, said a man that appeared behind him. GH, he screeched. When he turned around, he saw someone familiar. Inu-san! He exclaimed before rushing forward and tackling the man. Fortunately for him, Inu was prepared and steadied himself before he hugged the boy back lightly. It's good to see you to Naruto, the man said, pulling Naruto off him. Now, do you mind telling me what you're doing out here at this time in the morning? The silver-haired man asked rather sternly. I had a nightmare and couldn't sleep, so Kyubi thought it would be a good idea if I came out here and trained, he said. Alright. Training, huh? Do you mind if I watch? He curiously asked. You may get bored though. I'm only trying to cut a leaf, Naruto said. Win chakra already. Oh, I have to see this, he thought, looking shocked. Not that Naruto could tell. I see. Well, I may stick around and watch anyway, Inu said, reaching into his pouch and pulling out an orange book. Okay, Naruto said, turning around and putting his hands in a familiar seal. Kage Bunshin Eno Jutsu, he exclaimed before 200 clones appeared in a huge puff of smoke. Alright guys, go grab a leaf and get started, Naruto ordered. YOSH! All 200 copies of him shouted before they went to gather leaves. Remember, Naruto pictured the chakra being sharp like a kunai, Minato reminded him. 200 Kage Bunshin, tree climbing and futon training. I wonder who's been training him. This kid is insane. I'm sure Sensei would be proud though, he thought as he watched the young blonde get to work. 2 hours later, as the sun was starting to come up, Madara saw that Naruto and his clones had managed to cut their respective leaves in halfway down the leaf. So he decided to get Naruto to stop, so that he could practice something else. Naruto, you've done enough on futon. It's time to practice a new Katan Jutsu called Katan Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Flower Jutsu. This jutsu creates a volley of small fireballs that will shoot out of your mouth. The seals for this jutsu are rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, and tiger. Give it a try, Madara explained. Hi, rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger, he thought as he did the hand signs and built up chakra. When Naruto opened his mouth, 2 small balls of fire shot out of his mouth and went about 10 meters before the flames dissipated. You're not using enough chakra, Naruto, Inu chimed in. He still did better than me the first time I did it. I only created 1 fireball, he mused to himself. Nodding in response, Naruto went through the hand seals and built up even more chakra. This time, when performed, 3 fireballs came out of his mouth, but this time they only went 5 meters. Good work, but still not enough. And why don't you use Kage Bunshin for this as well? You obviously know it will make things easier, Inu suggested. How did we forget that? Minato said, making Naruto's sweat drop. Naruto, I'm going to head home. Okay, maybe you should too, so you can rest for a bit and maybe get some sleep, Inu said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The sun is coming up. Maybe we should find somewhere away from prying eyes to train. You know, deception and all that. We don't want people to know just how powerful you are already, Madara said, ignoring the silver-haired man's advice. In that case, I know the perfect place. It's called Training Ground Number 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death, Minato said with a small chuckle at Naruto's expression. Alright then, let's go there, Madara said, and Naruto obeyed, albeit reluctantly, as he started running. Naruto, it's the other way. When Naruto arrived at his destination 10 minutes later, the only he could say was, This place is scary, Naruto said, staring around nervously at the large trees surrounding him. Well, at least it's private, Minato said. Are you sure no one comes in here? Madara asked. Hi, it's called the Forest of Death for a reason, you know. Giant insects, tigers and such. Giant insects, Naruto repeated. Yep, Minato replied. Tigers, yep, Minato smiled, giving Naruto a mental nod. And you really want me to train in here? He questioned. I sure do, Madara chimed in. Really? The blonde asked him. Yes, was Madara's simple reply. Really? Yes, really? Yes, really? Yes, really? Yes, Madara shouted. Before Naruto could continue, Madara decided to change the subject. Well, since you can't exactly practice any Katan jutsus in here, you can go back to cutting damn leaves, Madara said, twitching his eyebrow comically. Hi, Naruto said, smiling, before placing his hands in an all too familiar seal. Kage Bunshin Eno Jutsu, he shouted as 200 clones came into existence. 3 hours of non-stop training later, and Naruto, or rather one of his clones, had finally cut one of the leaves all the way through. Yada! The clone exclaimed before it popped out of existence. When Naruto received the information, he mentally ordered his clones to dissipate. When he did, he forgot to tell them to dissipate in groups. His brain couldn't handle the information and he fainted. The last thing he heard were the words, "GKI." A full minute later, Naruto was woken by a splash of water hitting him in the face. "GH!" he yelped, automatically sitting up and rubbing his eyes to get some of the water out of them. When his vision finally cleared, he saw two women standing there looking at him. One had shoulder-length black hair. She was wearing a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Over this is very broad material which resembles bandages. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages, and she wears the Konoha Hittite on her forehead and regular shinobi sandals. But what caught Naruto's attention were her red eyes. When Naruto turned to the other woman, he saw that she had purple hair that was done up in a ponytail, with a bit of spike to it, to make it resemble a pineapple. She was wearing a mesh shirt that was covered by a tan overcoat. She was wearing a dark orange miniskirt. Her Hittite was around her forehead and standard shinobi sandals. Her outfit was complete with a thick, almost rope-like cord necklace that had a small pendant attached to it which resembled a thong. Unlike the other woman, she had pupilless hazel eyes. He looked at her for a moment before turning back to the other one. Looking at her red eyes, he asked, "Who are you?" while tilting his head sideways. "Kawaii." Both women, though, before the one with red eyes spoke up. "I'm Kurenai Yuhian this," she said, pointing to the purple-haired woman. "Is my friend Anko Mitarashi." Earning a small chuckle from Madara. "What?" Naruto asked him. "Anko Mitarashi used to be Orochimaru's apprentice," he answered, still chuckling. Tuning back in, he realized he had been staring at Kurenai's eyes. "What are you doing here?" he asked her. "That's what we should be asking you. This place is dangerous. Children shouldn't be in here," Kurenai said. "Well, I'm not like normal children, am I?" he asked, causing both women to wince slightly. "And besides," he went on, ignoring their reaction, "I was training. We saw that. The key question is why and why here? I mean, aren't you a little too young to be training, especially in a place like this?" Anko questioned, slightly afraid for the kid. "Hey, I may be 4, but I can take care of myself. And the reason why I'm training in here is because I didn't want people to know I was training," he told her, before turning back to Kurenai and staring at her eyes. "Fair enough, Blondie," Anko said. "Naruto, if you don't mind my asking," Kurenai said in a polite tone, "who's training you? I mean, there's no way you learned Kage Bunshin all by yourself." "Actually, I am training myself. I saw a Chunin practice it once, so I thought I'd try it," Naruto lied, but they didn't know that. "I'm surprised you were actually able to do it, let alone not kill yourself," Anko said. "Well, it wasn't dangerous for me. I do have Jounin level chakra after all," Naruto stated proudly. "It's probably got something to do with the QB," both women thought. "How many Kage Bunshin can you make?" Kurenai asked. "Right now 200. He said, causing both women to blink olishly at the small blonde. 200? You definitely have higher chakra than that of a Jounin. I'd say you have at least Kage level chakra," Anko said, impressed. "Ah, try QB level chakra," Naruto stated nonchalantly. "Nani?" both women screeched. Why you know about T the KQB? Kurenai asked, stuttering. She definitely didn't expect that. "Hi, when did you find out about it?" Anko asked him. "On my birthday, when I got attacked by the villagers," he stated rather darkly before he went back to staring at Kurenai's eyes. Damn villagers first mean now him, Anko thought. "You seem to be doing well now though," Kurenai said. "Yeah, QB healed me straight away," Naruto said, a little upset as he remembered the attack. Kama 4 years old and to go through something like that, Kurenai thought. "But since then, I've been training so I can protect myself," he went on. "Smart move," Anko stated. "HN," was all he said. "Hey, what are you two doing in here anyway?" he asked, changing the subject, causing Anko to smile and Kurenai to turn as red as a tomato. "WL," Kurenai stuttered, but Anko saved. Well, me and Nai-chan were going to have some fun," the purple-haired woman said with a cheeky smile before she appeared behind Kurenai and pinched her ass, making said woman let out an EP. Naruto didn't know what was going on, but with all the giggling going on in his head he decided not to ask, so all he did was tilt his head sideways. "Anko-chan, please, not in front of Naruto," Kurenai said, blushing, making Anko pout cutely. Before Anko could say anything, both women heard a loud grumbling sound. Turning to look at Naruto, they saw him scratching the back of head and smiling embarrassingly, making both women giggle at his expression. Hee, I should go get breakfast," he said, standing up. "I'll see you two later," he finished just before he ran off, leaving the two women standing there. "So Nai-chan," Anko said, turning toward Kurenai, "are you ready to have some fun?" she asked, purring as she wrapped her arms around her friend. Pant, that was," Amazing Nai-chan. Anko managed to say as she broke the pant. I think we should go back to my apartment. And take a shower, what do you think? She asked the still panty-clad Kurenai. Sounds like fun, she said before Anko. When they separated, they quickly grabbed their clothes and out them on before using Shunshin to leave the forest. A year had passed, Naruto was now 5. He still trained every day, he had successfully learned Hosenka no Jutsu. He had even learned a couple more Katan Jutsus, his favorite one being Katan, Goryoka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Great Dragon Flame Jutsu. He was doing so well in fact that Itachi had taken to training him. The first thing he taught Naruto was the Bunshin Daibakuha, Clone Great Explosion, and given Naruto's ability to create a couple of hundred clones, he thought it was an excellent idea. He then decided to teach Naruto his very own clone technique, Karasa Bunshin no Jutsu, Crow Clone Technique. Aside from the clone jutsus that Itachi taught him, Minato had taught him a couple of futon jutsus after Naruto had finished cutting a waterfall, that is. His favorite ones for the time being were futon, Kami Orosher, Wind Release, Godly Wind from the Mountain, and futon, Kamikaze, Wind Release, Hair Wind. Minato had even taught him a couple of Right-un Jutsu, Right-un, Reiku Oanami, Lightning Release, Lightning Surge, and Right-un, Raikyu, Lightning Release, Lightning Ball. He had even tried to learn Genjutsu when Kurenai had offered, but so far, thanks to his insane chakra level, he had no such luck. Kurenai had told him that Genjutsu needed a high amount chakra control, something that Naruto may never be able to achieve, but that didn't keep him from trying. His favorite jutsu by far was one that Madara had taught him. Megura Tataki no Jutsu, Whack-a-Mole Jutsu, the variation of Doton, Mogurigaku no Jutsu, Earth Release, Hiding like a Mole technique. His relationship with Kyuubi, though, was basically non-existent. The nightmares kept coming and Naruto had gotten so scared to point that he hadn't slept once in 1 year. But surprisingly, thanks to Kyuubi, he hadn't minded though, to him. It meant more training. Right now, Naruto was taking a break and was currently sitting on a swing having a conversation with those in his head. You should go talk to Hiruzen and see if he can enroll you into the academy next year, Minato told him. If you say so too, San. Naruto replied with a bored tone. You know boy, the academy might do you some good, you need to stop training so much, Madara said. Going to the academy won't stop me from training, in case you've forgotten, I don't sleep, Naruto stated, still with a bored tone. Get over it, kid, you like training and power, not sleeping is getting you both, Kyuubi said with a dry tone. Whatever, Fuzzy, Naruto replied before getting off the swing. Talk to the old man, alright then, he said before using Shunshin to appear in front of the door to the Hokage's office. Not even bothering to knock on the door, he opened it and went inside. The first thing he saw was 3 people standing in front of his desk. The man on the left had dark brown hair, and he was wearing a black and navy blue hakama, with a black Matsuki kimono over the top of it, but instead of a family crest it had the symbol of Kumogakure on the back. He was wearing a pair of white socks and a pair of traditional black geta. The man standing in the middle had dark skin with a muscular build. He was wearing a white flak jacket with one strap on his left shoulder showing his arms and shoulders with red rope tied around his waist. He was wearing white shin guards and on his feet he was wearing a pair of white shinobi sandals and a white scarf on his neck. He had white hair and a white goatee. On his left cheek he had a tattoo of a bull's horn and on his right shoulder was the kanji for iron on it. On his forehead was a white Hittite with the Kumogakure symbol on it. On his back, 7 swords were strapped to it. Standing next him, on the right was a woman with long, blonde hair and a braided ponytail that was bound with bandages. She was wearing short-sleeved black and purple blouse, black pants. On her hands purple fingerless gloves and a chain of white beads wound around her left hand and a pair of black shinobi sandals. On her forehead she wore a Hittite with the Kumogakure symbol on it. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs as well as a red belt around her waist. The man in the middle smells like Hachibi and the woman on the right smells like Nibi, Kyuubi said. Jinchuriki, was all he said as he stared at the dark-skinned man. Hey kid, can't you see that we're in the middle of something here? The man on the left said. Can't you see I don't care? Naruto responded, glaring at the man. Naruto-kun, we are in the middle of something here. These people from Kumogakure are here for a peace treaty, Hiruzen said, giving the blonde an annoyed look. A peace treaty? Naruto questioned. So why are there 2 Jinchuriki here? Making the 2 stiffen noticeably. How did you know that they were Jinchuriki? The now nervous man on the left asked. Was all he said to the man before turning to the old man. Gigi want to join the academy next year, so can you enroll me please? He asked with a smile on his face. Mock Naruto-kun, if that's what you want, I will remember to enroll you later. His surrogate grandfather replied. YOSH! The blonde exclaimed before returning his face to a bored expression. I'll talk to you later, old man. Naruto said just as he looked at the two Jinchuriki before turning around and walking out the office. Strange kid, it seems that Kyubi-chan is messing with him. You saw the dark rings around his eyes be signs of insomnia. Hachibi told his host, getting a mental nod in response. Per Yujuto, that kid already has a powerful aura around him. When he's older you should definitely come back here so you can ride high, Nibby. Yujuto mentally screamed, trying to fight down the blush that was starting to appear her face. Yo Ado, what do we do now? We have our order. We have to get a Hyuga across the border. I told you not to call me Tan. Besides, it took you a couple of decades to control all 8 of my tails, so I highly doubt that kid, even with QB sealed inside of him, that he has control over 9 tails, so if it comes down to it you can beat him, or kidnap him. Either way you should be careful. There's something strange about that kid I can't quite put my tails on. Hachibi stated with a bored tone before going to sleep, leaving B to think about things alone. Are you going to train more today, Naruto? Minato asked as Naruto was walking down a street that led to his usual. Yeah, maybe later, but right now I am just going to sit under that huge tree that's next to the training field, and try to come up with a way to deal with the Jinchuriki, if they try something. Naruto answered. Good idea, TCH, you know what's going to happen, Kit. You'll end up having to use all my power against the Hachibi, and even you or Hachibi's host don't use your respective bija, he'll kill you for sure. Kyubi stated smugly. Why do you say that, Fuzzy? Naruto inquired. I told you not to call me that, baka. Kyubi roared before Minato chimed in. Experienced Naruto, no matter how much training you have done in the last year, he's still far more experienced than you. He stated just as Naruto entered the training field and went toward the tree. As he was sitting there, he realized that they were right. Really, his only shot was to use 9 tails against Hachibi. You know, that may not be the only way to beat him, Madara implied. Huh? Naruto intelligently asked. There's a Sharingan jutsu I have yet to teach you, Madara told him. Hearing this, Naruto instantly perked up. Really, what is it? Naruto asked. It's a mind-control jutsu called Koto Amatsukami, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. It's the most powerful genjutsu of the Manjikyu Sharingan. It allows the user to control the mind of their opponent without them even noticing they are being manipulated, Madara stated. But I can't do genjutsu, you know that. Naruto reminded him. Yes, I know that, boy. But like I said, it's the most powerful genjutsu of the Sharingan, therefore all you need to use is the Manjikyu. But unfortunately there's no one to test it on right now, Madara informed his host. Of course, given your previous experience with the Sharingan, it should be rather easy, he finished. I thought you didn't want people to know that I had the Sharingan, Naruto stated. Yeah, I don't, Madara said sheepishly, causing Naruto to sweat drop. Now that you mention it though, I do have an idea. This idea better be good, not like the last time, where you convinced him to sneak into the Hyuga compound and steal Hayashi's underwear and throw them all around the village, Minato said with a deadpan expression. Ha, it is, I assure you. I think you need to wear a mask, Madara stated, chuckling at the memory of the expression on the Hyuga's face. What kind of mask? Minato asked before Naruto could. Madara hummed, thinking for a few moments. Aha! I think I have the perfect one. Now we just need to find it. How am I supposed to get a mask when I get thrown out of stores? There's a store we haven't tried yet, Minato said, thinking about it. It's called the Higurashi Weapons Store. Seeing that Naruto wasn't going to respond, he continued. The man who owns the store was a friend of mine, so there is a chance that he won't throw you out like all the others. There's only one way to find out, Madara stated, causing Naruto to grumble slightly as he stood up. Let's go, Naruto, Minato stated. So no training then? The 5-year-old said with a bored tone. For now, no. And I think it's about time to make some friends your age other than Sasuke, Minato said as Naruto started walking. Well, I don't, the smaller blonde retorted. Why do you hang around the Uchiha anyway? Madara asked. Mikoto-chan is a nice person. I like being around her, and it was your idea to get Itachi Nizan to train me, remember? Naruto stated. You are pretty smitten with Mikoto, aren't you? I can't wait to see what happens when you get older, Minato said with a perverse giggle. You do remember she's married, right? Madara's sweat dropped. Whatever, Minato replied sheepishly. Speaking of Uchiha, I'm having dinner with them tonight, aren't I? Naruto asked. Yes, you are, Naruto, Minato answered. And while you're there, It would be a good idea to see if you can find out more about the peace treaty with Cloud," he said with Madara nodding in agreement. "Yeah, it's either that or he's going to be staring at the Uchiha all night." Kyuubi snickered, causing Minato and Madara go into a fit of perverse giggles. Roughly 10 minutes later, Minato told Naruto that the store was just up ahead. "And there it is, Naruto," Minato said as Naruto had reached a building that had a big green sign above the entrance saying Higurashi Weapons in big gold letters. "You think?" Madara stated with a deadpan expression as he saw the sign. As Naruto walked in the door, he was amazed as he saw weapons, and more weapons. He saw katanas, bow staffs, kunai, saban needles, and plenty more. "The mask should be up the back, Naruto," Minato said, breaking the smaller blonde out of his reverie. As Naruto made his way to the back of the store, he passed shelves that were full of shinobi clothes. When he passed one aisle, he saw a girl walking down it heading towards him. When she saw him, she paused for a moment before she yelled out, "Two-san, we have a customer!" Naruto looked at her for a moment before he continued walking until he finally reached the masks. He saw some dark blue and black masks that would cover the mouth and nose. He saw others that reminded him of Konoha's ANBU. He even saw a few that covered the whole face except for one eye. A couple of them were designed like a swirl that ended at the uncovered eye. Naruto thought they looked quite funny. "That orange one with the swirl is the one I want you to get," Madara said, smirking. "Nani? Why would I get that one?" Naruto asked, completely stunned. "It looks ridiculous, Madara," Minato said, looking at said man like he had grown two heads. "Sure it does, but that's one reason why I want you to get it," Madara said with a serious voice before he started laughing. "My guess is that it's all about deception, Naruto. No one would really take you seriously if you were wearing a mask like that," Minato said after thinking about for a moment. Naruto was about to respond when a man appeared behind him. "Hey kid! Are you lost or something? This is a store for shinobi, not kids." As Naruto turned around, the man gasped. "Uzumaki," the man mumbled. "What can I do for you today?" he said, putting a smile on his face. Slightly stunned, Naruto responded. I was wondering if I could buy this mask," he said, pointing toward the orange one with a swirl. Blinking at the boy for a moment, he looked to the mask that was being pointed out and gawked slightly. He had had that mask since he had opened the store, and no one had ever wanted to buy it, and he couldn't blame them at all. He considered talking the boy out of wanting it, but decided against it since he was finally going to get rid of it. Putting a beaming smile on his face, he quickly took the mask off the shelf and practically dragged the blonde back to the front of the store until they reached the register. "That will be 50 yen," the man said, wondering if the boy actually had the money to buy it. But when the boy pulled out his frog wallet and pulled out the money, the man smiled again. As Naruto handed the man the necessary money, a small bell rang signaling the door had just opened. When both of them turned to look at who came in, Naruto narrowed his eyes while the other welcomed them to the store. "HN, it's the Jinchuriki," Naruto stated. When the two entered and saw Naruto, one smiled and waved slightly, while the other seemed to stare at him before turning to one of the aisles and walked toward it, with the female following close behind. Naruto gave them one last glance before he slipped on his new mask and walked outside. Later that night, as Naruto was walking home after having dinner with Sasuke and his family, he was going over what Mikoto and Fugaku had said about the peace treaty. According to his father, it was just like every other peace treaty Konoha had. Brand new trade routes, more missions, more money, better economy. All the stuff that a 5-year-old doesn't know or care about. As he was making his way through alleyways to avoid all the drunks that want to kill him, he started hearing voices. "Well, that was a little easy. Our first day in this damn village, and we've already managed to kidnap a Hyuga," a male voice said, making Naruto's eyes go wide. "Naruto, get over there now," Minato ordered. "HN, it's probably the Cloud Nin from earlier today," Madara stated as Naruto made his way over to the voices. As he was getting closer and closer to where the voices were coming from, Kyuubi decided to speak up. "It's definitely the Cloud Nin. I can already feel Hachibi-kun's and Nibi-chan's presence from here," she said, causing Naruto to release some ki that covered the entire area. What the hell is that?" the same voice from before screamed. "I have a bad feeling about this," a female voice said. As Naruto turned a corner, he came across the 3 Kumo-nin, trying to hold themselves up. The Nibi Jinchuriki was on her hands and knees, struggling to keep herself upright, whereas the Hachibi Jinchuriki was only down on one knee and breathing deeply. The 3rd Kumo-nin, however, was face down on the ground, eyes wide and struggling to breathe. Naruto noticed that he was carrying something on his back. When Naruto took a closer look, he saw that what was being carried had dark blue hair. the Hyuga thought as he immediately stopped his ki, making the two Jinchuriki let out sighs of relief. What are you two doing? Naruto growled to both Kumo Jinchuriki. What does it look like, brat? The female replied with a smirk. It looks to me like I should kill the three of you for kidnapping a Hyuga. Naruto said bluntly. Ha ha ha, don't make us laugh, kid, you may be a Jinchuriki like us, but there is no way you stand a chance against two of us. The blonde female retorted. You really think so? He said before his one uncovered eye became visible in darkness by glowing a slightly dark red color that showed off the black slitted pupil. Did you ever stop to consider the fact that maybe the most powerful bijou in existence didn't want a weak container? Naruto asked them with a hidden smirk. Yo, Eito, I thought that if a Jinchuriki died the bijou would just be reborn again later. Do you really think that Naino would help her container, especially one so young? B asked his bijou. While it does seem unusual for Kyubi-chan do something like that, I believe she would. You know how Jinchuriki other than yourself are treated. Hachibi said, making the man glance at Blonde standing next to him for a moment. I know I asked you earlier, but do you think the kid has control over all 9 tails? B asked, turning back to look at mask-wearing Blonde in front of him. Truthfully I have no idea. While he is young, it's like he asked you earlier. Do you really think Kyubi would want a weak container, even if he is young? Hachibi questioned, although it was more of a statement rather than a question. Meanwhile, Yujito was having a not similar conversation with Nibi. Come on, kitten. ***. Just picture him older and tied down to your bed with you riding his long, thick coat. Nibi Yujito flushed. This is serious situation here. What should we do? She asked the demon. Sigh. Look, kitten, I doubt the kid has full control over Kyubi-chan's powers. But I wouldn't take the risk of fighting him right now, not after that ki he released, which no doubt alerted a few shinobi who are probably on their way right now. Why shouldn't I fight him? And I can take on a few shinobi, you know. Yujito questioned. Maybe because you don't know how powerful he is. He may or may not have full control of Kyubi's power, and he may or may not have control over more than 2 tails. So B and Chibi-kun will have a better chance, and that's if they fight anyway, which I don't think they will. Nibi explained. And besides all that, there's something strange about him that I can't quite put my paws on. What do you mean by that? Yujito asked. I'm not sure, it's probably nothing, just be careful around him, Yujito. Nibi pleaded with her host. Are you two going to stand there all night talking to them, or can I have some fun now? Naruto asked his Kumo counterparts with a dark tone, causing shivers to up all 3 Kumo nin's spines. There will be no need for you to be fighting, Naruto-kun, a voice said from behind Naruto, making all 4 of them look toward the man it came from, with only one having instant recognition written on his face even though you couldn't see it. Weasel-san! The 5-year-old exclaimed. Oh heyo, Naruto-kun, and I are glad you remembered to use my Kodanama this time. The man said, making the blonde rub the back of his head sheepishly. And thanks to you, my job tonight definitely got a lot easier. The man went on, making Naruto cock his head sideways in confusion. Seeing this, the weasel mask-wearing ANBU elaborated. We were told that the young heiress to the Hyuga clan had gone missing. He said, making the Kumo nin's eyes go wide. At the same time, several ANBUs suddenly appeared around them. And with a Kumo nin who had just left the Hyuga compound 20 minutes ago without his ANBU escorts, well, as you can see, Hokage was right when he ordered us to look for you. He finished with a blunt tone. Hand over the girl now, and I promise you that you 3 will only get hurt a little bit, said an ANBU with a familiar dog mask. Inu-san, the white-haired guy, and the blonde girl had nothing to do with it. Naruto lied, making both Kumo nin look at him surprisingly before quickly schooling their emotions. How do you know that, Uzumaki? Inu said. I know, because they were with me before we got here, and they had no idea what that guy was doing with the Hyuga girl. He lied smoothly. Yo, can you believe this kid Ado? Why is lying for us? B asked, surprised. How am I supposed to know? It may be because you and Yujito are Jinchuriki like him, Hachibi said in response. Good kid, Nibi stated. Why is he covering for us? We're enemy shinobi. It doesn't make sense. Yujito asked. Who cares, kitten? He's saving your ass, so just go with it. Nibi answered before yawning. I suppose that is possible. I'll tell you what, let's go to Hokage-sama and see what he thinks. But they will probably be detained and sent to Ibiki for questioning, Inu said, making all the ANBU in the area shiver slightly. What will happen to them after that? Naruto asked the silvered-haired man with a curious tone. Well, if what you said is true and they really had nothing to do with it, I suppose they will be sent out of the village. But if they are found guilty of kidnapping the heiress, then I suppose they will be executed, he explained. Well, let's go to Hokage-sama first, the man known as Weasel said before he made the dark brown-haired man hand over the Hyuga girl. Hi! All A and BU in the area responded, before everyone including Naruto-shun shined away, only to appear inside the Hokage's office a few moments later. "Hokage-sama, we have located the heiress." Weasel bowed before looking up and seeing a relieved and angry Hayashi Hyuga standing in front of him. "She was in the process of being kidnapped by the Kumo-nin." He went on, ignoring the ki coming off both the Hyuga clan head and the Hokage. "If it weren't for Uzumaki alerting us to his location, we may not have found them this quick." "Please explain what you mean by that, Weasel-san." "We were searching the alleyways that led away from Hyuga and Uchiha compound, sir, when we felt some ki wash over the area. I recognized it as Uzumaki's, so I ordered that we investigate immediately." Weasel paused to take a breath. "When we arrived at Uzumaki's location, we saw that he was standing in front of the Cloud-nin, seeming to stall them," he finished. "Hi, the same goes for me and my squad, Hokage-sama," Inu said, getting a nod from the old man in response. "It has also come to our attention that these two," Weasel said, pointing to B and Yujito, "had no idea what he had been doing." He finished by pointing at the brown-haired man. "How so?" the old man questioned. "They were with me, Gigi," Naruto said, making Hiruzen look at the orange mask-wearing blonde with a frown. "Show some respect, boy," a man shouted, getting murmurs of agreement all around. "Enough," said a slightly annoyed Hokage. "And who might you be?" asked a slightly confused Hiruzen. "Only Naruto calls me Gigi," he thought to himself. "Who else calls you Gigi? It's me, Naruto, believe it!" the blonde exclaimed, slightly causing the old man to confirm his thoughts. Naruto, do you mind explaining what these two were doing with you?" the old man asked, taking a puff from his pipe. We were talking to each other about certain things before we ran into that guy," Naruto said, bluntly pointing at the brown-haired man who, by now, was sweating bullets. "Certain things? Well, I guess I can believe what he's saying, and it's not like Naruto to lie to me, especially about something like this." Although this morning he did say that they were Jinchuriki, the old man thought to himself. Maybe he is just covering for them because they're the same. But he did kill Yagura a year ago, so maybe. "Alright, Naruto, I believe you. Those two will be escorted out of the village tomorrow morning," the Sandaime said with a smile, choosing to believe the young blonde. Meanwhile, all three Jinchuriki let out a breath they had all been holding, and everyone else in the room to look at the old man disbelievingly. You cannot be serious, Hokage-sama. They tried to kidnap my daughter. They must all be punished for this," Hayashi yelled. "I am quite serious, Hyuga-san. They will leave the village tomorrow morning, whereas Takashi-san here will be taken care of accordingly," the aged Hokage said, adding emphasis on the san, effectively telling Hayashi who was in charge. The next morning, B and Yujito were currently jumping through the trees of the forest surrounding the village they had just been thrown out of, at a fast pace. "You know, B, I still can't believe that blonde kid covered for us like that," Yujito said, only getting a nod in response. He couldn't really believe it either. They were saved by a 5-year-old, a Jinchuriki, but a 5-year-old nonetheless. An hour later, when they were a considerable distance away from Konoha, they decided to stop, not because they were tired, far from it actually. They decided to stop so that they could come up with a plausible excuse that hopefully the Sandaime Reikage would buy. "So what do you think? Should we tell him that Takashi tried to kidnap an Uchiha first, but ended up being killed in the process, and that we didn't have time to try and kidnap a Hyuga because the village was on high alert, so we had to get out of there?" Yujito suggested. Her fellow Jinchuriki was about to respond when, "There you two are," they heard a voice say. As they turned around and immediately got into defense positions, they both realized who it was. "It's just you, Blondie," Yujito mused, not letting down her guard when something suddenly clicked inside her mind. "How come we didn't sense you until you spoke?" she asked, causing Hachibi's container to lift his left eyebrow up in curiosity. "I'm awesome like that," he responded with a shrug. "And you're also pretty arrogant for a snot-nosed brat," Yujito retorted with her right eyebrow twitching rather comically. God, she hated kids. "Listen, kitty," Naruto said, causing Yujito to growl. "You should be a little more grateful that I saved one of your 9 lives." He joked slightly, which caused Yujito to flush with anger. The two of you have probably wondered how powerful I am, yes?" he asked, changing the subject, receiving nods in return. "Well, I'll tell you this, I have enough power to kill you right now, with or without Kyuubi's chakra," Naruto told them. If one were to take off his mask right now, they would see a big smirk plastered on his face as he saw the scared and unbelieving looks that were on their faces right now. "Oh, and just so you know, it wouldn't be the first time I've killed a Jinchuriki," he casually said, making both Cloud Nin's eyes bug out. Before they could ask about it, Naruto went on. "You two owe me for what I did in the village in one day." He paused for effect, activating the EMS, and somehow making it glow a dark red, making visible to Cloud Nin before he disappeared in a swirl. "I will collect." his lingering voice said with a slightly demonic tone to it. Chapter 4. Naruto was bored. He was currently sitting in his classroom listening to his sensei drone on about how great the Yondaime Hokage was. He already knew all about this. After all, his father was the Yondaime, and did help that the Yondaime was currently sealed inside of him. Not that anyone save 2 people knew that. He had given up listening to his sensei a while ago and was now looking around the classroom at some of the other students. He was debating with his father who he should make friends with. All he had was Sasuke, who he was sitting next to. As he looked around the classroom, he saw Shikamaru Nara. He has fairly long jet black hair tied in a spiky ponytail, brown eyes. He was wearing a green-lined mesh shirt under a short-sleeved gray jacket that has green edges, a pair of brown pants, and a pair of blue sandals. According to his father, the male Nara clan members are all lazy, but they are incredibly smart. However, you couldn't really prove that right now since he was currently sleeping at his desk. Sitting next to him was his best friend Choji Akimichi. He has brown hair, 2 swirls like marks on his cheeks. He is wearing brown shorts, a rather long white scarf that is currently wrapped around his neck, a short-sleeved green jacket over a white shirt with the kanji for food on it, and his legs and forearms are wrapped in bandages. He's a large boy which, as he found out from his father, is a necessity in his clan to perform their techniques since they convert their calories into chakra. According to his father, anyone who calls an Akimichi fat usually winds up in the hospital. As he looked one desk down, he saw a blonde girl by the name of Aino Yamanaka. She has green eyes. Her was in a ponytail with bangs covering the right side of her face. She was wearing a short purple vest-like blouse with a raised collar, a skirt that was cut off on the sides, and she had bandages strapped to her stomach and legs with white elbow warmers with purple on the edges. They had only been in the academy for 2 months now, and Naruto didn't need Minato or Madara to know that she had the potential to become a powerful kunoichi. But they all figured that because of her age only time would tell. His father told him that the Yamanaka clan specializes in mind-affecting techniques such as the mind-body switch technique, a technique which is mostly used for reconnaissance and espionage, which allows the user to briefly possess someone and control that person's actions. Sitting next to Ino was her best friend, a pink-haired girl by the name of Sakura Harino. She was wearing a red chipao, dress with white circular designs on the sleeves and a pair of tight dark green shorts. Unlike her best friend Ino, Sakura did not come from a clan, meaning that she didn't have any special clan techniques, but she more than made up for it in her book smarts. According to Iraka-sensei anyway. Next, he saw a member of the Aburame clan, Shino Aburame, a rather pale-skinned boy with dark bushy brown hair. He could be seen wearing a sea-green jacket with a high, upturned collar that covered his mouth and nose, and he was wearing a pair of dark sunglasses. In the past 2 months Naruto has never actually heard him speak, but from what he learnt, all Aburames are quiet as they prefer to communicate with the bugs that inhabit their bodies. Sitting next to him with a dog on his head was Kiba Inuzuka. He has messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, pronounced canine teeth, and sharp-looking nails that reminded Naruto of claws. He also has the distinct red fang markings of the Inuzuka clan on his cheeks. His attire consisted of dark gray pants reaching to his calves and a gray, hooded fur-lined coat and a pair of blue sandals. Naruto didn't really think much of Kiba. For a 6-year-old he was loud, obnoxious, and already had an ego that could possibly rival Kyuubi. "Ha! Don't make me laugh, kid, that puppy could never hold a candle to likes of me," Kyuubi said, earning a slight audible growl from the blonde, surprising the raven-haired Sasuke Uchiha who was currently sitting next to him. "What's up, Naruto?" Sasuke whispered to his friend. "Kyuubi was talking." The blonde whispered back, which made Sasuke raise an eyebrow and chuckle slightly. Over the past year, Sasuke had discovered the fact that the Kyuubi was sealed inside Naruto when he had accidentally overheard his father and brother talking about Naruto. Flashback. "How is Naruto-kun's training going?" Fugaku asked. "Well," Itachi replied with his usual monotone voice, gaining an eyebrow twitch from his father. He really should be used to the way his eldest son acts by now, but something about it was so unnerving he couldn't help but react to it, and sometimes he swore that Itachi would actually give the slightest of smiles whenever he did react to it. "What of the Kyuubi? Any chance that it's affecting him?" he questioned. "Kyuubi?" Sasuke thought, confused as he listened in from around the corner. He then decided he would ask his friend about it later to find out what was going on. "The Kyuubi is not affecting him in any way," Itachi answered, still with his monotone voice. "Unless you count the whole not sleeping thing and the fact that he has the Sharingan," he thought to himself. Flashback end. Oh yes, Itachi knew about the Sharingan. He had discovered it when he was sparring with the blonde. Naruto had advanced so well that he was forced to activate his own Sharingan to defend himself. It was only then he saw the fully developed Sharingan staring at his own. Naturally, he asked about it, and the then 5-year-old had told him that it was a gift from the Kyuubi. Of course, Itachi knew that Naruto was lying and that there was more to it than just being a gift from the demon, but he decided to leave it until later. When Sasuke had told Naruto about the conversation and asked Naruto about it, the blonde had, after telling him it was an S-rank secret, and made him promise not to tell anyone about it, told him about how he had the Kyuubi sealed inside of him. "Still not letting you sleep?" Sasuke asked, a little amused. "No, she's not," Naruto responded, shaking his head. Taking a look around the room to make sure no one was trying to listen to them, he was about to say something else when he noticed something. "TCH, Hinata is staring at you again," he whispered to his friend. When Naruto heard him, he couldn't help but grumble as he turned around and saw that Hinata Hyuga was indeed staring at him again. She had been doing it since day one of the academy. It had confused him at first, but when Mikoto had explained to him that it was Hinata who he had saved from the Kumo-nin and that was the reason as to why she doing it, he understood. Speaking of Mikoto, her and the rest of the Uchiha clan were acting strange these days, always having clan meetings and acting in all-out secrecy. He didn't know what to make of it.at first. Madara had told him to try and find out what was going on, and thanks to an ability he gets when he uses his space-time jutsu, it was rather easy to find a clan meeting to listen in on. All he had to do while using his space-time jutsu was to locate a chakra signature he was familiar with and go towards it. When he used it, he located Mikoto and found out something very interesting. It turns out the Uchiha clan, led by Fugaku, were planning a coup d'etat. They were planning on overthrowing the Hokage and taking over the village by force. According to the Uchiha clan and backed up by Madara, ever since the founding of Konoha and ever since Hashirama Senju was chosen as the Shodaime Hokage, the Uchiha clan had lost most of their power, and they were finally going to do something about it. Madara thought that it was hilarious that they were actually doing something now instead of when he wanted them to do it when he was their leader. Naruto had wanted to talk to Itachi about it, even though both his father and Madara had advised against it, and when Naruto had found him, he discovered that Itachi was acting even weirder than the rest of his clan. He was quieter than normal. He had stopped training with Naruto, and Naruto could always see him entering the Hokage's office when he was off duty. So Naruto decided to take his father's advice and not talk to him about it, but that didn't mean he couldn't find out more. A few hours later, as Naruto was on his way home from the academy, he was passing one of the many brothels that were on the way when he stopped by a woman's voice that rang out. "Naruto-kun, hold on a minute," the woman said. As he turned around, he saw a familiar raven-haired woman walking toward him holding a container. "Ohio Masami-chan," Naruto said with a smile hidden behind his mask. "Naruto-kun, I have some leftover food from lunch if you want it," Masami said. This had been going on for a few months now. Every day either Masami or some other woman from the red light district would either stop by his apartment, which was also in the red light district, or stop him on his way home to give him leftovers. At first he thought that the food would be poisoned or something like that, but to his surprise and relief, it never was. "Arigato Masami-chan, of course I want it, your cooking is the best," he exclaimed, pumping his fists into the air, making the woman giggle at his antics. "You're going to end up ladies' man when you're older if you keep talking like that, Naruto-kun," she said, causing the blonde to cock his head sideways and scratch the back of head in a seemingly confused expression. "Kawaii," the woman squealed before she glomped the 6-year-old, promptly putting his head in between her DD cups for a few moments before she let him go. You always end up between a woman's ass, kid, and they always seem to be big ones as well. I have to say I am impressed," Madara said before he giggled perversely. Son, I cannot wait until you meet my old friend Tsunade. Knowing your luck, you'll end up between hers as well," Minato said while his hands were in front, his body seeming to squeeze an invisible pair of S before he was suddenly blown backwards by a fountain of blood that erupted from his nose. Naruto was about to say something when a familiar voice caught his attention. "Already going after older women, Naruto-kun?" a voice said from behind, surprising the two as Masami let out an EP, as she jumped backwards and put Naruto behind her defensively with surprising speed for a civilian woman. "Masami-chan, you can relax, it's only Itachi Nizan," Naruto said as he looked over at Itachi, who clearly had amusement visible on his face. I apologize for scaring you, Masami-san, but it is time for Naruto's training," he said. "That's quite alright, Uchiha-sama. Just be a little more considerate next time you appear like that," Masami said with an agitated tone. Moving away from Naruto, she turned around and told him, "I know it's not ramen, Naruto-kun, but make sure you eat it all, okay?" "Hi Masami-chan, Naruto will eat it all because Naruto is a good boy," he said with a slightly high-pitched voice, which, according to all the women in the district, screamed cuteness. That was proven by the fact that, For the second time in a minute, his head was pressed in between her sizable bust as the women began to practically squeeze the life out of him. Cough. Masami-san, please let go of Naruto-kun. It appears he is starting to turn blue, said an amused Itachi. Always between the S of an attractive woman, he thought to himself, shaking his head slightly. When Naruto was let go, he walked over to Itachi before turning back to Masami and saying, "Ja any Masami-chan," with his high-pitched voice, which caused the woman to squeal slightly, but before she could run over and glomp him again, Itachi had grabbed Naruto by the shoulder, and the two had shined out of their seconds before she could get her hands on him. A few moments later, when they reappeared in their usual training ground, Itachi began. "Naruto-kun, before we begin, I want to know something," he said in his usual emotionless voice, making Naruto raise a hidden eyebrow. Seeing that Naruto was paying attention, he went on. "Why have you been following me?" he questioned. "I know the Uchiha clan is planning a coup," he stated a few moments, causing Itachi to narrow his eyes. "How do you know that?" he asked. "Well, you weren't the only Uchiha I've been following, and as far as I know, you are the only one that knows I've been following you. So why have you been following me?" Itachi asked again. "Because I know you, Itachi. I wanted to see which side you were on," Naruto said. A few moments later, after Naruto saw that Itachi wasn't going to say anything, he decided to go on. "You obviously know that I've seen you going in and out of the Hokage's office a lot lately, and you've barely left the village to go on missions for the past 2 months. So it seems to me that the old man is using you to spy on your clan, is that right?" he asked, getting a very surprised look in return. "That is correct, Naruto-kun," Itachi said as he tried to sense if any was nearby trying to listen in. A few moments of silence, Naruto decided to ask, "What is the old man planning to do? It's not just him, it's the elders too, but I'm beginning to suspect that they may try and kill the Uchiha before the coup can begin, and they may try and get me to do it," Itachi stated. "And when the time comes, what will you do?" the blonde asked. "You said you know me, what do you think I will do?" the Sharingan wielder questioned. "I know how you feel about the Uchiha, I feel the same way. So if they ask you to do it, then you will." Of course I would. Sigh. "But that depends on if they actually get me to do it." Itachi, "Yeah, I suppose it does," the blonde said. "Now," he went on, "what do you plan on doing about Shui?" he asked. "What are you talking about?" the raven-haired teenager asked. "Don't tell me you don't know," Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, even though no one could see it. "What's going on with Shui? He's been following you like I have," Naruto responded, causing the ANBU captain to look at him in shock. What? How did I not notice? I mean, it was pretty hard to notice Naruto, even if he is a 6-year-old, an extremely talented 6-year-old. I'm an ANBU captain, I should have noticed my best friend following me. Itachi thought to himself. "He's been following you," the blonde repeated. "Obviously your clan is getting suspicious of you." "They have always been suspicious of me," Itachi said. True, the 6-year-old said. "So what do you plan on doing?" he asked again. "Nothing for now," Itachi stated after thinking about for a moment. "Well, you only have 2 weeks until the coup begins, so you better deal him quickly," Naruto stated. "I suppose you're right about that. I'll think of something soon." Now about my training," the mask-wearing blonde said, changing the subject. "What are we doing today?" he asked. "I have nothing left to teach you, Naruto, you know that. You have completed everything I've taught you, from Karasa Bunshin no Jutsu, Crow Clone Technique, to Magen, Kyo Tenchi Ten, Demonic Illusion, Mirror Heaven and Earth Change, and every time we spar, we always end up in a stalemate, even though we both know you're holding back plenty. I believe it's safe to say you have surpassed me. For now," he added as an afterthought. If you say so," Naruto replied, not that he was surprised or anything. His father and Itachi's ancestor Madara had both said that he could beat Itachi if he stopped holding back and went all out. "So how goes being the class clown?" Itachi asked with an amused smile. Troublesome. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be, trying to sit there all day and play dumb," the blonde answered. Believe it or not, I had to dumb myself down while I was there as well, not to your extent of course, just a little bit, and I still managed to graduate 2 years earlier and become an ANBU captain by the time I was actually supposed to graduate. I wonder if I could that too," Naruto mused. "If it were anyone else, I would definitely advise against it. But seeing as it's you, you should and at least find a way to make it possible, because we both know that your talent will only be wasted by staying in the academy," Itachi surmised. "Yep, it sure will. What I'm being taught now is something I learned 2 years ago," the blonde said, getting a nod from his older brother figure. "I'll tell you what, Naruto-kun, the next time I see Hokage-sama, I'll talk to him about it and see what he says." Itachi said. Arigato Nizan. No problem Mototo, now go back to your apartment and eat Masami-san dinner before she lectures you like last time. The ANBU captain said. Hi Nizan. The blonde said before he started doing the hand seals for the Shunshin no Jutsu. He did not want to suffer through a third 10-minute lecture about how he would never gain the affection of a beautiful woman if he was nothing but skin and bone. The first one came when he refused to eat anything other than ramen, and the second one came when he refused to eat his vegetables. This lecture also happened come a small whack to the back of the head with one of her rubber dildos. She mistakenly grabbed that instead of the rolled-up newspaper that was sitting next to it. Needless to say, she was seriously embarrassed by it, even more so when she had to explain what a dildo actually was. While Naruto was on his way home, Itachi was on his to the Hokage's office to inform the old man what Naruto had to him about Shunsui. A Shunshin later, and the raven-haired teen was in front of the village leader. Pardon my interruption, Hokage-sama, Itachi said while bowing. You're forgiven, Itachi-kun, anything to get away from my paperwork, Hiruzen said with a small chuckle, not even reacting to the Uchiha's appearance. Now why are you Itachi-kun? We do not have a scheduled meeting, and you are not supposed to report to us for 2 more days, so this better be important. It's not really that important, but I felt it necessary to inform of something, Itachi stated. Well, what is Itachi? The Sandaime asked with a raised eyebrow. I have been informed by someone that Shunsui Uchiha has been following me recently, Itachi said. And who informed you of this? This could be, to borrow a phrase, troublesome, the aged Hokage thought to himself. Letting a small smile appear on his usual stoic face, he replied. Naruto Uzumaki, causing both eyebrows of the Hokage to shoot up. See, could you please repeat that, Itachi-kun? I'm not sure I heard you correctly. Naruto Uzumaki was the one who informed me, the teen repeated. How did he know Shunsui was following you? Hiruzen asked. It appears that he has been following me for a while now, Itachi said. How did you discover he was following you? The Sandaime asked, definitely curious. He knew that Naruto was the one responsible for the theft of Hayashi's unmentionables, and if the so-called all-seeing eyes couldn't catch him the act, he obviously had a lot skill in stealth. He sneezed, Itachi stated with a slight twitch showing his embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. The aged man roared for a minute, leaving an embarrassed ANBU captain standing there with a visibly twitching eyebrow. Ha ha he ha ha sneezed ha ha. Cough if we could continue, Hokage-sama, Itachi said. Ha ha ha, of course, Itachi-kun, he he. Hiruzen stated, calming down. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I confronted him about it just now before I came here, where he informed me that Shunsui was following me. It also seems that Naruto-kun has been spying on the Uchiha clan as well, the teen informed the aged man. Sigh. How much does he know? The Hokage asked. Everything. He knows about the coup and that it's being led by my father, and he knows that you and the elders are using me as a spy. Sigh, this is troubling. If he knows that much, then who's to say no one else does? The old man says. Could you retrieve Naruto-kun for me, please, Itachi-kun? I need to speak to him about this, he requested. Of course, Hokage-sama. But perhaps it would be wise to wait until he has finished his dinner, Itachi said with a smile. Oh, and why is that? The Sandaime asked. You know how Masami-san gets when he doesn't eat her cooking? The teen replied, gaining a snort of amusement from the aged Hokage. Ah yes, how could I forget? Hiruzen said with a chuckle. In the meantime, Itachi said, changing the subject, I wish to speak to you about another matter concerning Naruto-kun. And what would that be, Itachi-kun? Hiruzen asked. Earlier today, Naruto-kun expressed his interest in graduating from the academy early. Excluding the Kyuubi, Naruto-kun hasn't shown enough skill to warrant early graduation, the Hokage stated. I assure you Naruto-kun is more than ready for it. In fact, if I had to guess, I'd say he was easily ANBU level, Itachi explained, gaining a shocked look from his superior. How could you be so sure? I mean, I know you have been training him, but I figured that it was just tree walking and all that, plus the academy jutsus, the Sandaime said. Then you were mistaken, Hokage-sama. Aside from the regular Bunshin no Jutsu, which is impossible for him to learn, he already knew how to walk on trees and water, plus the henge and kawarimi, Itachi explained, quickly getting over the shock the aged man inquired. You say he's ANBU level already? Indeed, Hokage-sama, the ANBU captain answered. Are you sure about all of this? Hi, Hokage-sama, I have sparred with him on numerous occasions and we always end up in a stalemate, even though I know that he is holding back plenty, the Uchiha stated, earning but silence from the Hokage. That's not including the fact he has a fully evolved Sharingan, thought to himself. Well, to become a genin, as you know, you need to pass a written test, the kunai and shuriken throwing test, the taijutsu test, and then you need to able to perform the henj no jutsu, kawarimi and the bunshin no jutsu. But if you say he is as skilled as he is, I'll test him myself. Hiruzen stated. Why you will Hokage-sama? Hi, if it indeed turns out he has that much talent, I may decide to promote him to Chunin right off the bat, considering his skills will just go to waste as a mere genin, don't you think? Of course they would, Hokage-sama. But when you decide to test him, be wary, there is more to Naruto-kun than meets the eye. Itachi stated cryptically. What do you mean by that, Itachi-kun? You will see, Hokage-sama, you will see. Itachi said, but before he could leave. Right, well, Itachi, I have a mission for you. After Naruto had finished his dinner, he had decided to train a little bit in the forest surrounding the village, and right now he couldn't believe what he had stumbled onto. Come Shisui, everything I do is for the good of Konoha, said a man, black shaggy hair. He had bandages covering his right eye. He was wearing a white shirt, with a brown robe over top of it covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. He also had an X-shaped scar on his chin. He was currently resting his weight on a cane that was being held by both of his hands in front of body. How is taking my Manjikyu Sharingan for the good of Konoha, Danzo? Asked Shisui whilst he was spitting out some blood. Admittedly, it all has to with the Kyubi Jinchuriki, causing Shisui to gasp. You see, with power of your Manjikyu Sharingan, I will be able to control the boy and get him to be my most loyal root member and Konoha's greatest weapon, as he was always meant to be, the newly named Danzo said with a small smirk. Of course he did have other plans for it, but Shisui didn't need to know that. Naruto is a hero to this village, you have no right to turn him into an emotionless weapon, Shisui exclaimed, earning a scowl from Warhawk. Jinchuriki are weapons, and that is all they were made to be. The man growled. You're wrong, Danzo. Unlike the other villagers, the Yondaime didn't seal the bijou into Naruto to be used as a weapon. Danzo, you know as well as I do that Naruto isn't just some random orphan picked out of a line. You know that Naruto is the Yondaime's son. Danzo was about to speak up, but Shisui kept going. I believe the Yondaime sealed the demon into Naruto so that he could have the power to protect Konoha and everyone inside it. He wasn't born to an emotionless tool for you, Danzo. Naruto was born to be the Hokage, something you will never be able to accomplish. Aside from all that, I've seen Naruto around the village. He already knows how to school his emotions, and with the training that Itachi Baka is giving him, he's well on the way to becoming the most powerful shinobi in Konoha. And I'm sure you know about his accomplishment in Kiri, defeating a Kage-level shinobi who also happened to be the Sanbai Jinchuriki. There is no need to try and control him, Danzo. He seems to be doing quite well on his own, Shisui stated. Danzo knew that it was all true. He never really expected to be able to control the boy with a Sharingan. He doubted the Kyubi would allow that to happen. He also doubted he could get close enough to the boy to even try it anyway, with the 24/7 ANBU guard and the Hokage watching him all the time with that accursed viewing globe of his. Up in the trees where Naruto was sitting during the monologue, he was having a conversation with the resident Uchiha in his mind. There's no need to worry, boy, even with the Manjikyu Sharingan he couldn't control you. My Eternal One is more powerful than the Genjutsu of the Shunshin no Shisui, Madara stated. I will just have to take your word for it, Naruto told him. Yes, well, Naruto, I just want you to know that everything Shisui said was true. My wish was that you would grow up with the power of the Kyubi and become Hokage one day, all the while protecting everyone precious to you. You know, the will of fire and all that, Minato said. Arggghh. Naruto was about to respond when he interrupted by a scream. Tuning back into what was happening down below, he couldn't believe what just happened. Danzo had just taken Shisui's right eye right out of his skull and started walking away like it was something he did every day. Shall we kill him, Danzo-sama? Questioned a man dressed in all-out ANBU armor with a plain white mask with the Konoha symbol engraved on the part covering the skull and the engraved on the right cheek side. No, let him be. The Uchiha clan will be dealt with soon enough anyway, Danzo said, taking a jar that was handed to him by another man with the same uniform as the other one. Placing the eye in the jar, he handed it back to the same man who gave it to him before they all left, leaving Shisui by himself crumpled over in pain. Jumping down from the trees and landing on the ground in front of Shisui, immediately putting said man on guard even though he was in severe pain. With his one eye he saw blonde hair and orange swirled design mask. And Naruto what are why Danzo he? Shisui tried to say before Naruto interrupted him. It's alright, Shisui, I heard everything and I have nothing to worry about, Naruto stated calmly. What by my Manjikyu he took it. Shisui stuttered through his pain. Sigh. Shisui, what about to show can never be made known to anyone, do you understand? Hi. Shisui said. Taking off his mask, He gave Shursui a good look at his blue eyes, before he activated his fully evolved Sharingan, getting a gasp in response. "SH Sharingan, how is that possible? You're not an Uchiha." "You're right, I'm not an Uchiha, it was a gift from the Kyuubi," the blonde said, getting another gasp from Shursui. "And that's not the only thing she gave me," he continued before activating his EMS, getting yet another gasp from the one-eyed Uchiha. "Manjikyu," Shursui stated. "Yes and no," Naruto answered. "Wa," was all he could get out before Naruto raised his hand to stop him. "These eyes of mine are what are known as the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the final and the most powerful Manjikyu Sharingan there is. It also serves as cure for the blindness one gets from the Manjikyu. And it also appears that aside from me only one person has gained these eyes." "Who?" Shursui asked. As far as he knew, no one had this Eternal Manjikyu. Madara Uchiha," Naruto stated bluntly. Before Shursui could ask any questions, Naruto changed the subject. "It seems Itachi is next to the lake, most likely training." "How do you know that? I don't sense anyone nearby," Shursui asked. "Thanks to the fuzzy baka sealed inside me, I have heightened senses that can match the Inuzuka clan. I can smell him from here," the blonde stated. Creating a couple of Kage Bunshin to help Shursui stand, they slowly made their way through the trees to appear in front of Itachi a minute later. Itachi, who had sensed them coming, was about to ask what they were doing together, but at the sight of Shursui the only question he had was, "What the?" he asked as he ran toward the pair. "What the hell happened?" Itachi asked. Before Shursui could reply, Naruto decided to answer for him. "Danzo took his right eye," he bluntly stated. What?" Itachi asked, completely stunned. Danzo took his right eye, saying something about controlling me and using me as a weapon for the good of Konoha," Naruto said, drawing a very uncharacteristic growl from Itachi, startling both Naruto and Shursui. "Even though that's not possible, right, Naruto-san?" Shursui said slyly, getting over the shock of hearing his usually stoic best friend growl. Naruto replied. "What are you two talking about?" Itachi asked. "Nothing," they both replied. "Now if you will both excuse, I have to go back to my apartment and finish my vegetables before Masami-chan finds them," Naruto said before disappearing in a swirl of fire. Before Itachi could say anything, Shursui had suddenly pulled out a kunai and lunged toward him. Acting on instinct, he pulled a kunai of his own and blocked the attack. "Shursui, what the hell are you doing?" Itachi asked, blocking another kunai strike before kicking Shursui backwards, creating a gap between the two. "Shut up, Itachi, I know what you're up to, spying on your own clan, pathetic," Shursui said, lunging forward again, and this time he actually hit Itachi, causing him to go wide-eyed. That wasn't supposed to happen. It's not part of the plan only to smile when the Itachi in front of dispersed into a small flock of crows. "You know how I feel about our clan, Shursui," he stated before blowing 3 shuriken with his kunai, only having rolled to the right to avoid a flying kick to chest. "Yes, I know how you feel about us, Itachi, which is why you must die so that our coup can be successful," Shursui exclaimed, much to the confusion of Itachi, who knew that Shursui loved the Uchiha clan, but he also loved the village. Shursui had never agreed with the coup before, stating that it was idiotic and that the Uchiha's arrogance and lust power would eventually lead to the clan's downfall. But he never went against the coup either, following orders. "Gather information on this, spying on that. Stop running, Itachi, and face me like a man," Shursui growled before getting punched in jaw by Itachi, causing him to stumble back slightly before getting kneed in the stomach, causing him to lurch forward and spit out some blood. Before he could recover, he was punched between the eyes, which caused him to somersault in the air and hit the ground and land on his stomach. Getting back up to his feet, he saw Itachi preparing for another attack. That's enough, Itachi," he said, getting a surprised look from his friend. "I just wanted to make sure I was thinking straight," he said, now getting a confused look in response. What's with all these emotions you're showing lately, Itachi Baka? Been spending too much time with Naruto, have you? Or is it Akemi-chan's fault your usual stoicness is crumbling?" The one-eyed Uchiha teased. "Shut up, doe," was his Itachi's intelligent reply, which caused his friend to laugh out loud. "What's going on, Shursui?" Itachi asked, trying to change the subject and still twitching slightly from embarrassment from his best friend knowing about the small crush that he has on a certain store attendant that works at the shop that sells his favorite all-time food pocky, his favorite flavor being coconut. He even saw her eating a coconut one once, well, not so much as eating, it was more like teasing him by sensually licking and sucking on it. It took all of his shinobi training, his usual stoic nature, and the chanting of Itachi is a good boy in his head countless times not to try and jump her right then and there. Yeah, hanging around Naruto seemed to have its uses sometimes, like the time he was running away from a group of fangirls when he ran into the 6-year-old. After a few moments the girls caught up to him, he introduced Naruto to them as Tobi. After that it went uphill for everyone. Naruto/Toby stated that he was on his way home to eat dinner because he was a good boy in his usual high-pitched voice, and all the girls suddenly screamed kawaii and had nearly hugged the boy to death, all because of the fact that every time one of them hugged him his head was always smothered into their chests. Not that Naruto had minded, of course. Coincidentally, that gave Itachi enough time to escape the gang rapist surfing girls and enter his favorite store, where he saw Akemi bending over the counter giving him a nice view of her cleavage. "What's going, Itachi? Is that Sai? I want you take my other eye," Shursui stated, bringing Itachi back to the present. Could you repeat that?" he asked. "Sai, I want you to take my eye." "Why?" "Two reasons actually. Firstly, for Konoha. You know I love this village, but I'm still an Uchiha, so as it stands right now I cannot protect the village I love from our clan's power-hungry arrogance. And secondly, the Manjikyu comes with a heavy price," Shursui stated. "Such as?" Itachi asked. "If you use the Manjikyu too much, you gain a disease that starts at the eyes, making the user blind, and then it attacks the heart, killing the user." Saying all of that doesn't really make me want to shout out, why Manjikyu, you know that, right?" Itachi asked sarcastically with an eye roll. "Is there a cure?" the ANBU captain asked before his friend could respond. "There is only one," Shursui answered, getting a raised eyebrow in response, which he knew meant please continue. "You need to gain the Eternal Manjikyu, which is the ultimate and final form of the Sharingan." Eternal Manjikyu. Why does that sound familiar? Itachi thought to himself. "How do you gain that?" he questioned. "You need to kill your brother," Shursui answered, getting a look of complete shock from his friend. "Kill my brother? No, I couldn't do that." "Could I?" "But Sasuke, maybe he could." Eventually were some of the thoughts going through Itachi's head. "Oh, and there's something else I want you to do for me once you've taken my eye." "And what would that be?" "I want you to kill me," he stated. "Why would you want me to do that?" Itachi asked, shocked again. "At this rate I may have a heart attack. I can't really explain it, but I know that death is the best thing for me." "Why?" "Because when I'm blind I will be of no use to anyone, but if you take my eye, then that way, even when I'm blind and dead, I'll still be of use to you and Konoha." "Well, if that's what you really want," Itachi stated solemnly. "What, that's it?" Shursui asked incredulously. "No trying to talk me out of it or anything like that." "Kami, some friend you are," he said, amused. "Well, you want this, don't you?" Itachi asked, getting a nod in response. "Then so be it," he stated, "plus this will make my mission much easier." He added to himself, "Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's get this over with then, shall we, Itachi? It's time for you to take my eye." Itachi nodded and slowly made his way over to his longtime friend until he was standing directly in front of him. "Well, here goes nothing, I suppose," he thought to himself, as he shakily lifted his right hand and with his middle finger, his index finger, and his thumb, he plunged into his friend's socket, and despite the serious situation he couldn't help but think it was squishy. After a few moments he felt his fingers wrap around the back of the eye. Taking a deep breath and trying his best to ignore his screaming friend, he pulled on the eye, yanking it out of the socket, taking the optic nerve along with it. Was I supposed to pull that out along with it? I guess it doesn't really matter though, the teen asked himself as ARRGHHH Shursui screamed, falling to his hands and knees. Damn it. That hurt worse than when Danzo did it earlier, and it felt like he pulled out the optic nerve along with it. I don't even think Danzo did that. Realizing he had to put the eye away, he quickly reached into his pouch and pulled out a scroll. When he unsealed it, a katana poofed into existence. Seeing as how he didn't need to use it, yet he let the katana fall to the ground with a thud. He then quickly placed the eye on the scroll and sealed it. Panting, Shursui staggered to his feet. "Well, that was painful," he gritting his teeth, getting a sweat drop from Itachi as he was putting the scroll away and picking katana up off the ground. "Before we go any further, Itachi, I feel that there's something you need to know about Uzumaki-san." "Oh, and what would that be?" Itachi asked. "Well, it's just that has the Sharingan," Shursui said, trying to be dramatic. "I know he does," the ANBU captain replied. "Oh," Shursui said, slouching over slightly. "Well, did you know he has the Manjikyu?" he asked Itachi. "How do you know he has that?" Itachi asked. "Does Naruto-kun really have the Manjikyu?" he asked himself. "He showed me," he stated bluntly. "And that's not all, he claims to have the EMS as well." "How is that possible?" "You said that to gain the EMS you had to kill your brother. Naruto-kun doesn't have a brother. I don't know how he has it, and I don't know if it's true or not, but he claims to have it." "Well, Naruto-kun did say his Sharingan was a gift from the Kyuubi. Even if I knew he was lying, it could be possible he got the EMS from the Kyuubi," Itachi thought to himself. "Now I believe you had something else to do, Itachi," Shursui said. "You know you're taking this whole I'm about to die thing really easily," Itachi told him, gripping his katana tighter. "Yeah, well, I've come to terms with it already. After all, it is the plan I came up with, Shursui said. Well, I should probably tell you that Hokage-sama gave me a mission, the ANBU captain said. Nani? Shursui asked. He ordered me to kill you. Huh? Why? Because you were following me, Itachi said, getting ready to strike at his friend. How did you find out that I was following you? Naruto-kun told me. Nani? Well, it seems that boy knows a lot more than he should, Shursui surmised. It's time, Shursui. Sigh. Then I guess this is goodbye, my friend, Shursui said solemnly. It was then that Itachi plunged his katana through the heart of his longtime friend, silently giving a prayer, as tears started streaming down his face. Goodbye, my friend, was his silent goodbye. As he pulled the katana out of his now dead friend, he watched as the lifeless body fell into the stream behind it with a splash. Openly weeping, he decided that it would be for the best if he found in the stream. Maybe he could make it look like a suicide. With the plan decided on, he wiped some of the tears away with his free hand and shined away as his eyes started to sting. Unknown to him, though, and Shursui, when he was still alive, Naruto didn't go home like he said he would. In fact, he was currently sitting in a tree in the surrounding area watching the whole thing. Things are about to get interesting, Madara stated, with everyone agreeing with him as Naruto swirled away. It had been 2 weeks since Shursui's death, and Naruto hadn't seen Itachi since the whole ordeal. Or rather, it was Itachi who hadn't seen Naruto. Not that he was surprised or anything, Naruto could hide his presence extremely well. And right now said blonde was at the Ichiraku ramen stand enjoying his favorite 20-bowl dinner, and he was currently on his 16th bowl when a familiar monotonous voice nearly made him choke on some noodles. Hello, Naruto-kun, I have been looking for you, Itachi said as he entered the ramen stand. Slurp, I noticed. Naruto replied, slurping at some noodles. Well, where have you been? Itachi asked, pulling out a box of coconut pocky. I've been slurp around, Naruto responded. How goes the Uchiha? The blonde asked before Itachi could say something. Sigh. They seem to be avoiding me nowadays. They all think that I had something to do with Shursui's death, Itachi stated, getting Naruto to look at him like he was stupid. They have already accused me of forging the suicide note, the teen stated. Really? Naruto asked. Hi, 3 men from the police force came to my family's house and outright accused me of forging the suicide note I left behind for them to find, Itachi said. Of course I denied everything, but I do not believe they or my father really believed me. But it doesn't really matter now anyway. I have just informed Hokage-sama that the coup is going to happen a week from now. This time Naruto really did choke on some noodles. Is he absolutely certain, Hiruzen? Hamura asked. Hi, was all he said before he took a puff from his trusty pipe. Are we going ahead with the plan then? Danzo asked. Although I wish we could find an alternative. I believe we have no other choice at this point, although he may not be powerful enough to do it by himself. He added as an afterthought. We shall see what he has to say about that. Danzo said gruffly, if I ever find out that my suspicions are correct, he may be the most powerful Uchiha yet. The bandaged man thought to himself. I will inform Itachi after this meeting is over. Now on to another subject. Is there any new develops as to the whereabouts of Shursui's body? The aged Hokage asked. Unfortunately no, it's like his body just disappeared into thin air, Koharu answered with a sigh. If only she knew. So 1 week, huh? Naruto repeated. Has the old man given you any orders yet? He asked the teen. None yet, but I'm sure he will do so soon, Itachi replied. Have you heard about Shursui's body? The Jinchuriki asked. Of course I have, Itachi replied. How do you know about it? The teen asked. Well, you're not the only one I've been spying on, Naruto stated. That makes sense, I guess. Then do you know the one responsible for its disappearance? Itachi asked. It was him, the blonde replied, shocking the Uchiha. How? It's just one of the many abilities of my EMS, Naruto said. Itachi was about to reply when an ANBU suddenly appeared behind them. Uchiha Itachi, Hokage-sama requests your presence immediately. Sigh. We will talk about your eyes some other time, Naruto-kun, Itachi said just before he shined away. At that exact moment the ramen waitress known as I Am Ichiraku handed Naruto his 17th bowl. Itadakimasu! Naruto exclaimed before he began inhaling the noodles. I wonder where Naruto-kun puts all the ramen, the 12-year-old waitress asked herself, as she stood wide-eyed watching the blonde. When Itachi arrived at the Hokage's office he already knew what this was about, considering that not only was the Hokage there but his 3 advisors were here as well. 2 of his advisors were his old teammates back when he was on Squad 7, Hamura and Koharu, and the last one was his former best friend / rival Danzo Shimura. Before anyone could speak, Koharu all but shouted, Uchiha Itachi, you are hereby ordered to massacre your clan! She exclaimed as everyone, Even the ever-stoic and emotionless Danzo's sweat dropped at her rash bluntness. Quickly getting rid of his dangerously twitching eye, Hiruzen spoke. Koharu, may I remind you that even though we are friends and former teammates, I am the Hokage, which means that out of the two of us, only I can order my shinobi around, not you. He reprimanded her, getting an embarrassed blush from the woman. Apologies, Hokage-sama, I'm just a little anxious at the moment, Koharu said sheepishly, gaining a nod in response. Turning back to Itachi, he continues. Now Itachi, what she was saying was correct, considering everything you have told us and due to the fact that have not been able to find a peaceful solution. My advisors and I have finally decided that it is for the best that we eliminate the threat before this village throws itself into civil war. I knew this would happen, Itachi stated bluntly. Getting looks of slight shock from 3 of the 4 elderly people in the room as Danzo was as emotionless as ever. Itachi, are you really saying that you knew we were going to order you to do this? Hamura asked. Well, I didn't exactly know that you were going to do it, but it was one of the solutions I came up with, the Uchiha said. Okay, Hiruzen said. For a few moments there was a rather uncomfortable silence, and a lot staring going on before Itachi, seeing that no one was going to speak, decided to do so himself. I will only agree to do this on one condition. Getting narrowed eyes from the Hokage and his advisors. I will only do this if you spare the life of my brother, Itachi said. Why should your brother's life be spared? Danzo said, finally speaking. Because he is my little brother, and I love him more than anything, including my own life, the teen said. And what would happen if we didn't spare young Sasuke's life? The Hokage questioned. After a moment of thinking, the ANBU captain spoke. If you do not promise to spare him here and now, I will tell my clan everything you know and what you are planning to do about their crew and bring this village into a civil war. He answered, complete seriousness on his face. After a minute of silence, the Hokage made his decision. Very well, Uchiha Itachi, your brother Sasuke will be spared, he said, while thinking this will be good for the village anyway with a Sharingan user still alive. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Itachi said, bowing. Your mission will begin on Friday, so unfortunately you have until then to come up with a strategy to pull this off. The god of shinobi said. Hi, Hokage-sama, Itachi said. Good, now Itachi, you are dismissed as my advisors and I have much to discuss, the Hokage said, dismissing Itachi, who bowed and silently shined away. Good, now that takes care of Sasuke, and hopefully after I tell Naruto-kun what's going on, he will come through with his threat to stop me if I try to harm Okasama. Itachi thought to himself before disappearing from the office to go find Naruto, who, in the meantime, was busy being the piece of meat in a D-cup sandwich. Squeal. Naruto-chan is such a good boy for eating all of his vegetables, isn't he, Akiko-chan? A woman with purple hair asked. He sure is, Misako-chan, the woman said to the now named purple-haired woman, at the same time she smothered Naruto's head even further into her chest. Of course I ate my vegetables, Naruto is a good boy, spoke the high-pitched voice of Naruto that was muffled by Akiko's chest, which got another squeal from both women. Hee, I can't believe how lucky you are, son, Minato spoke up between perverse giggles, before Naruto could respond. Another voice rang out, surprising everyone, including Naruto. However, you couldn't tell since his currently unmasked was hidden between 2 sets of S. Again with the S, Naruto-kun, the voice said. Who are you? Misako said, tightening her hold on Naruto. It's okay, Misako-chan, Akiko-chan. It's only Itachi-sensei, Naruto said, prying himself away from the 2 women who were still looking at Itachi suspiciously. Excuse me, ladies, but I need to talk Naruto-kun for a minute, Itachi said, while he was smiling at the protectiveness that all the women in the red light district seemed to have for Naruto. Walking over to Itachi, Naruto turned to the women and started speaking in his good boy voice. As I will call it now, bye-bye Akiko-chan, Misako-chan, he said before he grabbed Itachi and swirled away, but not before he heard the 2 women squeal loudly. When Naruto and Itachi reappeared, they were in Naruto's apartment. Hokage-sama has ordered me to annihilate the Uchiha, Itachi said, getting nothing but silence in return. After a few moments the blonde spoke up. When? He asked. Friday, was Itachi's answer. Was all Naruto said. Do you want some help with doing it? Naruto asked after a moment. Yes, I believe I may need some help with this, Itachi said after thinking it over. Alright then, Naruto said, sitting down on his couch. Were you able to keep Sasuke safe like you wanted? The 6-year-old asked. Hi, as long as they keep their word, he is safe, the teen said. Alright then, let's come up with a plan. I hope you know that if you do help me, no one in the village must know that it is you. Hi, I know I will have to think of something, maybe a different mask and a different hair color, so I'll have to think of something. Time skip, 3 days, Friday, the massacre. Today had been a strange day for Sasuke. First, at breakfast his parents were unusually silent, and didn't even wish him a good day like they usually do. Secondly, on his way to school a bird just happened to do its business on his head. Thirdly, his best friend Naruto wasn't at school, not that anyone but he and possibly that Hinata minded much. And last of all, as he entered the Uchiha compound it was eerily silent, which was highly unusual. Normally there were people around talking and kids playing games, but tonight there was no Onino one at all. Deciding to run to his family's home, well, that's what he did. But on his way he failed to notice the dead bodies that littered the alleyways, nor did he see the pools of blood on the ground. What he did see though was the fact that the door to his house was off its hinges. Running inside he saw something he did not expect. There in his lounge room was his older brother having what seemed like a sword fight with a man who had long black spiky hair and a familiar Weasel A&BU mask. Looking past them he saw his mom on the floor looking at the two in fear and confusion. Where was his dad though? He asked himself as looked around. Seeing something leaning against the wall, he took a closer look. What he saw, well, he didn't really know what to think because his mind shut down. It was his dad and he was dead. WH, what is going on here? He asked himself. Turning back around to face the two men he realized that they were no longer fighting each other. In fact they were now looking at him. Itachi, what's going on? He asked his big brother. Foolish little brother, you shouldn't be here. Itachi said emotionlessly. What? Who is he? He asked looking at the stranger in front of him. His only answer was the man activating his Sharingan. An Uchiha, but how, why? Oturo. Itachi said, activating his Manjikyu Sharingan as Sasuke turned to look at him. Tsukiyomi, Itachi whispered. Arrggh, Sasuke screamed 3 seconds later, his brother's words echoing in his head. You've always wanted to surpass me. That's why I'm going to let you live. If you wish to kill me, then hate me, despise me, and by all means flee, cling to your wretched life. What did you do to him, Itachi? Why are you doing this? She asked between sobs. However, it wasn't Itachi that spoke, it was the other man in the mask. You know exactly why we are doing this, Mikoto, the masked man said. The Kushi told herself. Who are you? She asked. You can just call me Tobi, he said, showing her his Sharingan. Tobi Uchiha, he finished as she gasped. Kaa-chan, Itachi said, getting her attention. Raise Sasuke, train him, make him strong and take care of Naruto-kun, he said as he disappeared into a flock of crows. Mikoto Uchiha. Tonight, you are lucky to be alive. Like I could actually kill her anyway, Naruto thought to himself as he swirled away. It had been a month since the massacre and right now Naruto was trying to graduate from the academy already, even after getting into the same year as the last year class. Come on, Gigi. Naruto pouted. No, the old man said. Come on. No, please. No, come on, I'll be your friend. Naruto said. Why do you want to graduate now? You just got into your last year. The Hokage asked. Because you know I'm already past Genin level, Gigi. You know I'm even capable of killing a Kage-level shinobi. You seen my skills, old man. And besides all of that, my class is so boring, everyone's still talking about Sasuke this and Uchiha that. The blonde said. Sigh. Hi, I do know all of that. But you're still way too young to be a genin. Not even Itachi or even Kakashi was a genin at 6 years old. Well, I'm not Kakashi, whoever that is, and I may not be Itachi, but I was trained by him. Plus I know that you know that I was training before that, the Jinchuriki said, and of course who could forget he can control Kyuubi's chakra. Hiruzen thought to himself, he definitely is stronger than any genin I've had the pleasure to come across. But the only reason why Kakashi and Itachi graduated from the Academy early was the fact that not only were they talented but both times were war times. Right now it's peacetime, so there is no need for extreme measures like turning a 6-year-old into a genin, he mentally ranted. Although even I have to agree that he is strong enough to beat most chunin, possibly even some low-level jonin, and that's without using Kyuubi as well. Only Kami knows how strong he is when he uses that. Please, old man, I'm way stronger than any genin you have. I've even invented my own jutsu. Now that had the god of shinobi's attention. A 6-year-old inventing a jutsu, now this I must see. He thought. Your own jutsu, huh? May I see it, Naruto-kun? The old man asked. Of course, Gigi. But be warned, this jutsu is so awesome it will knock your jocks off, the blonde said, smiling behind his orange mask. Does he mean socks? The Hokage wondered. I'm sure it will. Naruto-kun, please show me your jutsu, he said, smiling. Okay, Gigi. Here I go, Naruto said, putting his hands together in the ram seal. Oiroku no jutsu, he shouted, disappearing in a puff of smoke. 10 seconds later, right where Naruto was previously standing, was a grown woman, with jet black hair and brown eyes and 3 familiar whisker marks on each cheek, doing a Y pose. Not to mention that there was smoke covering her, at least E cup S and something else a little lower. Hiruzen-sama, why don't you come play with me? She said, her voice carrying nothing but lust. Maybe he's been spending time with Kakashi, Hiruzen thought to himself before his mind completely shut down, and he shot backwards with a fountain of blood shooting out of his nose like a fountain. It was at that moment when the woman disappeared in puff of smoke and is replaced by the 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki. I always knew he was a pervert, Minato remarked, he himself wiping some blood away from under his nose. Kid, that trick you just pulled off was excellent. His resident Bijou remarked, chuckling slightly. Which says something about you, since foxes, like myself, are natural-born tricksters. She went on, surprising the 3 males that she could actually talk to. Was that a compliment, Kyubi? Don't tell me the queen of all Bijou is getting soft on us now. Madara smirked, causing Kyubi to bang against the cage she was sealed in. Easy now, Kyubi, I wouldn't want you to hurt your soft furry paws now, Madara said, laughing slightly at the fox's reaction. Meanwhile, on the outside of his mind, Naruto was grabbing his head in pain while Kyubi was banging against the cage. Make it stop, make it stop, make it stop, he mentally chanted as Kyubi continued its angry assault on the bars. Having stopped laughing, Madara smirked. That's enough, Kyubi. I know you want to lose some weight, but there's no need to hurt the boy to do so, he said before he and Minato both cracked up laughing as the Kyubi disappeared into the shadows inside her cage, mumbling something about stupid monkeys. Meanwhile, outside the seal, Hiruzen was finally waking up. Grown, what the hell happened? Oh right, Naruto performed his jutsu. $% asterisk hashtag. Nanny! How could a 6-year-old come up with a jutsu like that? Maybe he's been spending too much time with Kakashi, the old man thought to himself. I wonder what he's been teaching the boy if he creates something so enticing. Before he could go on, an Anbu appeared in the office, bowing. Forgive the intrusion, Hokage-sama, but we have a problem, the masked man said. Sigh. What is it now? It appears that a team of freshly graduated Chunin have gotten themselves captured by Kurasuke Raiga of the 7 Swordsmen. Hana Inuzuka, the one who managed to escape, has requested immediate backup. Very well then, send for Nico and Bear. Hi, Hokage-sama, the Anbu said as he shined out of the office. Can I go, GG? Naruto asked, putting on the classic puppy dog no jutsu. Hell no. I'm sorry, Naruto, but this is one of the 7 swordsmen. It's far too dangerous for you. I can't let you go, the old man said, denying Naruto. Please, GG, if I go, I'll prove to you I should not be an academy student and I should be at least a Chunin, and if things get too dangerous, I'm sure the Anbu can take care of everything, Naruto stated. Sigh, no, Naruto, you will not be going, and that is my final word, Hiruzen said. Well, that's that, Naruto, Minato said. TCH, whatever, we are so going, Naruto told him. What? But Hyo dash, Minato tried saying, but was interrupted by Madara and Kyubi chuckling. Perhaps now things won't be so boring, Kyubi said. Yes, a fight with one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist will be a true test of your abilities. Well, sure, but it won't be in a kenjutsu fight. HN. That would be foolish, you idiot. You are nowhere near good enough to fight a master swordsman with your mediocre skills, Madara told him. But if you were to use the Sharingan, he would be no match for you at all, the Uchiha finished with mirth in his voice. There's the old Uchiha pride we all know and love. Minato's sweat dropped. Well now, I suggest you go and get ready, boy. Who knows, if you impress me, I may just let you sleep in peace for a while, Kyubi told him, licking her gigantic demonic lips. Thanks, Kyubi, that's very generous of you, the young blonde said sarcastically. And you should know by now that I'm always prepared. Right now I'm hungry, so I am going to get some ramen, he told the giant fox, getting a high-pitched feminine squeal from his father as everyone's sweat dropped and Naruto palmed his face. Tuning his attention back to the Hokage, Naruto spoke. GG, I'm going to go get some ramen. Okay, Naruto-kun, but remember I told you, you can't go with the Anbu. I know, GG, and I won't, the small blonde said, jumping out of the window behind the Hokage's desk. Who opened that? The old man questioned himself. And why do I get the feeling that I should tell Nico and Bear to make sure Naruto-kun doesn't go? Well, Bear mostly. I'm sure if I tell Nico, Naruto will end up going anyway, like last time. Hopefully Bear, with that no-nonsense scary face of his, he will be able to convince Naruto not to go. Half an hour later, Naruto was following the 2 Anbu through the surrounding forest as they were making their way toward Katabami Kinzen, where Kurasuke Raiga was currently located, sending her companion. She nodded to him before she disappeared, only to reappear moments later behind Naruto and grab the back of his coat. Naruto-kun, Hokage-sama gave us specific orders not to let you come with us. Nico-chan, I'm sure you remember what happened last time you tried to stop me from going somewhere. How could I forget, she thought to herself, sweat dropping. Uzumaki-san, I'm sure that if you want to be Hokage one day you would want to follow the current one's orders. I believe he told you not to come. The bear-masked Anbu said, making Naruto face him and experience the scary face. However, it surprised both Anbu when Naruto didn't even react to it like everyone else did. That may be true, however I'm sure you realize that I'm not a Shinobi, therefore I don't have to follow his orders, nor do I plan on doing so with either of you. The blonde said with little to no emotion in his face. You may not have to follow his orders for now, but we do, and you will not be coming with us. The man stated, trying his scary face again. HN. Whatever face you're trying to pull may work on babies or something, but you forget that I have the QB sealed inside of me, and whatever face it pulls is 10 times scarier than that. Besides, isn't there a team of Chunin in need of rescuing? I wouldn't want them to die. But I suppose if you want me to go back to the village, we will have to fight. But that's entirely up to you. The blonde said casually, pretending to check his fingernails, which were currently covered by a pair of black metal-plated gloves. Sweat dropping, both A and B had to agree that they were wasting valuable time by standing here talking. Sighing, Bear decided it was time to go. Alright, fine. You can come with us. Just make sure that you stay out of our way and let us deal with Kurasuke Raiga. Sure, Naruto said. Naruto will stay out of your way because Naruto is a good boy, Naruto said in what his occupants had dubbed his Toby voice, which made both adults visibly shiver. They hated that voice. Whenever he used it meant something big was going to happen, which always ended up being a prank on someone. Sure, the woman inside of Yugao thought the voice was cute, and had to hold herself back from glomping the kid every time she heard him use it. But the ANBU inside of her wanted nothing more than to punish him for ever using that voice to begin with. Well, are we going to get going, or are the two of you going to stand there all day gawking at me? He asked them. Right. It's going to take us at least 2 days to reach Katabami Kinzen, so let's get going, Yugao said. Right/hi. Both males nodded. 1 day later, when they taking a break near a stream, the ANBU known as Bear and Naruto were currently being amused by Yugao trying to catch some fish. Why doesn't she just use a jutsu or even a kunai for that matter? Bear questioned. I don't know, Naruto said. Although this way is far more entertaining, he said before he heard her swear for the umpteenth time. Maybe. The man chuckled, but we really don't have any time to waste. Getting Naruto to nod in agreement. Nico, we need to get moving, the man told her. Damn, I haven't eaten yet. She pouted as she made her way out of the stream. That's your fault for wasting time. TCH, whatever. Just give me a ration bar and then wait a few moments while I put my clothes on. Fine, here you go, the man said, tossing her a ration bar. Arigato, the woman said, catching the bar with little effort. A few moments later they had everything packed up and were already moving through He Forest. Can you tell me more about this Raiga? Naruto asked Yugao. Well, he was the youngest member of the 7 swordsmen until Chojuro came along. What about his sword? Naruto asked. Let's see, I believe he uses the Kiba or lightning blades that, from what I'm told, can utilize actual lightning instead of just right-on chakra. That's interesting, Madara told him. I've also heard that he has a weird fetish for funerals, Yugao stated. Funerals? Naruto repeated. Yeah, I don't really get it either, but like I said, he is one of the craziest swordsmen. She shrugged. Supposedly he was the last of the swordsmen to remain loyal to Mizukage, but apparently after Hashigaki Kisame left, he left as well. Yeah, after he tried and failed to kill the leader of the bloodline side and the Mizukage threatening to kill him, Bear stated. Well, at least he failed to kill the rebellion leader, Naruto stated. Yeah, you're probably just glad that he did fail so that you could enjoy those hugs and yes that she gave you all the time. Yugao teased him, making him blush slightly behind his mask. What are you two talking about? Bear asked them. Nothing, they said simultaneously. Well, obviously it's something, the man said, quirking an eyebrow behind his mask. Well, you see this necklace? The blonde asked, pulling it out of his shirt, getting the man to nod. The last time I was in Kiri, Terumi-Mae gave it to me for helping her and the bloodline side win the war. You were there? The man asked, shocked. Well, I was the one who killed the Yondaime, Naruto stated simply. Anyway, the blonde went on before Bear could ask questions. She became a friend of mine and she gave this to me after she became the Godaime, he said, putting the necklace back underneath his shirt. Well, you definitely must have made a good impression on her then. That necklace basically means you are always welcome in Kiri as long the two of you remain friends and allies, Bear told him. Well, that should be no problem, She's actually one of the only friends I've got aside from Sasuke and his older brother Itachi. Naruto told them as both of them stared at him for a few moments, both out of pity and curiosity. You were friends with Itachi? Bear asked him. Hi, he even trained me for a while. The man said, rubbing his chin. Then I have to ask. Do you know why he massacred his clan? Everyone, including me, believes he just snapped and went crazy. The male Anbu asked him. I know a lot of things, was Naruto's simple reply before he continued in his Toby voice. But Naruto cannot tell you because Naruto is a good boy, so you do know why. Bear stated, ignoring the voice. And if you ever tell someone I do know something, I will make you disappear like I did Shirsue's corpse. Baka! Minato screamed in his head. Hoops, was all he could say. What do you mean by that, Naruto-kun? You cannot possibly mean that you actually had something to do with Shirsue's body disappearing? A shocked Yugao asked him, with Bear paying close attention. If either of you ever, and I mean ever, mention that to anyone, I'll make the threat a reality. He threatened the both of them in what his occupants had dubbed his Madara voice, which, coming from a 6-year-old, was even scarier than Bear's scary face, which is saying something. Naruto wasn't even fazed by it. It must have something to do with Kyuubi being sealed inside him. Maybe he's used 2 scary faces or something. Are you really threatening 2 ANBU members? Bear asked him, trying to be intimidating. Of course not, Tenza-san, it's just a piece of friendly advice. Naruto told him, starting from the Toby voice and finishing in the Madara voice. Yes, well, let's just move on, shall we? Yugao said, avoiding a low-hanging tree branch. One day later, they had finally reached the outskirts of Katabami Kinzen and were currently watching Raiga hold a funeral for one of the miners that had died. Little did they know that the person inside the coffin was in fact still alive. We need to find Inuzuka Hana, Yugao said. Agreed, should we split up and look for her? Bear asked. That would be a good idea, Yugao answered. Alright, who takes Naruto with them? He can take care of himself, you know. He can help us look for the Inuzuka, or he could look for the Chunin that have been captured. Yugao said as Naruto's unseen eye had started to twitch. I vote that I go search for the Inuzuka, while the 2 of you go search for the Chunin. That does like a good idea, but are you sure you can handle it? Bear questioned. Hi was Al, Naruto said, with Yugao nodding her head in agreement. She was actually one of at least 3 people who knew exactly what he was capable of. Fine then, I suggest that we back here in an hour, Bear suggested. Hi. Both Yugao and Naruto nodded. Alright, let's go, Bear told them before he jumped away with Yugao close behind. TCH, well, this should be easy for you. All you need to do is activate the space-time jutsu and locate her chakra signature, Madara said impassively. I know, right? Kami, I love that jutsu, he told them before he activated his EMS and disappeared in a haze of fire. It didn't take long for him to find her. About 5 minutes, really. It turns out that she was actually on the other side of the mine watching the funeral like they had been. Hana was scared. She had no idea what to do. She knew she didn't stand a chance against a former member of the 7 Swordsmen, even more so since her dog companions were currently out of commission and were in the process of healing at the Curry of Life shop. I hope they're okay, she whimpered to himself. I also hope that backup is on its way, she thought to herself before she saw a swirl of flame appear suddenly out of the corner of her eye. Getting ready to attack, she threw a kunai at the body that had manifested itself. Ah, that could have really hurt, Naruto told her, acting surprised. That should have killed him. How did it was like the kunai went straight through him, Hana thought before she recognized who it was. Oh, Kami. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? You can't possibly be the backup I sent for, Hana asked. Well, I am, but only part of it. There are 2 ANBU members with me currently looking for the 3 Chunin you said had been captured, the blonde explained. Oh, well, there's only 2 now. One of them has just been buried, she told him sadly as she looked down at the funeral only to see a hysterical Raiga on his knees crying. HN, was all Naruto said. Where are your companions? He asked, looking around only just now noticing they weren't there with them. They got injured. They're recovering at the Curry of Life shop, Hana explained, wiping away tears that had threatened to drop. They will be fine, Hana-chan, Naruto said, trying to reassure the young woman. I knew I should have just become a veterinarian from the beginning like I had always wanted to. Trying to get the image of her 3 companions limping and bleeding rather heavily. It had happened when she tried to rescue her teammates, but herself. She was outnumbered, and when Raiga arrived she was clearly outclassed. How could I have been so stupid? She yelled to herself. After we are done here and we've rescued your team and beaten Raiga, you can become one. I'm sure Gigi would be fine with it, he stated. Hi. I think I will, Hana said, putting on a smile. Good, now let's go find the others, he said, grabbing her hand, both of them disappearing in a swirl of fire, appearing moments later behind Yugao. Where are they? Yugao asked herself as she continued looking for the captured shinobi. I've found Hana Nico-chan, Naruto said, surprising Yugao so much so that Shu threw a kunai at his head. Nico-chan, that's not a nice thing to do, Naruto stated in the Tobi voice. Thank Kami he can actual Ido that, otherwise that kunai would have been embedded in his skull. Yugao thought to herself. Naruto-kun, you shouldn't sneak up on trained shinobi like that. I would never forgive myself or you if I had just killed you, Yugao told him, leaving Hana to wonder how Naruto actually knew her. Hi, Naruto said, waving it off as nothing for her to worry about. I have bad news, Nico-chan, Naruto stated. Huh? What is it? She asked. One of the Chunin is dead. Hana here tells me that he was actually in that coffin we saw earlier. What about the other two? Any new on them? She asked, looking at Hana. Last I saw they were being held in one of the mining caves, the Inuzuka said after striking a thinking pose. That's good. Hopefully they are still alive. Well, they should be. From everything I've been able to discover, Raiga buries everyone alive. Well, it's too late to save the one in the coffin, but if we act now we can still save the others, Yugao informed them. Here you guys are. Arg. Naruto comically jumped as Bear made himself known. You shouldn't sneak up on people like that, Bear-san, he said. Look who's talking. They all sweat dropped. I found the two Chunin. They told me that the other one was buried alive. Tell us something we don't know, Naruto said, pointing to Hana. You really need to catch up, Bear-kun. Yugao smiled an unseen smile. Where are Tomoki and Tsukun? Hana asked him. Before the male Anbu could say anything, the two of them made themselves known. We are right here, Hana-san, the one called Tomoki said. Tomoki-san! Hana exclaimed, rushing forward and hugging him. Hana-san, you're safe, he said. Me? I'm glad the two of you are okay, the Inuzuka told them. This reunion is good and all, but I believe we have a swordsman to deal with, Naruto interrupted. I have to agree, Yugao said. Who's the kid? Tsukun asked, talking for the first time. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the blonde said with little emotion in his voice. Hey, aren't you that kid who pulls those pranks? Tomoki asked. Of course he knew that people called him a demon or a monster, but he really couldn't see it, and when he asked his parents about it they had told him that the villager were stupid and he shouldn't listen to them. Yeah, I am, Naruto said, thankful that he hadn't mentioned demon or monster. Oh man, those pranks are awesome, Tsukun said, smiling at him. He, like Tomoki, knew what the villagers called him, but his parents never called him a demon, so why should he? Really? The blonde asked as Yugao, Bear and Hana all let out sighs of relief. Yeah, especially the one you pulled on that bakery shop owner. Seriously, putting dog's semen in and on the food, that was freaking awesome. Tsukun chuckled. Tomoki was about to agree when a loud growl was heard. That was you! Hana growled and grabbed him by the front of his black coat. Yeah, it was. Who else could manage to get dog semen straight from the source and get away with it? Naruto told her, not scared in the slightest. That's not exactly the point, and you know it. You used MY dogs. Haha, yeah, and your mothers. He chuckled, earning another growl from the ferocious Chunin. I know you did, and my mother may have found it hilarious, but I didn't, Hana snapped. I believe your dogs also found it funny as well, so I don't see why you're so mad. I'm mad because not only did you use my dogs, I'm mad because I still have no idea how you managed to use them without me knowing about it until after it all went down, Hana explained. Have you actually tried asking your dogs? The blonde asked. Yes, of course I have, but they wouldn't tell me anything. That may be because I told them not to. You can talk to them? Hana asked, shocked, forgetting her anger. No one except an Inuzuka should be able to talk to them. I sure can, the orange mask-wearing boy said. And they actually listen to you? They do. Why do you seem so surprised? I am awesome. Besides, I actually have a question for you. How did your mom know that it was dog semen when she tasted the food? Naruto asked. I actually have no idea. Hana blinked while the others couldn't help but gag at the implications. Sorry to interrupt, Bear said. But like Naruto said, we do have a swordsman to take care of. He continued, trying to get the image of some Inuzuka eating dog semen out of his head. True, Naruto said, getting out of Han's slackened grip. Right. We need a plan. Man, that was fun, Naruto told Madara and Minato as Kyubi chuckled in the background. It certainly was, Kit. Even I have to say, the way you tortured and killed Raiga was certainly entertaining and definitely impressive, the giant fox told him. Does that mean that I can actually sleep for once? Naruto asked her, hoping that he could. Well, I say that if you impress me I would let you, so I will. Kyubi told him, pretending to mull it over. Thank you? Naruto told her. TCH, whatever, Kit. She said before she saw him start to cry, the tears coming out rather comically. Naruto, his father said, getting his attention. I believe you need to go see Hiruzen. Didn't he want to see you? Hi, he did, but I think I will go a little later. I'm a little busy right now. He said, and it was true because right now he was sitting next to Sasuke and Mikoto and Ichiraku Ramen. You really killed Kurisuke Raiga? Mikoto asked in disbelief. Yes, I really did. He stated, taking a huge mouthful of ramen. Well, how did you do it? She asked, wanting to know, as Sasuke was still in shock because he had just found out his best friend had killed a Jounin-level shinobi and one of the 7 swordsmen no less. Well, flashback, how the hell do we beat this guy? Yugao thought as she parried an attack from one of Raiga's blades, since she had managed to get in close to him. Raryu no Tatsumaki, Ninja Art, Thunder Dragon Tornado, as he crossed his blades in the air and started spinning in place. Seconds later, a vortex of both wind and electricity was formed, which in mere moments took on the shape of a dragon's head. The dragon, which had started to move toward the group of Konoha, knew they were in trouble and knew that they had to retreat to a safe distance to come up with a new plan, meanwhile dodging random bursts of lightning that shot out from the dragon. When they finally managed to escape the lightning and made it a safe distance away, they realized that Naruto wasn't with them. At the same time, Raiga realized they were too far away and released the jutsu, only to whacked in the back of the head. Turning around, he saw the orange mask-wearing blonde holding a stick and waving at him childishly. Naruto has been a good boy, so Naruto deserves to play, he told Raiga in the Toby voice before he disappeared into the ground. What? I can't sense his chakra at all, Raiga frantically thought, narrowing his eyes. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed behind the swordsman, who turned around only to have to roll out of the way of the multiple fireballs, only to straighten up and get hit in the back of the head again. Damn it! Raiga exclaimed, sending a bolt of lightning at the blonde when he turned around only to get hit in the jaw with an uppercut by a Kage Bunshin that had jumped up from the ground, causing him to lose a couple of teeth. Using nothing but speed as the Kage Bunshin dispersed, Naruto disappeared from Raiga's view. Behind you! A small voice coming from Raiga's back, which made Raiga turn around as Naruto, who had stopped because of the voice, had to dodge a bolt of lightning that was sent his way. Who the hell was that? Naruto asked his green-haired enemy. Ha ha! That, my boy, is probably my greatest defensive weapon, Ranmaru, Raiga told him. What do you mean by that? Does he have a bloodline? Naruto guessed. You could say that. He has a dojutsu so powerful that it can even stop Konoha's Byakugan from working properly. From what I've been able to gather, he has the ability to see through walls, cast genjutsu, and from what he tells me, he can see the physical life force inside of a human body to see if they're dead or alive, and he can also predict a series of attacks that an opponent could use against me. Raiga exclaimed. What the hell? It's like a mixture of the Sharingan and Byakugan. Naruto exclaimed. Seems like it, but it's not. Being able to see a person's physical life force to predict any and all attacks an opponent can use against you is something that the Byakugan and Sharingan can't do, Madara informed him. This dojutsu is something completely new and definitely something I have never seen before. Is he really able to stop the Byakugan? Naruto asked Raiga. Hi, it's been tested and proven to work quite well. The swordsman chuckled. Do you know if it works against the Sharingan? The blonde asked. Well, Raiga said, rubbing his chin in thought. The Uchiha's Sharingan has the ability to stop and cast any and all illusions, so I guess that part's out. The man shrugged. That's not the only thing, Raiga, Ranmaru said. Huh? What do you mean? The green-haired man asked. This boy is different than everyone else. When he disappeared, I couldn't see any life force coming from him. The only time I did was when I told you he was behind you, Ranmaru explained. What about now? Raiga asked him. Hi, I can see his life form now. But like him, it is strange, it's like I can see 4 different life forces inside his body, Ranmaru told him. Nani? For how is that possible? Raiga exclaimed, bewildered. Obviously, like all the others, his dojutsu needs to develop more, Naruto stated, covering for himself before he activated his EMS and disappeared from view. Smiling, Raiga asked Ranmaru. Where is he? Ranmaru? I am sorry, Raiga, but I do not know. Nani? The angry man exclaimed, gritting his teeth only to get hit in the back of the head for the 3rd time. Kyuso! He exclaimed, turning around only to this time get kicked in the back of the head, which caused him fall forward and for Ranmaru to roll across the ground, coming to a stop a fair bit away from Raiga. So this must be Ranmaru, Naruto said, slightly shocked to see a boy no older than himself. Ranmaru! Raiga shouted as quickly got up and ran over to the boy. So it seems his abilities are useless against the Sharingan after all. Naruto informed them, seeming to be uninterested in the way things were going. Why you have the SH Sharingan? Raiga stuttered. The blonde said, making his red eye glow through the only hole in his mask. Why do you seem so shocked? It was the only reason I asked if you knew if his abilities worked against mine. And since you really only know a little bit about the Sharingan, I thought I'd show you a bit more. He said, only making Raiga angry. Oh, and just so you know, that I know that your friend is useless against me, this fight is boring. So I hope the two of have said your goodbyes because I'm done playing around. He informed both of them as he activated Kamui. You can't be a swordsman if you don't have any arms. What the hell? He screamed as he felt a weird sensation suddenly come over his body, or precisely his left arm. A few moments later the man couldn't help but fall to one knee as immense pain suddenly washed over him. Looking at where the pain came from, he saw it. The stub of his left arm. What the hell are you, kid? He screamed through clenched teeth. Technically I'm a civilian, but if me killing the Yonde Mizukage is anything to go by, then I am way out of your league. The boy shrugged, activating Amaterasu. ARGGHH. Raiga screamed again as the eternal black flames landed on Raiga's right arm. After a moment or two, Naruto activated Kamui for a second time, making Raiga's remaining and burning arm disappear like the other one. When the jutsu finished, he noticed that the swordsman was barely conscious. Must be from the pain. Walking over to the now armless man, Naruto raised his head so that he could right into Raiga's eyes. Tsukiyomi. Raiga, who barely knew what was going on, realized that world had changed. Instead of being cloudy and gray like he had made it, he saw that the sky was in fact red and clouds were black. Is this hell? He asked out loud, though it came a little groggy. Your own personal version. Welcome to one of the greatest genjutsu ever made, Tsukiyomi. Now let's see how you like being buried alive. For the next 70-2 hours you will experience what it's like. Naruto told him before Raiga suddenly found himself inside a coffin. On the outside world, only 3 seconds had passed before Raiga's body slumped to the ground unconscious due to the bloodless, and because of the effects that Tsukiyomi has on the mind. Raiga! Ranmaru shouted as he tried to run over to the man, only to get knocked out by a chop to the neck by Naruto, who let his body fall to the ground before he went over and picked up the Kiba blades. Walking over to the body of the unconscious and half-head Raiga, he said, I'll be seeing you. Before he plunged one of the blades into Raiga's back where his heart would be instantly killing him. Pulling the blade out, he took a scroll out from his pouch and sealed the blades inside it as everyone, who was watching from the distance, stood there completely shocked at what they had just witnessed. He really is a monster, Tomoki said, looking absolutely terrified. Only on the battlefield. Yugao told him. Come on, let's go join him. Bear said, running toward the blonde. Flashback and so that's what happened. He told the pair of stunned Uchiha and Ichiraku who had listened. Of course he did change certain things around. They didn't know about his eyes, so he just basically told them it was a group effort and that Naruto had gotten in a lucky shot with a kunai that pierced Raiga's heart, while Nico and Bear were distracting him. And he also didn't tell them what he did next. Flashback. Well, now that that's over, Bear said. What do you say we head on over to the Curry of Life shop and see how Hana-san's dogs are doing? What do you mean over? What do we do about him? Sukun asked, pointing at Ranmaru. I've got that covered, Naruto said. What do you plan on doing? Hana asked him. He said after a moment's pause. That's really none of your concern, he told them in the Madara voice. But don't worry, Naruto won't be too long because Naruto is a good boy, he said in the Toby voice, making everyone there shiver visibly. It's like he's 3 different people. Hana thought to herself before turning to the others. Come on, let's go. If he says he won't be too long, let's just head on over to the Curry of Life shop and wait for him there, she told them, eager to see her dogs again. Watching as they all hurried away, most of them doing so that they could get away from the blonde boy, Naruto turned his attention to the dead Raiga and the unconscious Ranmaru. Sigh. Well, let's get this over with, he told no one, creating a group of Kage Bunshin that picked up Raiga and the knocked out boy and slowly made their way over to the graveyard Raiga had made when he started burying people. Placing the 2 on the ground, the clones went to work and started digging a hole 6 feet deep. A few minutes later, half the clones made their over to the 2 bodies and half of them jumped into the hole. The ones that picked up Raiga and Ranmaru slowly lowered Raiga into the hands of the ones inside the hole before they lowered him onto the ground before they did the same with the still alive Ranmaru. Naruto just stood there as his clones started filling the hole up, effectively burying Ranmaru alive. If Minato wasn't worried about Naruto's state of mind before, he certainly was now. Naruto the man thought to himself, frowning at what his son had just done. flashback and colon. Just what the hell were you thinking? Hiruzen yelled at the boy when he finally made his way over to the old man's office. I thought I told you not to go. Yes, well, I am a civilian, so as you already know, you have no control over what I do. Naruto told the Kage, not even fazed by the dangerous glare he was getting. Sighing, the man rubbed the bridge of his nose. Alright, fine, you have made your point, Naruto. If you want to be a Chunin, then so be it. No. Naruto told him. Nani! What the hell do you want then? The man shouted, about to rip his hair out. At this rate, I'm going to have a heart attack. I want to be an A&B member. You want to what? Yep, definitely a heart attack. Come on, GG. From what I'm sure was an awesome report on the awesomeness that is me, you have been made fully aware that not only have I killed a Kage level shinobi who just happened to be the Sanbai Jinchuriki, but now I have also killed a Jounin level shinobi who happened to be a former member of the Seven Swordsmen without even having to use Kyuubi's chakra. That should be enough proof to you that I'm beyond Chunin level. The blonde told him. I suppose that is true, and there is also the news that he has the Sharingan, which I definitely need to look into. Alright, fine, Naruto, you win. You want to be an ANBU. How about tonight I give you a little taste of what it's like? Let's see here. He paused to add a list comprised of the ANBU roster. Aha! Perfect. You will be teamed up with Nico-san, who just happens to have village patrol tonight. He informed the boy, who nodded. Now you will need a mask, so if you come by here before your shift starts to meet Nico, I will give you one. No need, GG. I already have one. You can't wear that orange thing, Naruto. If you want to be an ANBU, your mask has to be white, and it has to represent an animal. That's what I'm saying, old man. He said as went through his trusty pouch and pulled out a scroll. Unsealing it, Hiruzen's eyebrows shot up toward his receding hairline. Itachi's weasel mask? The old man gaped. Cough. Yes, well, I guess that will do. Now run along, Naruto-kun, and I want you to be back here by 7 o'clock. Hi, GG. Naruto exclaimed as he ran and jumped out the window. At least now he has to follow my orders and I can make him stay in the village, he said to himself, smirking. Payback is a bitch. As 7 rolled up, Naruto, now wearing his weasel mask, swirled into the Hokage's office. Oh hey, oh GG. Naruto exclaimed at Hiruzen, who was just about to throw a kunai at the boy for surprising him like that. Naruto-kun, good you're here. Now we just have to wait FO dash, Hokage-sama, Yugao said as she appeared in the office via Shunshin. Nico-san, I trust Naruto here will be in good hands tonight during village patrol, the old man stated, trying not to laugh. He knew how boring village patrol could get, especially during peace times when nothing was happening. Now border patrol was the better patrol. There was always bandits or missing nin that needed to be taken care of. Yes, village patrol was like gate guarding duty. So very boring, and Naruto was about to learn that the hard way. Just what he deserves. He smirked before it turned into a frown when he realized something. I hope Takami, his reaction is a peaceful one. Sure, I had a good laugh about the dog semen incident, but that was when it was happening to someone else. He thought to himself, getting slightly scared thinking about what the pranking kid from hell would come up with. I'm sure he will be just fine, Hokage-sama, Nico said. Man, I hate village patrol, but I guess I could use the downtime since I haven't been able to rest since the rescue mission a week ago. Yugao thought to herself before she smiled behind her mask. And maybe I could help Naruto-kun come up with a prank when he realizes just how boring tonight will be. She had to stop herself from cackling like a madwoman as ideas started to form in her head. Well, off you two go then, have fun, Weasel-kun, the old man said teasingly as Naruto heard his father chuckling in his head. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Nothing at all, the man quickly said. Whatever. Come on, Weasel-kun, the village isn't going to patrol itself, Yugao said. Inawagakure village patrols you, he said in the Toby voice, jumping out the window as both ANBU and Kage's sweat dropped before Yugao jumped out the window going after the blonde. What the hell was he talking about? The man known as the professor asked himself before shaking his head. Could he have gotten the Sharingan from Shursui? Is that why he only has one eye hole in his mask? The old man wondered before lighting his pipe with a small fire jutsu. Sure, he now a member of the elite ANBU, actually he was an ANBU captain. But due to the Hokage's orders and his past discretions, he was not allowed to leave the village, unless of course it was an extreme circumstance, like a team had been captured or something similar. For the last 6 years he had been stuck doing village patrol. Of course the old man did get his comeuppance. Flashback, It's mornings like these that make me hate being stuck in an office all day, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought as he made his way to his office, only to freeze when he saw it. Someone had painted a pair of what looked like a woman's legs in a V shape on the Hokage tower, and had painted the doors pink, which he didn't quite get at first, but when he opened the doors, the old man couldn't help but let out a perverted giggle. Sure, he was mad, but he didn't think that anyone would have the balls to actually do something so vulgar on his tower, no less. If he had to take a guess, it was definitely Naruto's doing. For the past 6 months, Naruto had been getting increasingly agitated and, from what he saw, a lot more lazier as well. And he knew the boy was going to pull something off sometime if, by the fact that both he and Yuzuki Yugao would also giggle around him, or stop talking to each other in hushed voices whenever he was around, was any indication. Now he could live with the legs and the pink doors, but what happened to him next was definitely something that ruined his reputation as the Kami no Shinobi. He had sat down in his chair, and since he was always the first one in the tower, he always used this chance to read his Aika. As started reading from where he was up to, he was surprised, shocked, disgusted, and horrified. Someone had replaced his normal Aika with .yoi. ARRGHHHH. He tried throwing it away out the window only to then realize that the book was stuck to his hand. #% and $$. ARRGGHH. He screamed again. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he came to the only conclusion he could think of to get rid of the book. He performed a quick Katon jutsu and destroyed the book. Thinking that the worst was over, he sat down, and taking a sigh of relief decided that he needed a smoke to calm his nerves. He just prayed to Kami that no one would dare mess with his tobacco. Lighting up his trusty pipe, he took a few puffs from it, and only then realized that the walls had started to move up and down. Shaking head to try and clear his mind, he quickly realized that that was mistake, since now the entire room was spinning around. Looking down at his desk, he let out a high-pitched girl-like squeal as the paperwork he had left there overnight had started doing the Mexican hat dance around the iron tray, and of course had started to sing. We dance around the Mexican hat. We dance. Putting his hand on the table, he let another high-pitched scream as the paper, which were previously dancing, had just tried to bite him. The sun was shining, birds were chirping, squirrels were squirreling. Her day had started out lovely until she reached the Hokage tower like she every day, being the man's assistant, and saw the legs painted on it. Uzumaki, she woman thought through clenched teeth, what has that brat done now? And upon hearing the girlish scream from the Hokage's office, she quickly hurried inside and ran straight to the office. Opening the door, the sight she came upon was, other strange, pretty funny. Hiruzen Sarutobi had a kunai as his hand and was in the process of stabbing his paperwork, which was still in the iron tray, with a maniacal grin plastered on his face. So the old man's finally snapped. I owe Koi a threesome with my sister, she thought to herself as she slowly walked out of the room and shut the door behind her. Flashback and the rest of the day, after the old man had come down of his high and ordered a second copy of the paperwork he had killed, he had started to hum the Mexican hat dance song in his head. Good times, Naruto thought to himself, sitting down in the male hot springs before his mind began to wander back to his training over the last 6 years. His kenjutsu, which 6 years ago was barely existent, was now on par with the best that Konoha had to offer, which was Yuzuki Yugao and her now fiancé, Gekko Hate. Of course, that never stopped him from bragging and saying that if he could kill a swordsman with using a sword, he didn't even need to learn how to use them, which, he learned pretty quickly, was a bad thing to say around kenjutsu users, something he learned the hard and pointy way. His taijutsu, which he hadn't been overly concerned with since his training with Itachi, was now on par with Madara. So the man says anyway. His genjutsu, being the worst thing for a Jinchuriki to learn without the use of the Sharingan, was still as poor as it had always been. Still, he was able to detect and release genjutsu. That had to count for something, right? With the use of the Sharingan, he was, shall we say, better the Yuhi Kurinai, maybe as good as Itachi, and maybe he was up to par with Madara. Speaking of Yuhi Kurinai, ever since she had introduced herself to her at the age of 4, they had become good friends, and they seemed to have a brother/sister thing going on. He knew he couldn't deny that she was undeniably beautiful, and would always check her out. It was those times he realized he was grateful he could only see through one hole and that she couldn't see his eye behind the blackness the mask created, because the amount of times she thought she had caught him looking at her, he was sure that one day she was going to show him just why she was the Ice Queen of Konoha, just for the hell of it. Her best friend Mitarashi Anko, who had introduced herself the same time Kurinai did, quickly became friends with as well, and was also kind of like a sister to him as well. A and perverted sister, but a sister nonetheless. Sure, he had to deal with saying that every day she wanted to do things to him that would make the gods turn their heads, but he could easily live with that. When Kurinai had told him what Orochimaru had done to her, and how the village had treated afterwards, as they say, the rest is history. Anyway, back to his training. His ninjutsu was, he could say with proud, the best thing in his entire arsenal. Over the past 6 years he had completed his futon manipulation training, and with the help of his father he had, 2 years ago, created something his dad had only ever dreamed of doing. He had added an element to the Rasengan, and created one his favorite jutsu. Futon Rasen Shuriken. He didn't stop there though. Oh no, Madara had decided to teach him a jutsu of his own, which was Katan Goka Mekyaku, that created a giant wall of fire that would shoot toward his target. Yeah, he sure loved the destruction those two jutsu could create. His musings were cut short when a man wearing a turtle mask shined into the hot spring. Uzumaki Naruto, the man said, seeing that the blonde wasn't in uniform. Hokage-sama requests your presence. TCH, I'm sure he does. Tell him I will be there in a minute. Naruto responded, sighing, since he had just gotten here like 5 minutes ago. Getting out the hot spring, he realized that in 4 hours he was supposed to go to Sasuke's house for dinner. Not sure as to why getting out the hot spring reminded him about dinner, he shrugged before a thought came to mind. Maybe it's because the last time I was over there I saw Mikoto dressed in only a towel with water dripping of her creamy skin. That's a sight I will never forget. Now to think of an excuse as to why I was 3 hours late to go see the old man. He said to himself. Yeah, I've been spending too much time with Kakashi Nizan, he said to himself out loud, but he knew Kakashi didn't mind. When he told Kakashi he knew who his parents were, the lazy man had practically jumped for joy in knowing that he didn't have to hide it from him anymore, and since then they had become sort of like brothers or uncle and nephew. Well, whatever they were, he could honestly say that he loved his life. 3 hours later, Naruto was standing in the Hokage's office, currently getting an earful for being 3 hours late. Relax, old man, or you might choke on your pipe. The reason I was so late is because some crazy old lady had gotten herself stuck in a tree, and her cat had come and found me while I was making my way here and told me to come and help her out of the tree. But since it was a black cat, I had to take the long way around, which while doing so I walked past a bookshop and noticed they were selling the new Ika, and I knew that I had to go and buy it for Kakashi since he is out on a mission. After I had managed to get the old lady out of the tree, I started making my way here again. I got lost on the road to life, the blonde lazily said, blinking Olashi at the blonde. The Kage was actually inclined to believe him. He could have sworn he saw an old lady trying to climb a tree earlier when he went out to stretch his legs, and he also knew that the new Ika came out today, and that Kakashi was probably the series' biggest fan. Too bad for him that Jiraiya is my old student, and he sends me copies in advance. The Fire Shadow thought to himself, smirking. Cough. Anyway, the reason I called you here today is that I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you anyway, he said, mumbling the last part, but Naruto still heard him. What is it, old man? Naruto said, slightly on edge. I'm afraid that I'm demoting you. The old man instinctively flinched, waiting for the outburst, but all he got were gasps from the ANBU that were currently stationed as his guard in the office. You have to be joking, right? Demoting me? To what? Genin, the old man stated nervously. You what? Listen, Naruto. You're 12 years old and people your age are about to be going through their graduation exams, and it's high time you made some friends your age. Trust me, Naruto, this is for your own good. Does that mean that I have to take the useless exam as well? Well, no, I don't believe so. You and I both know that would be a waste of time. So you will just meet them the day after tomorrow when they find out what team they will be on. Hiruzen explained. Sighing, the old man knew that right now, Naruto hated him more than useless jutsu. But he knew it was for the best. He was about to say something, but Naruto, who was beyond pissed right now, just swirled away. My life was heard after he disappeared. An hour later, Naruto found himself currently not eating a steaming bowl of ramen that Mikoto had placed in front of him. What's wrong? Does he not like it? He looks angry. I hope it wasn't my fault. I mean, this is the first time I have ever made ramen, and I did it just for him. The woman frantically thought to herself as she watched her favorite blonde not eat his favorite food that she had prepared for him. Sasuke, however, was practically wolfing his bowl down. Not only did it taste great, he was feeling rather awkward sitting there in the uncomfortable silence. Quickly finishing his bowl, he said it was delicious before got up and told them he was going outside to train. A few moments later, when she was sure they were alone, Mikoto turned Naruto. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? You're not eating your ramen. Did it not taste good? She asked, slightly afraid of the answer. It tasted great, Mikoto-chan, it's just... He paused. It's just what? I got some news earlier that really pissed me off. Huh? What happened? Mikoto frowned. Apparently I've been demoted. He growled. You what? The Uchiha asked, shocked. The old man demoted me to Genin rank. Naruto explained. Why the hell would he do that? TCH. He said something about wanting me to make friends my own age. That has to be the worst excuse I think I've ever heard for demoting someone, she stated angrily. He may have been afraid that Naruto would turn out like Orochimaru or something, the woman mused. I know, right, Sai, I can't believe this, Naruto said, finally taking a bite out his slightly cold ramen for a second time. Well, maybe it won't be so bad, Mikoto suddenly said. What do you mean? The 12-year-old asked, tilting his head with a noodle hanging out the side of his mouth. Kawaii, Mikoto squealed inwardly. Perhaps you and Sasuke-chan will be on the same team, the woman said, smiling, trying to cheer him up. Seeing her smile did cheer him up, if only a little. Frowning, he said, Kami must hate me. Seeing him frown, Mikoto made her way over to him and, pressing her assets against his back and wrapping her arms around him in a hug, she said, Don't worry about it, Naruto, at least this way you can actually leave the village from time to time on missions. She told him, stopping herself from giggling at seeing him blush. Kami, it's fun teasing him, even though I know I shouldn't do it. I know he has a crush on me, so I really shouldn't lead him on. I mean, I don't exactly feel the same way. I see him as a son. Hell, sometimes I think if he were older we could have been best friends. There are times where he reminds so much of Minato-kun. That kind, caring personality. He even has Minato's patented warm smile down to a T. And when he's angry he reminds me of Kushina-chan and they she used to act. Shaking those thoughts out of her head, she quickly let go of him. I guess you're right, Mikoto-chan, he said, missing the warmth she had given him. There you go, Naruto-kun, you should always look for the best in things. He said, not realizing he had started staring at her. Mikoto, who had noticed his staring, quickly picked up her half-eaten bowl of ramen and left a bewildered Naruto alone in the room, who had noticed the frown on her face and, thinking he had done something wrong, got up and followed her into the kitchen. Walking in, he saw that she still had the frown on her face. Mikoto, did I do something wrong? He asked, making her stop what she was doing. Why would you think that? She asked, the frown getting deeper. Because you just left the room so abruptly, he stated. No, Naruto, you didn't do anything wrong, it's just… She paused. It's just what? He asked. It's just the way you were looking at me, she said, making Naruto tilt his head to the side in confusion. Sighing when she saw the look on his face, she just decided to come out with it. I know you have a crush on me, Naruto, she told him as his eyes widened. So what? He asked. So what? Naruto, it's wrong, that's what. Why is it wrong? Because I'm 25 years older than you, Naruto. I was best friends with your parents, and your dash. I'm what? He interrupted. A monster, a dem slap. You and I both know that's not true, Uzumaki, so never say that again, she growled angrily as Naruto recoiled back from the shock. What I was going to say is that you're only 12, Naruto. You should be chasing after girls your own age and not some old woman like me, she said, softly rubbing the cheek she had just slapped. Have you seen the girls my age? They're all annoying Sasuke fangirls. I don't care how old you are, Mikoto, you're a kind-hearted and beautiful woman and you can cook one hell of a ramen, so that's another plus in my book, he told her, smiling ear to ear as Mikoto, who had stopped rubbing his cheek by now, could only shake her head and whisper, Baka, you know I don't feel the same way, Naruto, she told him, not missing the sad look that passed through Naruto's eyes just as quickly as it came. I know. But I can't help it. You have always been there for me. Even after the massacre you still came by and either cooked me dinner or just came by to see how I was, he stated. That's because I see you as a son, Naruto, she told him, making him frown. You see me as a son? He questioned. Hi, ever since the first time Itachi invited you over dinner I've come to care for you as a son. Ever since the first time I saw you I thought you were beautiful. Remember I said you were pretty? He asked, getting a nod from the woman as she remembered the stuttering 4-year-old. Sure, at first I adored you like a son adores his mother, but as time went on I began to realize just how much you actually mean to me. He stopped to take a breath and collect his thoughts. Every time I see you smile my heart beats like crazy. Every time you touch me, he said, grabbing her hand. My heart skips a beat, he said softly, suddenly finding the floor interesting as Mikoto stood frozen in front of him. I knew he had a crush on me, but I didn't think he felt that way about me, she thought to herself, turning around to leave the room. Looking up, Naruto saw her walking away. Mikoto, I think you should leave, she said, making her way out of the kitchen and went to the stairs. Looking down sadly, Naruto slowly made his way out of the kitchen and, upon seeing Mikoto disappear up the stairs, swirled away, never knowing that Sasuke had heard everything and had walked inside, deciding to go find his mom. Leaning against the door to her bedroom, clutching her heart with one hand, wiping away a tear, she couldn't help but think. Not even Fugaku-kun had ever said something as nice as that. Sasuke, who was now outside her bedroom, asked her if she was okay, getting a reply after a few moments of silence. No, I'm not. I don't know what to do, Sasuke-kun. He heard her sniff. Do you want to talk about it? I know the dope can be Well, Ado, but I do know he feels that and much more for you. He suppressed the urge to gag. This mushy romance stuff wasn't exactly his thing. You should see the way his dumb face lights up every time your name is mentioned. He loves me, doesn't he? I thought that would be obvious by that little speech he made down there. But if you want more proof, you should see the photo album he has under his bed, and maybe you will. Accidentally? Find the box he keeps under the floorboards. He has a photo album, she asked. I didn't know that. Hi, but if you want to see it, you will have to make sure he's out of his apartment, he told her. 2 days had gone by and Naruto was currently sitting in the classroom Hiruzen had told him to go to. Genin, I still can't believe this is happening. Don't be mad, Naruto. Besides, I actually happen to agree with Hiruzen. It's like Mikoto said, this way you can actually leave the village. Was all Naruto said, not really want to talk about Mikoto. Why did I have to get her so early, damn it? I'm the only one here. 12 minutes later, Naruto turned from looking out the window to look at the door when it was opened and someone walked in. He instantly recognized the person as Nara Shikamaru. He hasn't changed much, Naruto said to himself, looking the boy over. Shikamaru, noticing he wasn't the first one here, was startled slightly by the orange mask the apparent blonde was wearing. Troublesome, is that Naruto? The Nara boy thought to himself as he took a seat a bench away from Naruto and put his head on the desk, promptly falling asleep, snoring a minute later, making Naruto's sweat drop. Yeah, definitely hasn't changed. 10 minutes later, as the classroom finally filled out with fresh genin, he saw that they all kept looking at him, well, except Sasuke, who already knew why he was there, and Shikamaru, who was still asleep. Looking around the room, Sasuke saw something that was akin to deja vu. Hinata's staring at you. He smirked at Naruto, who he realized wasn't even listening, but before he could get the blonde's attention, the door opened, revealing Yumino Irika. Alright, let me start by say dash. He would have continued, but he was interrupted by a shout of, H.A. Take that forehead, I win. From one Yamanaka Ino. As if I know pig, my foot entered first, was heard by Harino Sakura. You wish that seat is mine? Ino yelled as the two girls made their way to Sasuke, only to realize that the seat next to him was taken. Hey you! I don't know who you are, but get out of my seat! Ino yelled as the class waited on the edge of the seat to see what would happen. No one got in the way of those two when they wanted to sit next to Sasuke. Oh, I'm sorry, how rude of me. I'm actually a serious shinobi, Naruto told, looking bored. What? Was Ino's intelligent reply. That's who I am. A serious shinobi. He shrugged. Why, you little? Ino growled, about to punch him. Hey Sasuke, do you hear a pig squealing? He asked, turning to his friend, who turned to him and just shrugged before turning back to look at the window as the class snickered. Excuse me, but this is where I sit, Sakura told him, deciding to be nice. How dare this baka sit next to my Sasuke-kun? Cha. Turning toward her, Naruto asked. You say something? As her jaw dropped, she was about to join Ino in beating him up, but Irika decided enough was enough. Sakura, Ino, sit down, shut up and pay attention, he screamed, using his famous big head no jutsu before he coughed. Now, as I was saying. At this point, Naruto zoned out and started rubbing the left side of his neck. I may have made the biggest mistake of my life last night. Flashback, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said. We have a problem. What is it? Naruto asked, not really wanting to be talking to the old man because he was still angry with the demotion. It appears that Academy instructor Mizuki has stolen the forbidden scroll of sealing. Eyes widened, Naruto asked. How the hell did he manage to do that? It appears that while I was out of my office, he managed to sneak in, knock out the ANBU guards. He paused as Naruto looked at one of them. And steal it from my vault. A Chunin-level shinobi and an Academy student no less shouldn't have been able to knock out 4 ANBU members and get the scroll of sealing by himself. I agree, and from what I've been told, he had some help from someone. There's possibly more, but we don't know. Our main concern right now is apprehending Mizuki and getting the scroll back. Hi, I'll help try to find him, nodding, the old man said. Good luck. And a few moments later, Naruto activated his time-space migration jutsu and disappeared from the office. Huff huff. Finally made it. Orochimaru-sama and Kabuto-san should be here any minute. Mizuki panted out loud. Well, look at what I've found, a nice little traitor, a deep voice said from behind the silver-haired Chunin. As Mizuki turned around, he saw a man with long, spiky, black hair and a strangely familiar orange mask with a swirl on it leading to a single eye hole, sitting lazily a tree with his back against the trunk and one leg dangling of the side. Who are you? Uchiha Tobi, the man said. You Uchiha? HN. Give me the scroll, Mizuki, and your punishment will be painless, Tobi stated. I don't think so, Uchiha. Orochimaru-sama promised me that if I gave him this scroll he would give me power I could never dream of. Have it your way then. The man said before he disappeared, and kicking Mizuki in the back he grabbed the scroll as Mizuki crashed forward. Before Mizuki could even recover, he was knocked out by a blow to the head bu the butt end of a kunai. You guys can take him to Ibiki, Naruto said, releasing the genjutsu he had placed on himself as 3 ANBU members appeared out of the trees. Hi senpai. The three of them exclaimed as one of them grabbed Mizuki, and they disappeared. A few moments later Naruto activated his genjutsu again and said, The two of you can come out. There's no one here except me. Kakuku, I knew that fool Mizuki couldn't actually pull it off, though I am quite surprised that you Kabuto-kun failed. A man said, walking out of the trees and licking his lips at the scared look on Kabuto's face. Orochimaru, Naruto said impassively. Kakuku, so you know who I am, so why don't you introduce yourself? What's the matter, Orochimaru, don't you recognize me? Oh well, I'm sure you will. My name is Uchiha Madara, Naruto told him in the Madara voice. Nani? The last I heard was that he disappeared. He thought to himself, being focusing on the man. I can't detect any genjutsu on him. It can't be. So what was your plan, Snake? Steal the scroll for the jutsu, kill the idiot, and use him? Naruto said, pointing at Kabuto. To continue on spying on the village, Kakuku, the man chuckled. And what is your plan, Madara-kun? What are you doing here in Konoha, keeping an eye on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? The blonde, now black-haired man stated simply. Orochimaru-sama, you can't possibly believe that this man is Uchiha Madara, Kabuto said, pushing up his glasses. Don't test me, boy. Naruto/Madara growled, activating Amaterasu and aiming for Kabuto's feet, making the teen jump back in shock. So it really is him, Orochimaru thought to himself, not exactly liking where this could lead to. He knew that he couldn't win in a fight against the man, even if he was over 100 years old. Kabuto-kun, the snake-like man said, licking his lips with his elongated tongue. I'm sure you are aware exactly who this man is, he said, glancing at the black flames on the forest floor. It would be better for your health if you didn't anger the man who can go toe-to-toe with Senju Hashirama and come out on top, he said with respect clear in voice. Forgive me, Madara-sama, Kabuto said. So tell me, Orochimaru, how goes the curse seal of heaven? I've seen Mitarashi and I know that was just a prototype. Kakuku, Madara-kun, my curse seal is excellent. I have just recently perfected a stage 2. The snake man said with mirth visible in his eyes. Stage 2? How much power does one get in that? Naruto/Madara asked. Quite a bit more than stage 1, I assure you. They even transform into some sort of dot beasts, which actually took me by surprise, the Sannin told him. I'm sure it did, Naruto replied sarcastically, getting a chuckle from Orochimaru. And how many people died during those little experiments? Kakuku, quite a number actually. Their poor pathetic screams were music to my ears, the man answered, looking like he just had an orgasm. Well, Orochimaru, what would you say to another experiment? Naruto asked. Oh, what do you propose, Madara-kun? The man asked, licking his lips. You give me the curse seal, he stated simply. What? Naruto, what the hell are you thinking? Minato screamed in his head, while Madara was just shaking his head, thinking the same thing. You want the curse seal? Orochimaru asked him, astonished. The most powerful man on the planet wants the curse seal. This couldn't get any better. If it fails, it will kill him like the others and the Uchiha would finally be dead. But if it were to succeed, then maybe I could entice him over to my side, and then I could take his body for my own. Yes, I do. So what do you say, Orochimaru? Ha 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 ha, this is brilliant, the man exclaimed before he inhumanly extended his neck and sank his fangs into Naruto's neck. Orochimaru froze. Something was off. The moment he bit Madara, he could sense a genjutsu surrounding the man. Nanny, how come I couldn't sense something before? The snake asked himself, wondering what was going on. Retracting himself from the man, Orochimaru looked at Madara with curiosity. Strange. He didn't scream or faint like everyone else did, and then there's the genjutsu. What could he possibly be hiding? Don't tell me he doesn't like showing his age like Tsunadeheim, the man asked himself. A warning would be great next time, Naruto quipped, running his fingers over the bite mark before he felt his genjutsu start to slip. Now, Madara-kun, would you so kind as to hand over the scroll of sealing? Orochimaru chuckled. Maybe next time, snarg. Naruto screamed as pain coursed through him. I need to get out of H here, Naruto thought, activating his time-space manipulation jutsu and disappearing with the scroll, but not before Orochimaru caught a glimpse of blonde hair. What was that? Was that what he was hiding under the genjutsu, or is there more going on? Someone like him wouldn't try and hide his appearance behind a genjutsu, just a hideous orange mask. I don't think that was Madara, he thought to himself, looking over at the black flames that were still there. If it wasn't him, then who the hell did I just give the curse mark to? Seconds later, Naruto appeared in the Hokage's office, dropping the scroll in front of Hiruzen. Nara dash. Hiruzen began only for Naruto to swirl away and appear in his apartment, and subsequently collapse onto his bed, passing out. Where are they? Haruno Sakura wondered, deciding to just sit down and wait for them. They wouldn't be too long, right? 3 hours later, Sasuke and Naruto had finally shown up, and the first thing that Sakura noticed was that outfits had changed. Sasuke now had a black shirt on with the collar up and the trademark Uchiha fan on the back, a pair of white shorts on, and a pair of black shinobi sandals. All in all, the only thing he changed was the color of his shirt and the color of his sandals, but due to Sakura's chronic fangirlism, she thought he still looked super hot and super badass. Naruto was no longer wearing an open black jacket and the tight black shirt that showed off his abs, and gone were the black pants and black boots. Now he was wearing a black robe that has an orange swirl on the back of it, that was usually seen on the Chunin and Jounin flak jackets, and a pair of black pants. He had an orange belt sash around his waist, his usual black metal-plated gloves, and an orange bandana that ran down to his lower back, with his hitai tied around his left arm, his trademark orange mask still in place. Think Tobi Madara / no one during the Shinobi War arc minus the different colors and the hitai. Even though you couldn't see them, he had a silver bracelet on his right wrist and the silver necklace around his neck that he had gotten from Mei. Naruto, in Sakura's opinion, also looked badass, creepy, but badass, although she would never admit that out loud. Sighing, Naruto thought back to how he had gotten his new outfit yesterday. Flashback. Sigh, now what do I do for the rest of the day? Naruto, as he slowly made his way back to the apartment, waving and greeting some of the women in the red light district where his apartment was. I want to go train with Sasuke, but I know if I go over there, things will get awkward pretty quickly. He thought to himself sadly. When he finally reached his destination, the first things he saw a package sitting outside his apartment's door. Wonder what that's about, he thought, picking the package up and reading the small note attached to it. Naruto, I had always planned to give you these for your 13th birthday, but now that you're a Genin, I figured now would be a better time. They are modified Uchiha robes that I made for you a couple of years ago. Hope you like them. Mikoto-chan? He wondered, hurrying. When he reached his bedroom, he saw a silver bracelet on his bed. It was the same one Mikoto had given him for his 10th birthday. She told him it was to go with the necklace he had. Smiling sadly, he said to himself, I take it she found the box then, and the photo album. Before he opened the package, flashback and well, I suppose that it does give me an excuse to go over there. He figured just as Kakashi arrived in a puff of smoke. Yo, sorry I'm late, I got lost on the road to life. The man said, his visible eye firmly placed in an upside-down U. Liar! Sakura screeched. You say something, bubblegum? Kakashi asked lazily, making the boys smirk, and Sakura screeched loudly about deaf senseis. Anyway, he said, deciding to get straight down to business. To pass this test you have exactly 1 hour to get these bells off of me, he said, bringing 2 bells out of his pocket and tying the string around his belt. But sensei, there are 3 of us and only 2 bells? Sakura asked. Yes, I know, and the reason behind that is the one who fails to get one of the bells will fail this test and go back to the academy. Getting a shocked look from Sakura, a smirk from Sasuke, and a masked face from Naruto. Now I should probably warn you that the only way you can hope of getting these bells of me is coming at me with the intention to kill, the man informed them. But won't you get hurt, sensei? Sakura asked, getting a roll of the eyes from the 3 males present. Chuckling, the man said. Thank you for your concern, Sakura, but I assure you I will be fine. With his eye smile in place. All right then, Hajime, the man exclaimed as Sakura hurriedly left the clearing to come up with a plan. You know, the 2 of you are either really brave, really stupid, or simply have a death wish, Kakashi said, turning to the 2 boys. Come on, son, Naruto said. We're not stupid, Sasuke stated. Oh, please explain. The best idea would have to hide like Sakura and come up with a plan. Then we would have already failed the test, Sasuke said, smirking as Kakashi's eye widened in surprise. How so? The man asked, wondering if indeed they had figured it out. HN, you said yesterday that this would be a team test, Sasuke reminded him. And we have never heard of a team that only had 2 genin and a jounin, Naruto stated. Besides the fact that you're a jounin, no freshly graduated genin like Sakura and myself could ever hope of taking on a jounin-level shinobi by themselves. If this were a mission and you are our enemy, if we stand against you as a team, we would stand a better chance of surviving. Hell if two of us died in the process, and only one managed to escape and survive. That's better than all of us dying. Sasuke smirked. During the monologue, Kakashi was just becoming more and more proud of his student. Of course he knew that Naruto, being a former ANBU captain, would have figured it out from the very beginning, but Sasuke, well, it sure was a nice surprise. He had heard that during the academy he was a selfish, arrogant kid that had basically inherited his clan's way of life and thought he was the king of the world. He had heard that he didn't make any friends during the academy and that the only friend he had was Naruto. Coming into this thing, Kakashi figured that Sasuke would think he could do it all himself and that anyone else would just get in his way and slow him down. But it seems that with Naruto being here with him, he was a different story. It seems that these two are great friends and they both seem to understand the importance of teamwork. With these two by each other's side, they could be deadly force to be reckoned with. Kakashi thought to himself, that's great that you two want to work together, but what about Sakura? The Jounin queried. Sasuke grunted. Sakura! The boy exclaimed, turning his head to the side so he could look behind himself. Get down here! He ordered. Hi-yi! Sasuke-kun! Was the loud response they all heard before Sakura had come running out the bushes. A massive cloud of dust following. Sakura! Naruto said as the pink-haired girl huffed and puffed, trying to catch her breath. What baka? Sakura managed to screech in between pants of air. In order for us to pass this test, we need to work together. Naruto told her. As if I would ever work together with you, Naruto baka. She managed to bellow in one massive breath before she started panting again. Sakura, he's right, we need to work as a team. Sasuke defended his friend. Which he regretted immediately because Sakura turned to him with stars in her eyes. That's a great idea, Sasuke-kun! The girl exclaimed. Naruto, who was a second away from killing the Banshee for being so damn loud, just looked at Kakashi and shook his head as the man smiled in return. So did we pass? Sasuke said, ignoring Sakura, who was staring at him with hearts in her eyes. Well, yes, I suppose you do. The man said cheerfully, making Sakura began shouting in celebration as Naruto and Sasuke just bumped fists with smirks on their faces. Now about tomorrow. The Jounin began getting their attention. Normally we would begin training as a team, but apparently Hokage-sama has a different idea this time around. He informed them, getting perplexed looks from all three of them. With Naruto, the blonde was as confused as the others because he had tilted his head to the right. It seems that he and the Shinobi Council want to know what your individual skills are. So tomorrow all the teams that pass their tests, along with their Jounin sensei, will meet Hokage-sama and the council here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jana, Kakashi said before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Let's go, Dobe. I'm sure Ka-san wants to know how we went. You just want me to come with you so you don't have to walk there. Naruto said, annoyed, before grabbing Sasuke on the shoulder. The Uchiha grunted, smirking as they, like Kakashi moments before, disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving a sad, dejected Sakura alone in the field, who had wanted to ask Sasuke out on a date. Appearing in front of Sasuke's house, Naruto sighed as he followed his friend inside. Ka-san, I'm back. Naruto's here too. Sasuke yelled out so his mom could hear him. A minute later, Mikoto joined the boys in the kitchen where they were getting a drink. Waving at Sasuke, who waved back with a smile, she turned to Naruto, who, when she waved, quickly waved back before quickly looking away from her, something that made her frown. Turning to Sasuke, she asked him how they went. We passed. Before the test even began, the Dobe here helped me find the true meaning of the test. Sasuke said, smiling wide when his mother beamed at him. It took you longer than I thought it would, team. Naruto stated. Shut up, Dobe, not all of us are former ANBU captains. Sasuke fired back. TCH whatever. Naruto shrugged, not really having a comeback for that. Finishing his drink, Sasuke turned to Naruto. I'm going outside to train, you coming? Yeah, I guess in a minute though. The blonde replied. Sasuke grunted, quickly leaving the room. He didn't want to dawdle when he knew what they were going to talk about. As Mikoto turned to leave because she really didn't want to be alone with Naruto, considering it was just going to extremely awkward, she started to leave the room as well, but stopped when the blonde said her name. She replied. Yo, I just wanted to say thank you. You know, for the robes and all. He said softly, looking at her back. Smiling slightly, she responded. I'm glad you like them, and I'm glad to see that you are wearing them. Before she began walking again, about to reach the door. And about what happened the other day. He said quickly. This time he made her stop and turn around to face him. I'm sorry. He told her, making her eyes widen. She didn't really expect to hear that. What I said, it was stupid, and I know I shouldn't have said anything. Naruto. She interrupted. What you said to me the other day. Do you really felt that way about me? Yes. Do you love me? She asked, wanting to hear it from him. Hi. He nodded, rather nervous now. Naruto, she said softly, walking up to him. He replied when she wrapped him up in a hug. What I said to you know about me not feeling the same way. I was telling you the truth. She said, her hold on him getting tighter as he tried to step away from her. Listen. I know I said I saw you as a son. But even I know that there is something else there, and you are just going to have to give me time to figure out how I truly feel about you. She told him, pulling away from him only to see pure sadness in his eyes. Please don't be sad, Naruto. I don't mean to hurt you, I just dash. It's okay, Mikoto, I understand. He said, looking at the ground before he sighed dejectedly. Tell Sasuke I'll see him tomorrow. He said as he started to run out the house. I'm sorry, was heard as Mikoto quickly followed him to the front door. The next day, Training Ground 7 was packed with people as Naruto slowly made his way there. Am I late? The Jinchuriki asked, seeing everyone there except for his own sensei Kakashi. Only by a small amount, Naruto, the Hokage said, nodding toward him. Now that everyone is here, we are going to start things off by having you Genin show myself and the members of the Shinobi Council your two strongest jutsu. Hiruzen said as all Genin looked unsurprised. I'm not really in the mood for this. Naruto thought to himself, no longer paying attention to what was going on. A few minutes went by and he didn't know about everyone else, but he certainly wasn't impressed. They are doing nothing but showing off their clan jutsu. I wonder if I should do that, he asked himself. Sigh, such a waste of time. Uzumaki Naruto, you're up next, Hiruzen said. Let's see which jutsu you do, Naruto. Will you actually show us your two most powerful jutsu or will hold back? A few moments later the bored blonde walked forward only for a Kage Bunshin to appear next to him. Okay, I know that's not one of the powerful jutsu in his collection, but to be able to do the Kage Bunshin no jutsu seal less, and not even saying anything is particularly impressive. The old man thought with a smile. Just like the Fire Shadow, the council were also impressed. He's already come so far and he's still so young. I can't wait to see what he is capable of when he hits his prime. Naruto Shikaka thought, finally not finding this whole meeting troublesome before Kage Bunshin began to glow. A few seconds later the stunned crowd had to shield their eyes as the Kage Bunshin suddenly exploded. Bunshin Daibakuha, clone great explosion, the adults exclaimed in their heads whilst the Genin just looked at the blonde in shock and awe. Excellent, Naruto-kun, but unless I've gone senile I know for a fact that those two aren't your strongest jutsu. He smirked. That may be, but everyone else didn't exactly set the standard very high for me to show off, old man. Naruto remarked. He can do more than those two, was the question going through everyone's head. Well, everyone except for Sakura, who was shivering in anger. How dare that baka insult my Sasuke-kun like that? Yeah, let's show him who's boss. Cha, the pink-haired girl inwardly exclaimed, charging toward the blonde with her fist raised. Don't insult my Sasuke-kun like that, baka! She screeched, her fist about to meet the back of Naruto's head. Nani? Everyone thought as Sakura seemingly passed straight through the blonde. How did you avoid my attack, baka? Naruto grunted. Because you are, without a doubt, the worst excuse of a kunoichi I have ever seen. And if you ever, and I mean ever, try to hit me again, I will show you exactly why I am a former ANBU captain. He said casually, like he was talking about the weather, before he swirled away. And that's a guarandamti because Sakura is a bad girl. The high-pitched voice was heard after Naruto had disappeared, surprising everyone. Was he really a former ANBU captain? Sarutobi Asuma asked his father, lighting up his second cigarette of the day. Hi! The elder Sarutobi nodded before he shined away, leaving everyone to question themselves on who exactly the blonde is. Taking his leave as their cue, everyone slowly made their way out the field to get on with the day. 2 hours later, Jun-sensei Hatake Kakashi finally showed up. Yo, everyone, sorry I'm late, the man said, losing his eye smile when he realized he was the only one there. Hou. A crow was heard as it passed over the field. Lowering his head in depression, the silver-haired Jounin slowly left to go find his team. Later on in the afternoon, Team 7 was standing in front of Hiruzen awaiting their first mission. Let's see now, we have babysitting a pair of twins, catching Tora the cat and Dash. No freaking way, Ji. Naruto exclaimed grumpily. Sigh, I should have seen this coming, Hiruzen said to himself. There is absolutely no way we are doing D-rank missions, old man, Naruto said, crossing his arms. Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you speak to Hokage-sama like that? Show more respect. Besides, this is your team's first mission. You can't just ask for a C rank right away. Irika screamed, fuming at Naruto's disrespect for the village leader. It's alright, Irika-kun, the Hokage said in a bored-like fashion, wanting to get some paperwork finished before it started to pile up. But Hokage-sama, He said it's fine, Irika. Naruto stated before he looked to Hiruzen. Now, what C ranks do you have? He asked as a stunned Team 7 stood there riveted with shock at Naruto's audacity while Kakashi was mentally bowing down to Naruto. Thank you, Naruto, the man praised. He did not want to suffer through any D ranks either, even though he could stand by and both read his favorite, while his little genin did all the work. Let's see. We have been requested to escort a bridge builder to Wave Country, the Hokage said. That's fine, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, eyes smiling with Naruto nodding in agreement. Then that settles it. Irika-kun, go bring in the bridge builder, the old man ordered. Hi, Hokage-sama. Irika stood up and walked to the door, disappearing for a few moments, only to walk back in the room with a gray-haired old man. This is who I've got protecting me? I doubt these kids are even shinobi, especially the one with that disgusting orange mask. HN. You better pray to Kami that if someone doesn't kill you on this mission that I don't do it myself, Naruto stated casually. I assure Tazuna-san, Hiruzen said before things could escalate, that the people on this team are fully qualified shinobi and Kakashi-kun here is a jounin, so he is more than enough to take care of you should anything happen along the way. Not to mention the fact that by all rights Naruto-kun is the strongest person here even though Kakashi-kun has far more experience. He added to himself, if you say so. Tazuna said gruffly, taking another mouthful, or 5 of his sake. All right, team, meet me at the north gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We leave then, Kakashi said before leaving in a puff of smoke. Ja-any. Naruto waved before swirling away. Damn, the dobe didn't wait for me. Sasuke scowled before schooling his face into a smirk. CYA. He waved casually before running across the room and jumping out the window. Sasuke-kun is so cool, Sakura said with hearts in her eyes before she quickly tried to follow him, only slip on the windowsill and plummet to the ground outside, her larger-than-normal forehead making a pretty decent-sized crater upon impact. To everyone outside the building it looked like she tripped and fallen, but if you inside you could clearly see the Sandaime Hokage sitting in his chair with an innocent grin on his face, and his arms stretched out to his side. Stunned Irika asked. Hokage-sama, did you just trip Haruno-san out the window? You say something, Irika-kun? The old man asked, leaving Irika standing there with his jaw practically unhinged. Chuckling, the Kage turned to Tazuna. So it seems you're the only one mature enough to leave using the door, he said, dismissing Tazuna as the man left quickly. The next day, as Team 7 and Tazuna were walking down a dirt path, and the boys were trying to find something to shove in their ears so they didn't have to listen to Sakura's constant whining and complaining. They had already stopped 3 times so that she could hold her breath. Not even Tazuna had wanted to stop yet, even though the man kept pulling out sake bottles from Kami knows where. They all had wondered how he hadn't passed out yet. Someone kill me now, Sasuke muttered, making Naruto snicker. Sasuke-kun, when we get to Wave Country, do you want to go on a date with me? Sakura asked the Uchiha for the 10th time that day. I'd rather Naruto than go on a date with you, Sasuke replied. Sasuke-kun, the mask-wearing blonde said, imitating Sakura's voice. When we get back to Konoha, would you like to get some ramen with me? Sigh. Alright, Naruto, but you are paying. Kami knows how much you're going to eat, Sasuke responded, both smirking and paling at the thought of all that money going to Naruto's stomach. Are you saying I'm fat? Naruto asked childishly. You could stand to lose a few pounds, Sasuke remarked. Well, maybe I'll lose them by repeatedly punching you in the face, Naruto shot back. But after all that exercise, you'll probably go straight back to Ichiraku's. Yeah, you're right. Naruto sighed dreamily as he patted his stomach, making Sasuke laugh at him. Meanwhile, Sakura was fuming. How dare Naruto Baka take Saki-kun's attention away from me? Seeing as the joke was over, Naruto decided to change the subject. So Tazuna-san, tell me, what's Wave Country like? It's a beautiful place. It's got the ocean on one side and forest on the other. We not have as much money as, say, Fire Country, so it is a small place, but we all love living there. Naruto knew something was up when the man said that last part. He just didn't know what. So does Wave Country have any shinobi? Sakura asked. If they did, I wouldn't have gone all the way to Konoha and requested you lot, Tazuna answered. So who are you afraid of that's coming after you? Sasuke asked before he, along with Naruto and Kakashi, noticed the man stiffen, all the while Sakura remained oblivious. No one, the man answered. He's lying, the males thought. About 2 hours later, after they had continued on their way, all the while ignoring Sakura's pleas to stop because her feet were sore, the men had sensed a genjutsu nearby in the form of a puddle. Well, Tazuna hadn't, of course, but he did think it strange that there was random puddle of water on the ground even though it hadn't rained in weeks. You have to kidding me, Naruto thought. Pathetic, Sasuke said to himself. Oh Keiko, you dirty girl. Look at that medium-sized puddle you're creating with all of your juices, Kakashi said out loud, giggling perversely and dropping the very subtle hint. I wonder who he or she is after. Naruto asked himself. The bridge builder, Madara answered. More than likely, although whoever it is obviously a shinobi, so he or she could be after Kakashi. He is well known after all. Minato added. Mostly likely it's the bridge builder. Even if they are a shinobi, they're obviously not the brightest person. Kakashi is an A-rank shinobi in the bingo book, so one would think he would be able to see through such a lame trick, Naruto said. Why would they be after the bridge builder? Madara asked. I don't know. Why would the bridge builder request shinobi protection even though he said earlier he wasn't afraid of anyone coming after him? He's obviously hiding something, Naruto stated. Agreed. All of his occupants said at once. At least you're not as dumb as you look. Kyuubi grinned. TCH, shut up and go kill Madara. No, wait, you can't. Naruto grinned back behind his mask. A few moments later, after having passed the puddle, Sakura screamed as two men appeared, and one of them with a claw-like gauntlet on his hand shredded Kakashi to pieces. One down, the man responsible said before running toward Naruto with the one not far behind. The man in front raised the gauntlet in Naruto's direction, who by all intents and purposes looked like he had frozen, but in reality he was waiting for the right moment to become intangent. He didn't get a chance though, as a chain shot out from the man's gauntlet, but it was stopped mere inches away from Naruto's chest by Sasuke, who had thrown a kunai to intercept the chain. Hearing a thud, Naruto looked to his left and saw that the kunai had lodged itself and the end of the chain into a nearby tree. Thanks, Sasuke, Naruto stated. HN. Sasuke grunted. I wonder what he was waiting for. TCH, you brats! The second man yelled, running toward Naruto and swiping his own claw-like gauntlet and Naruto's chest, only to go right through the blonde. Nanny, how did I miss? I hit him dead on, the man growled before getting hit in the back of the head with a kick courtesy of Sasuke. Said Uchiha had pulled a kunai out his pouch and was about to try and slit the man's throat, but missed widely as his target was suddenly pulled down, leaving only his head above ground level. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura squealed loudly as the man appeared. Looking over to where the man had died, Sasuke saw pieces of destroyed wood scattered all over the ground. Kawarimi, Sasuke murmured before quickly remembering there were two opponents. Looking for the second one, everyone was trying not to laugh as the man was trying and failing miserably to pull his chain out of the tree. Crying comically, the man slumped against the trunk of the tree, breathing heavily. That was until Kakashi disappeared from his spot and knocked the man out with the butt end of one of his kunai, when he reappeared moments later in front of the man. I recognize these two from the bingo book, Kakashi told them, walking back to them and dragging the unconscious man behind him by the ankle. They are the demon brothers Gozu and Meizu, former shinobi of Kirigakure, now C-rank missing Nin. Wake up, Gozu! Screams the man now known as Meizu. Shut up! Sasuke growled, kicking the back of Meizu's head none too gently. The question is, who are they after? Kakashi stated. We won't tell you anything. Gozu, who had just woken up, grunted before Kakashi quickly restrained him with some rope. I'll be back in a minute, Kakashi told his team and Tazuna as he pulled Meizu out of the ground and tied him up quickly with some rope. Kakashi-sensei, why don't I take care of them? Naruto said from behind his mask. Shrugging, Kakashi knew he really should handle it himself, but something told him that Naruto could handle it as well. Effortlessly creating 4 clones to handle the 2 grown men, he walked rather casually behind the group into some of the surrounding trees. When he was sure that no one beside the demon brothers and his clones were nearby or looking at him, he removed his mask, his EMS glowing slightly in the darkened area since the sun wasn't shining through the trees. Smirking slightly, he looked Gozu directly in the eye and said, Tsukiyomi. His voice echoing through the trees in an eerie whisper, making Meizu shake in terror. Back on the path, the rest of Team 7 and Tazuna all heard a loud scream. Is he done already? Kakashi asked himself. What did you find out? Kakashi asked out loud, turning around, not so surprised to see Naruto standing behind him. Everyone else but Sasuke was shocked. He was just mildly surprised. They were employed by a man named Gato to take out Tazuna-san, Naruto told him. Why do you think that this Gato would want Tazuna-san dead? Kakashi asked his masked genin, already thinking up multiple answers in his head. So that he can't build a bridge that will connect Wave Country to the mainland's trading route. If that happens, Gato will have full control over Wave Country, Naruto informed them. Nodding, the silver-haired Jounin turned to the bridge builder. Tazuna-san, you and I are going to have a serious talk. Paling, the man quickly got down on his hand and knees, his forehead touching the ground. Forgive me please for lying to you, but you are all I could afford. If this bridge doesn't get built, Wave Country will fall to Gato. That monster is sucking our country dry. He's been cutting off our trade routes one by one. He's raised our rents so high that if we can't pay them, his thugs come and take things from our houses, and when we have nothing left to give, they start taking our women and children and force us onto the streets. We need this bridge so we can overthrow Gato and Wave Country can prosper once more." The man told them, his tears hitting the pooling in the dirt below him. "And obviously Gato will do whatever he can to stop the bridge from ever being built," Naruto added. "He obviously knows how dangerous this bridge must be to his operations." Sasuke stated, "The fact is, Tazuna, you lied to us, and when that happens, the shinobi that are sent out to assist never come back." Kakashi said, "This is not a C-rank mission, this is a B, possibly A-rank mission, and a genin team is not qualified to undertake such a difficult and perilous mission. We should turn back now." Kakashi finished looking to his team and ignoring Sakura's big sigh of relief. "And feed Tazuna and Wave Country to the wolves." "I don't think so, Kakashi." Naruto glared at Kakashi even though no one could see it. "Naruto!" Kakashi groaned. "Oh, come on, Kakashi." This time it was Sasuke who spoke. "This Gato is nothing short of a tyrant, and he needs to be stopped, otherwise we would just be sacrificing the innocent lives of everyone in Wave." The Jounin hummed in response, not pleased with the situation. "What do you think we should do?" he asked Sakura. "I think we—" She began only to see a dark look come over Sasuke's face. Gulping, she changed her mind. "I think we should help Tazuna and Wave Country." Raising an eyebrow in disbelief, Kakashi began to wonder. "She looks absolutely terrified, so why would she?" Sasuke. Turning his gaze to the Uchiha, he couldn't help but sigh in resignation when he saw Sasuke not so casually looking down at his nails. "I guess that means we continue," he finally said. "Thank you." Tazuna beamed. "Let's keep walking then," he said, waving Tazuna off. "Oh, and Naruto are they?" He trailed off, pointing over at some trees. "You know it," the blonde stated simply. It was half an hour later, and the group had finally reached the ocean where a man had been waiting for them with a boat. "There you are, Tazuna. Any longer and I would not have been here," the man said, taking a look at the group. "Unfortunately, this boat is only big enough for 5 people. Not a problem, I'll water walk. Are you positive that you can make it?" Kakashi asked, turning toward Naruto, who spoke. "How far is it to the shore?" "It's about an hour and a half away." Tazuna shrugged, wondering what the hell water walking was. "I'll be fine, I won't even break a sweat." Smiling, Kakashi gave the blonde a small wave while hopping onto the boat. "Have fun then, Naruto-kun." After the trip was over and Naruto had proven to everyone that he did not break a sweat, the group was now back on land and walking along a dirt path when Sasuke threw a kunai into a nearby bush that they walking because he thought he heard something, only for a snow-white rabbit to jump out from it. Sighing, everyone ignored the shout of, "Sasuke-kun is so cool!" While Naruto and Kakashi had a similar thought going through their minds. "That's not right, it's the wrong season for that kind of fur. These kind of rabbits only get white fur during the winter." "Get down!" Kakashi shouted, hearing something coming their way fast. Grabbing Tazuna on the way down, Naruto looked up to see a giant sword embed itself into a nearby tree. Well, if it isn't Sharingan no Kakashi, no wonder the demon brothers never came back." A dark voice chuckled. Looking over to where the voice came from, Kakashi had to curse his luck when he saw who it was. "Momochi Zabuza, demon of the hidden mist. You know, it makes me so happy to hear that you know my name," Zabuza retorted with a voice full of sarcasm. "And it looks like you brought along a couple of brats for me to have some fun with. How nice of you. Now why don't you hand over the bridge builder and I will let all of you walk away for about 5 seconds. You will have to forgive us, Zabuza-chan, but I'm afraid we can't do that," Naruto said, bringing a scroll out from his pouch and unsealing it. Shocked Zabuza couldn't believe his eyes. "How the hell did you get your hands on the Kiba Blades, brat?" Pointing at the swordsman, and hoping that his idea worked, he smiled behind his mask. "You're not the first of the 7 swordsmen I've come across. TCH, that's obvious, so you beat Raiga. I must say that I'm impressed. Would you be more impressed if I told you I killed him when I was 6? Not sure that he heard right. He cleaned out his right ear with his pinky. "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" "I killed Raiga when I was 6. I call bullshit." "Oh, it's true. It's damn true, and unfortunately for him, I did not give him a funeral." "Really? That's a shame." The Kirinin rolled his eyes. "So do you know how to use those things?" "I've had 6 years to learn how to use them, but it doesn't matter anyway." "Huh? What do you mean?" "What I mean is that even without the use of these blades I could still kill you." Grinning, Zabuza showed off his shark-like teeth. "Is that so?" "Yes, I believe that I see a dash." He was interrupted by Zabuza, who, after his question, had dislodged his sword from the tree and ran at Naruto, intending to slice him in half. "What? I thought I got him." Looking back at the blonde, Zabuza couldn't believe he missed. It was as though his sword had gone right through the blonde. Now, Zabuza-chan, it's not nice to interrupt someone when they're talking. Naruto chided using his Toby voice. What? Behind me? Turning around to the voice, the man was greeted with a whack to the back of the head. Quickly spinning back around, he saw that the blonde hasn't even moved from his original position. Then what the hit me? Taking a quick look around, Zabuza saw a stick on the ground in front of him. Oigaki, did you throw this stick at me? Yes. Arg. Rushing forward, Zabuza swung his fist at the masked blonde, deciding to use all the speed he had. He felt his fist connect with the mask, only for Naruto to disperse into a flock of crows. Protecting his face from the onslaught of beaks and feathers, the swordsman didn't know that a bunshin technique like that existed. When the technique died down, Zabuza uncovered his eyes only to discover that the group had disappeared. What the hell? That technique only lasted for about 10 seconds. They can't have gotten that far away to the point where I can't even sense them. Feeling a hand on his shoulder and a foreign chakra enter his system, he spun around and was about to attack whoever it was when he came face to face with a familiar person wearing a Kiri Hunter-nin mask. Do you know where they went? I'm afraid not, Zabuza-sama, but they have been gone for a few minutes now. What are you talking about? They were here a minute ago. You were under a genjutsu. They left right after you jumped down from that tree. A genjutsu? Then why did you wait until now to get me out of it? It was entertaining. Twitching in anger, Zabuza was about ready to explode when something came to mind. Who performed the genjutsu? I didn't see any one of them do any hand signs, nor did I see Kakashi's Sharingan. Thinking over it quickly and replaying the events in his head, Haku frowned slightly, not completely sure of the answer. I believe the genjutsu was activated after that masked boy pointed at you. Wait, so you're saying that that boy merely pointed at me and cast a genjutsu so powerful I couldn't even sense it? How is that possible? Unless, the brat must have Kekkei Genkai, a genjutsu type Kekkei Genkei? Aside from the Sharingan, I've never heard of any other genjutsu bloodlines. Well, the brat could have the Sharingan. I mean, the mask he's wearing only has one eye hole, so it is possible that he's an Uchiha, and we just couldn't see an active Sharingan. So what do we do now? All we do now, Haku, is wait. We know that Kakashi and the brat are protecting the bridge builder, so all we need to do is bide our time and see what move they make. Recon it is then. That was a nice genjutsu, Naruto, and certainly a powerful one. All he did was point at Zabuza. I haven't seen something like that since Itachi. Yeah, it is, although I am surprised that it actually worked. You have to believe that Zabuza wasn't really expecting someone to perform a genjutsu without hand signs, not to mention the fact that what he did isn't possible without the Sharingan. So it's more than likely that it won't happen again, but that doesn't really matter. It's not like that was the only trick he got up my sleeves. I would hope not. You and I both know it's going to take more than illusions to take down Zabuza and his accomplice. Good, you noticed that too. Taking a quick look at Sasuke and Sakura and seeing their perplexed expressions, he rolled his eyes. Seems I was the only one. What do you mean, accomplice? There wasn't anyone there but us and Zabuza. Yes, there was. You just didn't notice because he or she was pretty good at hiding. Do you think there is more than one of them? Sasuke joined the conversation. Turning toward the Uchiha, Naruto had to think about that for a second. I couldn't sense anyone, but it is a possibility. What do you think, sensei? I couldn't sense anyone either, but I do have to agree that it is possible. We will have to even more careful from now on. Knock knock. Tsunami-chan, open up. It's me, Tazuna. A few seconds later, amidst some loud noises from someone inside the house, a beautiful woman opened the door with a massive grin on her face. TOUSN, you're home? The woman squealed, hugging her father. Hi, Tsunami-chan, I am, and I bought a team of Konoha shinobi with me like I said I would. Finally taking notice of everyone standing behind the bridge builder, Tsunami let go of her father. Oh, forgive me. Please come inside and I'll make us some tea. Arigato, Tsunami-san. Kakashi smiled at the woman as they were ushered inside. It's no problem, Shinobi-san. The woman smiled back. It took a few minutes for everyone to situate themselves around the dining room table, but eventually they found themselves drinking tea in a comfortable silence until a small boy made his presence known. Ka-san, I'm home. We're in here, Inari-kun. A few seconds later, the boy entered the room running straight to Tazuna and hugging the old man. Grandpa, you're back. Hi, Inari-kun. Now why don't say hello to these nice shinobi? Why should I? They're all going to die soon anyway. Inari-kun, don't say such things. Tsunami scolded. Why not? It's true, no one can beat Gato. He's going to kill them all. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Naruto said, somehow managing to take a sip of his tea without anyone seeing his face before he put his mask back in place, twitching from the shout of Naruto Baka! From Sakura, the masked blonde couldn't help himself. And the one thing that pisses me off the most is that when we do die, Sakura here will be the last one of us to die. Why do you say that, Naruto? Kakashi's voice was stern. Ignoring the silent warning, The blonde shrugged. Because she's just that pathetic, she'll be standing there wetting herself, while the three of us fight for our lives. Sasuke couldn't help but snort into his teacup, agreeing with Naruto, whilst Kakashi just stared at him in disbelief. Naruto, why would you say something like that? Kakashi asked as Sakura ran out of the room. No one's seeing her tears. It's the truth. The blonde shrugged. She's your teammate, Naruto. You're supposed to get along and work together. Get along? I'd rather take a cheese grater to my nuts than get along with a Haruno. And as far as working together goes, if she ever decides to get stronger, well, we both know that's not going to happen anytime soon. You may think that, but I have to disagree with you. She has potential. Not every shinobi comes from a strong clan like the Uchiha, and not every shinobi was a member of ANBU before they graduated from the academy. Be that as it may, Kakashi, I didn't choose to be put on this team. The only one I get along with is Sasuke. The only one you trust is Sasuke? Trust? I never said anything about trust. I don't trust anyone. Not even Sasuke? Not even Sasuke. And why is that? Because we both have something very dangerous in common, and that would be the desire for power. Sasuke answered for them. Now if you will excuse us, sensei, we have some training to do. The two genin stood up and quickly left before Kakashi could say anything. After a few moments of silence, Tsunami moved to pick up their teacups. The woman couldn't believe what she was seeing. Naruto-san's cup is empty, and I only saw him drink from it once. Mine is empty to Tsunami-san. The silver-haired Jounin eye smiled. What? I didn't even see you drink it at all. What can I say? It's a skill. So how are we doing this? Naruto asked the Uchiha. Same as always, I guess. Sasuke shrugged with a smirk appearing on his face as his eyes turned red, revealing the Sharingan in its second stage. Almost killing you it is then. Naruto chuckled in his Toby voice. Let's do this. Naruto finished it in his Madara voice, sending a shiver down Sasuke's spine. Man, that is just getting creepier by the day. Oh, and Sasuke? What? Sorry about your damn luck. Naruto chuckled darkly before disappearing in a swirl. That was fun. Naruto laughed, talking to the tenants in his head as he was walking through a forest close by to the bridge builder's house. And here I thought you were beyond such immaturity. So did I, even if it was a simple prank. Why did you do it? Why? Because he was annoying me, that's why. Besides, all I did was put his hand in a glass of warm water while he was asleep. It was harmless. Would you have preferred I slit the boy's throat? No, I would dash. Whatever Minato was about to say was interrupted by Naruto zoning him out as he came across a boy picking what looked like medicinal herbs. Are you sure that's a boy? It looks like he is a she. Besides, look at all that pink. I'm sure he is wearing all that pink to confuse his enemies. Naruto told his father as he took a closer look at the person. He or she had long black hair, pale skin and large, dark brown eyes, and a slender frame that was covered by a sleeveless kimono that had pale red edges and was decorated with small purple-colored swirls that went down to his ankles. Around her waist was a simple white obi tied in a bow. Aside from that, she wore a pair of light brown sandals with dark straps and a black choker around her neck. You know it's not polite to stare at someone. There, you see, his voice may be a bit feminine, but it's still too deep to belong to a female's. Forgive me, I was merely curious as to why a boy would wearing so much pink. Naruto said, switching his gaze over to the herbs the boy was picking. Pink is my favorite color. See, he didn't deny the fact that he is a boy. Can I ask why you're wearing an orange mask? I have a few mutilating scars. I see. Haku said, picking up some more herbs. You know it's dangerous to be out here alone with Gato and his thugs hanging around town. Oh, and why are you out here by yourself then? Training. Training? Are you a shinobi? Yes, I am. You must be pretty strong then if you don't fear Gato and his thugs. Well, I'm sure I can handle myself. Naruto chuckled. So what is a shinobi doing here in Wave anyway? You sure ask a lot of questions. Forgive me, I'm just curious by nature. So what's your name? Haku. Toby. It's nice to meet you, Toby. Likewise. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some training to do. Naruto said, turning and walking away. Oh, and please tell Zabuza I said hello. Naruto said, disappearing through the trees. How did he know that I'm with Zabuza? It must have been my chakra signature. Chakra signature? Chakra signature. So why didn't you kill him? He's only going to be a problem later. Perhaps, but I have an idea. And that would be? You'll just have to wait and see. Fine. Anyway, Naruto, let's get started with your new Rasengan, if we must. Meanwhile, back at the house, the rest of Team 7 were trying their best not to laugh at the current situation they found themselves in. Inari had just woken everybody up with a scream, and when everyone ran into his room to see what was going on, it turns out he had wet himself in his sleep. Well, it's your fault, Inari-kun, for drinking water before you went to bed last night. Tsunami scolded her son, trying not to laugh as well. But I didn't, Ka-san. Don't lie, Inari-kun, the glass of water is right there. Tsunami pointed to a glass of water on Inari's bedside table. I did see Naruto walk in here during the middle of the night, Sasuke said. Nanny, he found you annoying, so maybe he just wanted to have a bit of fun. That is still no reason to embarrass the boy like that, Tsunami said with a frown. Whatever, I'm going to go train, the Uchiha said, turning around and walking out the door. Alright, come on Sakura, get dressed and then we will go to the bridge and check things out. Hi sensei. Sorry about this, Tsunami-san. Inari-kun, I'll talk to Naruto later, Kakashi said with a sigh before walking out the door after Sakura. Time skip. Later that day, appearing in a swirl after using his time-space, Naruto quickly hid himself in the shadows. Where are we? Asked himself as he took a quick look around before his eyes settled on Zabuza and Haku. Judging by their conversation, it seemed that they were discussing some sort of strategy to take him and his team out. Not that anything they come up with work. After listening for a few more minutes, he decided that it was time to make himself known. Well, what do we have here? Who the hell are you? Zabuza growled, jumping out of the seat he was in and pointing his sword at where the voice was coming from. Oh, Zabuza-kun doesn't remember me, Naruto whined in his Toby voice, stepping out of the shadows. How the hell did you find us? It was pretty easy. Naruto shrugged, dodging the question. The real question should be, why am I here? Twitching slightly, Zabuza growled. Why are you here? Well, you see, it's a long story, but I have a plan for the future and I want the two of you to be a part of it. What are you talking about, brat? Peace. Naruto shrugged like it was the simplest thing in the world. Peace? Peace. No more war, no more senseless killing, and no innocent blood being spilt. Just complete obedience under one leader. What are you going on about? Zabuza asked, completely thrown through a loop. TCH, my idea is to create an idealistic world by casting a powerful genjutsu on the entire world. In doing so, there will be true peace in this world. You're crazy, you know that, right? How the hell would you even do that? Casting a genjutsu on the entire world is impossible. Not with the power of the Jubi, it's not. The Jubi. I was right, you really are crazy. Zabuza shook his head. That may be. Naruto shrugged, not denying it. However, I am the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and in order to revive the Jubi, all I need is the other 8. That's suicide. How did you even come up with a plan like this? It wasn't originally my plan. The man who came up with originally set things into motion years before either of us were born, and now we want the two of you to join in. How so? You two are Nukenin, which means you are always on the move. We want you to locate and all the other Jinchuriki and find out any and all information you can about them. Assuming we actually went along with this insane idea, what would Haku and I get out of it? Well, in the end you won't be placed under the genjutsu and neither of you will have to worry about Hunter Nin coming after you. That's it. How long do we have to decide? You have 10 minutes, and if you decline I will leave, and the next time we meet I will kill you. You have to give us more than 10 minutes to decide on something this huge. 9 minutes and 20 seconds, and when you agree I let you in on more of the plan. Not that I'm going to reveal my side of the plan, Naruto thought while Zabuza and Haku talked things over. What's your side of the plan? Madara asked, not aware of what the boy was talking about. You will have to wait and see, Madara, just like everybody else. What do you have planned, Naruto? Minato thought to himself, getting increasingly worried about this plan of Madara's. He didn't even know why Naruto decided to go along with something as insane as it was, and any time he tried to talk Naruto out of it, the boy would just stop listening. Alright, brat, we have both decided to go along with this plan of yours, Zabuza said, getting Naruto's attention. Excellent. So what do you want us to do? Well, first up we could use Gato's money, and in order to get that he needs to be dealt with, and we need to make sure that you two survive your next encounter with Kakashi. What makes you think we can't survive? Sure, you could survive, but right now we really shouldn't take that chance. So what do you think we should do? Thinking quickly, Naruto came up with an idea. I have an idea. I'm going to need 2 corpses. Corpses? Yeah, we are going to fake your deaths. How the hell are you going to do that? It will be tricky, but I should be able to pull it off. All I need to do is cause an explosion of some kind and swap the 2 of you out with the corpses. And if you do pull it off and then they discover that the corpses are fake, hopefully the 2 of you will be long gone by then. And if you don't succeed, that's simple. If I don't pull it off, then you either beat Kakashi and live or lose to Kakashi and die. Perhaps we should come up with a plan B. A plan B? Well, you could either join Konoha or you always leave Wave Country right now. We can't just leave, we're under a contract, and there's no doubt that if we just up and leave, word will spread that we can't be trusted to hold up our end of any deal, and if we go along with this plan of yours, we are going to need all the good word we can get. You do realize that if the three of us were to go and dispose of Gato and his men right now, there won't be a chance of any bad words spreading. So why don't we just do that right now? It sounds like a good idea, especially since I just came up with it. However, if we think about the future, we may need a part of Wave Country's money and influence, and to make sure we get that, the people of Wave need to us taking out Gato. So what do you propose we do? Haku asked. We'll keep in touch, and when the time comes you will join my side and we will take care of Gato. And how will we know when the time is right? I will have to let you know, but until then keep coming with strategies to try and beat my team. How will we find you? I'll be with my team and the bridge builder, so I will come and find you. What are you going to do until then? I can't arouse suspicion till I'll have commit to my village's mission and protect the bridge builder. Fair enough. Now I'll have to go before my team notices that I've been gone for too long, so until then how about a bit of advice? What would that be? When Kakashi uses his Sharingan, don't look into his eye, and when you use jutsu try not to let him see your hands, otherwise he will be able to copy them. Thanks for the tip. Zabuza nodded, only to see Naruto disappearing in a swirl. Not a problem, came Naruto's disembodied voice. It was early morning, and while the rest of his team, including Kakashi, had gone to the bridge to protect the bridge builder, and here he was, stuck in Tazuna's house, and it was driving him insane. Sure, he was charged with protecting them, and it did give him a chance to come up with some more plans for the future. He just really had to annoy someone. It was just too bad that Tsunami kept giving him wary looks every time they came across one another. It was like she thought he was crazy or something. It also seemed like Inari was avoiding him at all costs. So he played one little prank on the kid. It's not like he had scarred him for life or anything. Man, I really need to find something to do. Naruto sighed in complete boredom. Arg. Well, that certainly perked his attitude right up. Realizing it was Tsunami, he swirled away to her location. When he reappeared, he was suddenly glad that he was wearing a mask, or everyone would have seen the triumphant grin that spread across his face. He couldn't believe he had actually forgotten this part of the plan. Standing in front of were two men, sorry to future corpses. One of them was a light-skinned man with blue hair that was topped with a black hat, and black eyes that had fawn-like tattoos under his eyes, wears a blue jacket, and had blue-handled katana in his hand. And the other man was rather tall, with brown hair that was parted into three, with one part of it being tied into a knot on top of his head. He couldn't really see it, but he was sure that the man's tattoos started on the left side of his upper body and stretched around his back and ended on his right arm. The man seemed to be wearing a kimono, but he had the top half of it falling down his waist so that his upper body exposed. However, to Naruto, the man's most prominent feature was the man's eye patch. I wonder if an eye patch would look better than this mask. No. Merely raising an eyebrow, Naruto mentally chuckled. I guess the vote is unanimous. Turning his attention back to the two men, he supposed he should deal with these two men quickly so that Kakashi had less time to deal with Zabuza. Taking one look at Tsunami's scared look, it was there that he struck. Tsunami was about to faint. 1 minute she was in the hands of two men who were in the process of taking her as a hostage, and the next minute, Naruto appeared out of nowhere, and then disappeared again a couple of seconds later. It was only when she felt the hands of the two men leave her body that she quickly dared to turn around, and she was speechless. There was Naruto with a kunai in each hand, standing over the two, now dead, men who had grabbed her. She couldn't believe how fast that had happened, and she couldn't believe how easy someone as young as Naruto could kill so easily. But then again, he was a shinobi. Frowning at how easy that was, Naruto grabbed one of the men on the arm and activated his Kamui and sent the man to another dimension before turning to the one with the eye patch and doing the same thing. Now I just need to go to the bridge. Swirling away, he missed Tsunami, hitting the floor with a thud as she fainted. Zabuza was having fun fooling around with Kakashi. All he had to do was stall for time because he had to wait for the blonde kid to show up. Chuckling, the swordsman just knew that his apprentice Haku had it a lot easier than he did. Taking a quick look in Haku's direction, he shook his head. Haku had actually resorted to using his Makio Hyosho, demonic ice mirrors. That Toby kid better get here quick, or that Uchiha brat was probab. Whatever Zabuza was thinking was cut off abruptly when a kunai flew across his field of vision. He swore loudly when he realized that there was an exploding tag attached to the handle of it. Son of a bitch! He screamed as he was blown backwards from the explosion. As the explosion went off, Kakashi was more than glad it had, because he was close to fainting from overuse of his Sharingan. Well, that was easy. Kakashi turned around and came face to face with Naruto. Yo, Naruto-kun. Kakashi smiled, putting his Hitai back into place over his left eye. Kakashi. Naruto gave the man a small wave. Thanks for the help. I didn't know how much longer I was going to last. I'm just glad I got here at the right time to take him by surprise. Naruto waved the man off. Now let's go and help Sasuke. Already done. The blonde was smirking behind his mask. How? I'm just a shadow clone. The real me took out Zabuza and then went straight over to take out Haku. This is all over, the clone told the man. Not quite. Remember that we still have Gato and the rest of his thugs to deal with. Damn right you do. A man's voice sounded out from the end of the bridge. Turning toward the man, both Naruto and Kakashi sighed at the amount of men they had to deal with. Don't worry, I got this, Naruto told the Jounin as he began to walk toward the group. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto sighed. To Kakashi, the blonde just sounded bored. Damn shinobi. Gato growled. What the hell are you waiting for, boys? Get them! Glad he didn't have to join in, Kakashi just stood back and pulled out his favorite Ika novel. The slaughter, as he had begun to call it, was, in Kakashi's opinion, pretty brutal and definitely one-sided. None of Naruto's shadow clones had even been hit, and it looked like the blonde was having a little bit too much fun taking down the thugs one by one. The slaughter only lasted for a few minutes and Kakashi had to stop himself from vomiting. There was so much blood that particular portion of the bridge was completely covered in it, and judging by the wounds that Gato and his thugs had gotten, the pull-off blood was only going to get larger. And then there was Naruto standing in the middle of it all, slowly wiping all the blood off of both his kunai using a part of Gato's suit that luckily wasn't stained with blood. There was something seriously wrong with Naruto. A few hours later, Kakashi and Sasuke were recovering in Tazuna's house, while Sakura was fawning over Sasuke like he was the king of the world. Meanwhile, Naruto was in the nearby forest talking to Zabuza and Haku. And oh, ing way am I giving you Kubikurabocho? You have too. You've said that already, and it looks like I'll have to say again. If we have to convince everyone that you really are dead, then someone else is going to have to carry it. Why would we have to convince people that I'm really dead? Wouldn't you and the other Konoha shinobi spread the word? Zabuza asked. That is what the hidden villages usually did after one of their shinobi killed a high-profile target. Here's the thing, your corpses are going to revert back to their original forms in a couple of hours, and since Kakashi plans on burying the two of you. He let the statement end there only for Zabuza to pick it up again. We're going to have a serious problem. Exactly, even though the two of you will be buried before the bodies revert, someone might come along looking for your blade. And when they dig up your graves, they are going to find the bodies of two random nobodies and discover the truth. But if I'm carrying your sword, everyone who wants it will come after me and will not disturb your graves. TCH, fine, you can take it, but I will be taking it back from you one day. Zabuza growled, handing it over to Naruto, who proceeded to place it in a storage scroll. Good. Now I want the two of you to head over to Kumo and gather any information you can on the two Jinchuriki that live there. Why the Jinchuriki? Never mind that for the time being. Just go to Kumo and see what you can find. Alright, when do we report back? Haku spoke up for the first time. Don't worry about that, I'll come and find you when I have time. Alright then. Zabuza rolled his eyes. Let's get going, Haku. If we stick around any longer we risk getting seen. Hi, Zabuza-sama. Haku agreed before they jumped away into the trees. Excellent, that's another sword for the collection. Naruto smiled as swirled away, leaving the forest empty, as he remembered the idea he had once come up with after he had beaten Raiga. The great Naruto bridge. I hardly even did anything, Naruto said, looking at the archway above the now completed bridge. That may be true, however, while Sasuke and myself were fighting Zabuza and Haku, you were the one who protected Tazuna's family, and you were also the one who took down Gato and all of his men. HN. Naruto grunted in response. While it's nowhere near as impressive as my statue, or even Hashirama's, it's great that you're finally gaining some recognition, Madara stated. You think so? Naruto asked the man. He would have thought it would be better if he remained underestimated and more unknown. If you remain too unknown, it will be harder for you to be taken seriously. But if you continue to gain recognition, like this bridge, shinobi will begin to take you seriously, and the threat you pose will be very real, Madara explained. For him it had always been better to remain, to disappear and remain in the shadows, since he was actually supposed to be dead. Hell, the one time he came out to play he ended up being sealed inside of a baby, and he was just lucky that there was only a couple of people outside the seal that knew he was still alive. But Naruto was different. He was young and very much alive. How so? The more you keep taking out strong shinobi or powerful corrupt business like Gato, the more people will begin to fear your name, and maybe even run from your very presence. That's the dream, Naruto replied sarcastically. For some. The Uchiha chuckled. For now, though, just focus on your training. Since when am I not training? Naruto had to ask. That's all he has been doing since he was 4 years old. Right now he was only 12, and he was starting to think he just needed to let loose and actually have some fun every now and again. It seemed that Minato was the only one who agreed with that line of thought. Time skip. The mission was successful, Hokage-sama. Kakashi reported dutifully. After a rather uneventful trip home, Team 7 was now standing in front of their Hokage. That's good news. Believe me when I tell you I was both surprised and scared when you decided to continue on with the mission after you discovered that Zabuza Momochi was involved and the mission ranking went up from being a C to an A rank. Well, we decided it was for the best that we continued to protect the bridge builder, especially after we came across Zabuza, Kakashi told the old man. He wasn't about to tell him that it was actually Naruto and Sasuke that decided to continue on when he himself wanted to stop right then and there and come back to the village. Yes, well, it seems that in the end you made the right decision. Not only did you complete the original mission objective and keep the bridge builder safe, but you also managed to take down not only dangerous Nuke but also a powerful corrupt businessman like Gato. Hiruzen smiled at the group. I must say I can't remember the last time I've been this proud of a genin team. He told the genin in front of them. If the giant smile on her face was any indication, Sakura was positively beaming. Sasuke, on the other hand, just had his trademark smirk plastered on his face, and Naruto, well, Hiruzen couldn't tell what Naruto's expression was thanks to Blonde's mask. Now I'm sure the three of you are tired and hungry from the trip back, so why don't the three of you go home and freshen up while I talk to Kakashi here for a minute? Hi Hokage-sama! Sakura exclaimed. She was about to ask Sasuke out on a date only to turn to her side and discover that Sasuke had already run out of the office like he had been expecting it. So she ran out after to him to try and track him down. So tell me, Kakashi, how did the three of them go? Hiruzen asked after all three of them had left. Sakura needs a lot of training. She was the only one who didn't know how to walk up a tree. Kakashi shook his head. Sasuke is talented, and like I said earlier, he had managed to hold off a Jounin-level opponent until Naruto took him by surprise. He has already unlocked the second stage of his Sharingan, so it's only a matter of time until he unlocks the third and final stage. You've done well. Hiruzen seemed genuinely impressed. It wasn't me, Hokage-sama. Naruto seems to be the one training him. Kakashi explained. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing. The Hokage kept that thought to himself. And Naruto? He's skilled, which is expected of a former ANBU captain. His genjutsu is definitely getting stronger. If someone like Zabuza couldn't tell that one was actually affecting him. Now that is impressive for someone like Naruto. Jinchuriki aren't particularly great with that level of chakra control. Hiruzen surmised. But all that aside, there's something I do need to talk to you about in regards to Naruto. And what would that be, Kakashi? I've killed a lot of people and I've seen people kill others, and one thing has always remained the same. Kakashi began. And that would be the reaction we all seem to have afterward. Seeing the Hokage raise an eyebrow, the man continued. After killing a group of people, we all have the same reaction. Guilt. And after Naruto took out all those men and Gato, he didn't show any sign of it, nor did he show any emotion or reaction to it at all. He just wiped his kunai down with Gato's suit and walked away like it was something he did every day, and he just didn't care. Thanks to his training with Itachi, Naruto has always been good at hiding his emotions. Besides, even before Itachi, Naruto had always been very closed off and secretive. In fact, I can think only one person in this village that knows at least something about him. Nico? You guessed it. Hiruzen nodded. Wasn't really hard. Kakashi shrugged. Over the last few years it has become obvious that those two have a bond with each other. And every time I try to ask her about him, she refuses to answer any of the questions and tries to change the subject. And that lets you know that she actually does know at least something. Yes, that much is clear. The Hokage agreed. Ever since his little trip to Katabami Kinzen, I've been doing the best I can to keep a close eye on him. But I haven't been able to discover anything about him. All he seems to do is train and eat ramen. Why doesn't that surprise me? Kakashi chuckled along with the Hokage. I'll continue to watch him as well and see what I can find out. Sounds good, Kakashi. Now on to other business. The Chunin exams are being held here in a month. The Hokage began getting down to business. He could have done it later with the rest of the Jounin when he made the official announcement, but he didn't really feel like doing any paperwork at the moment. In the shadows where one of the Hokage's ANBU guards were stationed in his office, Nico had heard the entire conversation between the two men. I should probably tell Naruto-kun that he is being watched. Kami knows what their reaction would be if they ever did uncover the truth. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow that green machine for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.